Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Sunday at Mainframe Comic Con. I'm JB, and I can't tell you how excited I am to introduce something that most of you probably aren't familiar with. So, what we have here is a newer publisher, creator, and really a genre which I think is coming back strong. For the next hour, folks, hang out with us as we are going to go and introduce ourselves to the panel of the AWA horror writing team. We are going to talk about two pieces of work, but before we get started, welcome everybody who is watching us on all the multiple platforms. I see lots of great people popping into the chat. Thank you, everybody who is joining us. And let's get started. But I'm going to just go right around the table here. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to introduce themselves and tell us what your role is with the team. And we're going to start with you, Dalibor. You're right next to me, so you get the floor.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dalibor. I dare you to pronounce my last name. I'm the artist on the book called Hotel, written by John Lees.
Very cool. We've also got Laurence here. Laurence, tell us about yourself.
Hello, my name's Laurence Campbell, and I'm the artist on Old Haunts from AWA, with writers Rob Williams and Ollie Masters.
Very cool. Next up, we've got John.
Hi, my name's John Lees. I'm a writer, and I work on the book Hotel for AWA, and I'm going to go for it. I'm going to try for it. I work with Dalibor Talajic and Legal Outrage and South Soprano. Did I get it right?
He got it.
You got it.
Nailed it. He nailed it. All right, next up, we've got Rob. Rob, how you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hi, my name's Rob Williams. I'm the co-writer of Old Haunts, along with Ollie Masters, and created with Laurence Campbell, who draws it and makes it look awesome.
Excellent, excellent. Who else we got here? I'm going to slide down. Michael. Michael, how are you?
I'm great. I'm Michael Coast. I'm the senior editor at AWA, and I've worked on both of these series from the beginning.
Okay, and finally, but least but not last but not least, Ollie, how are you?
Hey, I'm Ollie Masters, and I co-wrote Old Haunts with Rob Williams and with Laurence Campbell on art. But you already know that.
Excellent. So this is our panel today, folks. This is the horror writing team over at AWA. Let's talk about who wants to tell me about this company first. And explain because I know it was new to me when I found you guys a couple of weeks ago. And when I started researching this, I was getting excited. Both these pieces that we're going to talk about are excellent. I can't wait to share them with my viewers who I know are watching on my channel and the comic book community that is watching. So let's talk about the company first off. Anybody want to give us a little background on the company and what's going new and what's exciting? I mean, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll do that since I work there. So we're AWA Studios, which stands for Artists, Writers, and Artisans. We were founded about 2 years ago by Marvel alums Axel Alonso, who was editor-in-chief there, and Bill Jemis, who was the president in the early 2000s. They got together with Jonathan Miller, who had worked at Fox Studios and helped put together the Mark Millar Netflix deal. And they all got together and decided to start this new company that focused on creators and build something from the ground up with great storytelling and a great mix of established talent and up-and-coming talent. And so far, the books that have come out have been really well received, and we're extremely excited for these books that we're talking about today in particular, and also many things that are coming in the future.
Awesome. So, I'm sorry. I'm trying to answer the text too. Thank you for answering that question. These two books that you guys are currently working on, these teams, the art, the storytelling. I want to start with Old Haunts, and I want to start actually by sharing the I'm gonna kick us all off to the side here. Nobody needs to see me. I'm behind the big red thing anyway. It doesn't matter. Plus, man, look how much thinner we all look when we're smaller. Let's get on over and check out the website you have here. And what we've got is I want to go to Old Haunts first. Where did it go? It was down here. Old Haunts. Old Haunts. I'm not going to share the whole thing, but you did give us a first episode. And anybody that's watching, check this out. This is really cool. Go on over to awastudios.net. I will drop a link in the description of my video here and check this out because they're going to let you read the first episode of almost everything in here. Old Haunts, let's talk about it. What if ghosts are there to remind you of all the terrible things you have done? Man, this is really cool. Who wants to go first?
Rob, do you want to go first?
Well, I don't mind. Yeah, I mean, Ollie and I we were talking about sort of co-writing together, and we talk a lot and abuse each other a lot on the phone anywhere on Skype. And it turned out we were going through our I think we both had the same rough idea basically, which was sort of combining sort of the kind of gangster movies that we love and the mafia movies we love with with a horror take basically. And then sort of when we started knocking it around, we started talking about things like we love when Laurence came on board as well, we've got a mutual love of Michael Mann movies and the look of Michael Mann movies, the aesthetic and the feel. And we love Kubrick and we love David Lynch, and we kind of just mashed those things together. So it's kind of narratively it's three gangsters who have been ruling the city of LA for decades, and they're going to retire in one last big deal. And on the night that they're going to get out, and sort of then the sins of their past come back to haunt them, but literally, not metaphorically. So
cool.
Yeah, Ollie, any more?
Well, I was impressed by just the art and how the story can be told in the first few panels with no words. No words. We're talking about a couple guys looking over a grave, and as they start to toss some dirt on there, he's like, "Wait a minute, hold on. Maybe there's some ritual," which we come to find out that there's a ritual with this one guy and these coins. And you're hooked right there, like, "Whoa, wait a minute, these guys, there's something going down here." Now, at the end, when I don't know, too total spoiler, but this vulture thing that starts to give you the EBGBs, and that's the type of stuff that you're looking for when you're reading these horror comics. When we're talking about the horror comic genre, what you're doing here with this book and what Hotel is, the reader is getting the feel, the tingle. And when you can give somebody that in print, you guys are onto something. So congratulations with that. Let's talk about the artwork real quick on this one. Man, wow. So tell me what, we talked about inspiration in Man, but what else?
Okay. It was kind of mainly films. I get kind of influence more from films than I do comics. But when we first started talking about Old Haunts, I decided to go. Well, we spoke about going with the widescreen panel for most of the story to give a sense of realism to it and kind of more of a filmic look. And then that also gives you the opportunities to, when you break that kind of, should we say, solid grid structure. So when it gets into the more scary scenes or the scenes where it starts going off a bit kilter, as it were, with the horror, then I'm able to break that panels down a little bit more and kind of just play with it. So I wanted to give a kind of widescreen, kind of moody noir feel, kind of classic look to it, really, which I originally worked on when I worked on Punisher Max with Axel at Marvel. Mm-hmm. That's where I picked up the widescreen panels, as it were.
Very nice. So the success of the company, I think, tell me, is it on trajectory to what you were hoping for? I know this is another opportunity to give not just this book, but the company and yourself some exposure, but is this look like it's going to go? Because I'm super excited. I hope you guys are gaining traction in the market with this, because this is good stuff.
We are, yes, and it's been doubly amazing because we were so sidetracked by COVID. I mean, our first issues came out. Hotel number 1 was March 18th. Our first 4 books came out March 18th, and if you remember, that's basically the week that everything shut down. It's 4 days after all the sports leagues shut down, and for a while there, it looked like no one's going to get a chance to read these things, which is part of the reason why we put everything up for free online. We had always talked about doing that, and we're thinking of ways to experiment with it, and COVID really accelerated that for us. Because that kind of went so well with the first 4 books, we put up subsequent first issues, including Old Haunts. And then when things started opening back up again, we were cautiously optimistic because we knew the quality was so good. We knew that people would eventually find these, but we thought, because of the mood in the world, it might be when they go to trade and not so much when they're in single issues.
Yeah.
And we've been very pleasantly surprised by how quickly audiences have found these books and how vocal they've been about praising them so far.
Mike, we have a question from the chat. Mr. Tom Levin is out there. It says, is there a digital ash can or script available any place for Old Haunts or any other titles? Well, as a matter of fact, yeah, we were just kind of showing that off, Tom, that over here at the AWA website, awastudios.net is basically, I mean, they're all there, it seems. You have all the different episodes available just to be read from what I saw there. So Tom, go ahead and check that website out. And I also read, I was reading the history of this, and I don't want to break into the horror thing and change the theme, but AWA is kind of trying to change the business model also, with how the distribution and the margin. I hope you guys are successful with this, man. I really think if the word got out there to all of these, smaller comic book stores, that if you suggest a good title that's actually got good margin built into it, you can actually make money too. You can actually still make money. And I think that's something special that AWA Studios is doing, because it's listed right there for the world to see. If you're a distributor and you go through Diamond, you're gonna get it at basically 25% of cover price through that. So I mean, smaller comic book stores should be really jumping on this. This could be a moneymaker for them, especially if the art and the stories are as strong as you have started. You continue this trend and you have the foundation for something really game changing, in my opinion. I don't want to just overdo it. Gentlemen, any comments to that?
Well, I would say that it's kind of with Old Haunts, I'm kind of noticing that it's got good word of mouth. So people who are experimenting it are picking it up, are kind of genuinely surprised by the quality of AWA, and then going back for more and genuinely kind of hooked into it, which I think is great for a new title.
Yep.
So we have two new
in
titles.
terms of Hotel, one of the advantages is because our thing's kind of built around one-shots and standalone stories. There's been instances of people who've maybe jumped on board and picked up issue 3 as the first issue they tried, and they've enjoyed it enough that they've wanted to go back and check out the other stuff. They've not felt kind of they can't jump on, so that's been an advantage for us, we found.
Absolutely. So let's talk about Hotel. Can we talk about this one for a second? Because this one creeped me out. Because honestly, let's all be real. We've all been in a hotel room and wondered, what the hell's happened in this room? What the heck has happened in this
I'm
room?
losing you guys for a moment.
Oh, it's okay, Dalibor. If you have camera issues, go ahead and just stop the cam there. Or if you have to mute, that's totally fine. It looks like
actually I have a sound issues.
Ollie's back. Ollie's dropping. He's having connection issues. We're going to try and get Ollie back in here. But let's talk about Hotel.
Yeah.
So, love the premise. The Route 66 kind of hits home for me because it's just one of those things. I live out here in California and we go to Disneyland, and that's the whole thing that they do there, that Route 66. And I'm not just going to throw out, I took note. I'm not going to throw out just Psycho, but the whole kind of creepy hotel off the side of the road kind of thing already gets you. Now, this one gets even creepier. And who wants to give us the gist of the story on this one?
Well, yeah, so for Hotel, the basic premise of the series is this hotel, Piero Courts, which is off Route 66, and the idea is that officially it doesn't exist. You won't find it on any map. But if you're driving alone on Route 66 and you're in desperate need of shelter or sanctuary or secrecy, then maybe, just maybe, you'll see the sign hotel next exit, which will take you to Piero Courts. And you might think you want to go there, but it might be harder to leave than it is to get there.
Little Hotel California-esque.
A little bit, actually.
Right?
Actually, somebody did post up online. I just said it recently. They did a little a musical cover version where they kind of took the tune of Hotel California and spliced it in the lyrics of new lyrics based in the comic, which was quite fun.
Well, again, this is.
I love the tagline that says "You don't find this hotel, it finds you." You know, when the time is right. It was great.
It's very much like a travel lodge, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because, I know you were just mentioning a little bit there, JB, but I think we all have it, especially all of us here that go to conventions and stuff, but we all have experiences, I think, of, some, rotten, hotels. And for me, there's something very particular of, especially if you're someone like me who, writes a lot of horror, and is quite morbid in general, there's not long, you've been in a hotel room before you have the thought of, I wonder if anyone's died here. And then, and at one point, I remember, one of the early kind of inklings that started the idea of hotel was I was in my crummy hotel room for a convention, and I was in the bathroom, and I looked across at the mirror outside the bathroom, and there was a mirror at the wall that reflected the bed in the room. And it was one of those beds that had a kind of empty space under it. And I kind of creeped myself out thinking, imagine if I looked in that mirror and I saw somebody underneath the bed, looking back at me. And then I started thinking the kind of weird, creepy stuff you could do in the space of a kind of cheap motel room, because it's not necessarily the standard aesthetic of a haunted house. Normally with a haunted house you think of grand sweeping Gothic manners, but the basic mechanics are the same. So I thought it was an interesting kind of way to play with the genre.
I think this has a lot of legs. This can go so many different ways. I'll tell you, when I think about the hotel room, I not just think about what happened in the room. Sometimes I'll go out on the balcony and I'll wonder, what happened within view of this room? What did somebody see from this view? Or, every so often you see the shadow under the door from the hallway. And why is that shadow stopped? Is there somebody outside my door? And it's not a shadow. It's the bird in the window from across the hallway dropping the shadow. It's just so creepy that you guys can go so many different directions with this. So let's talk about the art on this one. Artist here. Is he here? Where is it? There. Yeah,
he's there.
Dalibor.
Do you hear me? Yeah, I'm here.
Can hear you.
Talk to me. Inspiration for this.
Inspiration for this. Well, obviously, since we're talking about horror, one of my great role models that I will probably never even come close to is Bernie Wrightson, and the way his characters move, the way they are one with the space around them, whatever that space is, and the mundane stuff that he succeeds to make creepy. That was my guideline, to make ordinary people, ordinary hotel, ordinary room, but to try to make it as creepy as possible without too many flashy, monstrous artistic interventions.
But the first picture and the first painting's really creepy, man.
Yeah, well, that was that was
I mean, I stared at that for a little while. I was like, man, that is creepy.
It gets creepier.
Well, that was accidental because I wanted to I wanted the art, to the inclines and everything to be different in the painting than the rest of the art in the book. And I wanted to, emulate the old style painting, like romantic painters, stuff like that. And I started doodling some of the references that I took off from internet, and I started practicing. I started doodling, and accidentally one of the doodles came out very close to what was in the book finally. And for some reason, it was creepier than everything else, just because of its simplicity. It's like, in very often in horror movies, children are the most creepy creatures that you can imagine. Sweet little children. So a child's drawing can be very, very disturbing. And trust me, I have an 8 years old daughter, and she draws some creepy stuff.
All right.
It's funny you mentioned like the painting there on the Piero the Clown painting, because something like we're on issue 4's coming out next week, and like so we're 3 issues in, and nobody still online that I've seen has noticed the fact that in that first page in issue 1, like the painting actually moves a little bit in the background, where like if you look between the 2 panels, like it shifts position. But I do on the point that Dalibor's making. I think that's what I really love about Dalibor's art. I think that what makes like him the perfect artist for this book, because he's such a fantastic naturalistic artist. He draws really kind of like down to earth, like believable people. He's really good at like meticulous locations, and that's what makes it so like unnerving, because you're grounding like these horrific events and these kind of really believable like sort of settings. It makes it all feel scarier. And I think that's what really enhances the book.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So the tiny little tweaks that you might, if you go especially back to issue 1, on the couple of first pages, if you see the differences in the painting in the background, there are no mistakes.
Yeah,
they're there for a reason, and John wrote it.
He's blaming me.
Yeah, of course.
I should just deny this. Like, wait a minute, what are you talking about?
If you don't mind, there it is, and it is frightening.
Yeah.
You kind of expect those eyes you're waiting for those eyes to open, aren't you, really?
Right? But they don't. Something else happens if you especially in that page, if you pay attention, something else happens. Just the little things. It's brilliant. John's brilliant, really.
It's just brilliant. Okay, now, gentlemen, I feel like I know Ollie's been popping in and out. You're having some internet issues, but it looks like you're stable now.
Yeah, sorry.
How did I get you incorporated in this conversation, man? What's going on?
We're just in life, or
just tell me about the horror industry.
I'm okay,
why
a bit
you're
tired.
so happy to be part of this team.
Oh well, I mean, like a really big thing for me is working with Laurence. Like Laurence is one of my favorite artists in comics, and like getting to work with him has just been a dream come true, especially on this project. Because like when me and Rob was coming up with it, we kind of we talked about a few artists, but Laurence was always just top of our list, because we knew he could do the crime stuff absolutely perfectly. We knew he could do the horror stuff perfectly, and like really meld it together in this way where it doesn't feel like they're constantly at odds together. Like we never wanted to tell a story where it was like, we didn't want it to be like a crime story kind of like constantly bashing into a horror story, or the other way around. We wanted it to kind of all flow from each other, and we knew that Laurence could do that pretty perfectly, so that's been great. And also Laurence is actually the reason I'm working in comics, because when we first met and I was first thinking about even writing comics, he was kind enough to start chatting with me and like kind of like giving me some advice on how to break in. And actually, weirdly, same as Rob. Like through Laurence, I met Rob, and Rob was really helpful. So it's kind of been weird to work finally with like the two people who've helped me get started on it.
Well, if you don't mind me, we have lots of people that watch my channel that are aspiring artists, aspiring writers. What was the advice?
Oh God, I can't remember. It was ages. It was years ago now.
To kill all your competition and put little coins in their eyes.
And if you'll notice, there's no one else my age in comics. I've just been,
You got rid of that hole.
You've been a bit busy.
Just one by one, just slicing all their throats. It's why I don't do many comics these days. I've just been killing and burying. I mean, like, this is going to sound like a really simple thing, but like, one of the big things that Laurence told me was just go to conventions and like, hey, the internet is great for kind of like meeting people, but if you can go to conventions and meet people face to face, like not even editors, because a lot of times like editors at conventions don't really want to be pitched work. They're there to like do stuff in the daytime and then have, see friends in the evening. But it's to kind of like just meet people in the industry, meet like artists you can work with, letterers and colorists you can work with. I mean, if you're lucky enough to kind of like be able to go to a convention, because like, not everyone can. But that was really good advice. And also, this was actually something Laurence said, was like, start off small. Like, don't start pitching, or don't start trying to write like your graphic novel, or don't start writing like full 24 page scripts. Like, start just trying to write short stories. If you can kind of get the structure of a short story as good as you can get it, then you can expand that out and learn everything you learned from that. And that's why, like, I never worked for 2000 AD, but I think that's why 2000 AD has been such a great training ground for people in the UK, because it starts you off, like, you have to start off on Future Shocks, which are, sorry, can I swear on this? Already did.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Too late.
Like, yeah, ask after you've done it. Like those Future Shocks, which I pitched some and never got any through. They're really difficult to do, and they're really difficult to do well. But if you can do it, then you've kind of cracked a certain amount of writing, like the kind of like safe of writing right there. So it's a really helpful way of getting in. Like I said, I didn't do that. I ended up, my first published work was The Kitchen. So I went straight from doing like 2 or 3 short stories and tiny anthologies in the UK to doing a 8-issue run at Vertigo. So I had a steep learning curve.
Yeah,
like,
which then got turned into a Hollywood movie. I think that's the trumpet.
Wow.
The first thing that Ollie ever pitched at a convention actually got turned into a Hollywood movie. So that's not a bad hit rate, to be honest with you.
Wow,
No,
that's incredible.
But like, and I'm really proud of The Kitchen. I still think it holds up. But there is something also slightly disconcerting about, like, the first proper thing that you wrote is probably your most read thing as well, because of the film. It got published, so it's kind of like everyone's looking at. It's like if you're a band and like, no matter how big you get, it's like the first album is the one everyone hears, and you see every mistake you made at every point.
Yeah.
So, Ollie, what was your kind of like? What was your second album? What was your second comic?
Snowblind.
And what's happened with Snowblind?
Which is also being turned into a movie.
Hey.
Starring Jake Gyllenhaal.
Starring and produced by Jake Gyllenhaal. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Ollie, you're amazing.
Your life is riddled with
All
problems.
of us trying to kill Ollie and absorb his powers.
I know. Holy moly. That's amazing. So we're talking horror. This is the horror panel. What drives you guys to horror? And when were you attracted to the horror genre? Is this something that you've been in as a kid? Were you that kid that snuck into the Friday the 13th movies when you were too young because you just had to see them? I mean, when did this start for you? Let's start with Dalibor. Come on.
Horror, when did it start?
Yeah.
Well, to me, horror is about the mood, the disturbing, unclear situation. But the key word is disturbing. And I never really was able to find it in comic books until Gene Colan's Dracula.
Ooh.
He managed to capture the mood. His inks were very fluid, like the characters weren't firm in space. Everything is kind of almost done wrong, if you didn't know how to draw and you saw it for the first time, you'd say, this is, things are not solid, but that's exactly the point. And then, coming from that point, I started comparing that feeling that I got from Gene Colan with the feeling I get while watching, I don't know, a horror movie. But the mood is the main thing, and I like thrilling moods, whether it's crime thriller or horror thriller. But this disturbing feeling that something is wrong, even though it seems okay. That's what draws me in.
I said it earlier. It's the EBGBs, man. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, EBs, yeah.
When you guys can get that turning the page in a comic book, you got it. All right, Laurence, tell me about horror.
If I'm honest, kind of being open, I'm not really big on gory horror at all. In fact, I saw zombie flesh eaters when I went round a friend's house at the age of 9. It scared the crap out of me. And since then, I've avoided all horror. The amount of horror films I've seen is very small. But what I do like is psychological horror. That's something that does interest me. And I've always enjoyed kind of darkness and mood as well. So that kind of, it's more of a psychological horror. The kind of horror that, did you see that? Or was that just me? That kind of horror is the horror that I like. Or am I going crazy? That's the kind of horror that really interests me.
The deja vu.
Yeah, so that kind of thing, the kind of things that just kind of put you on a little bit of edge or a little bit freaky kind of thing, that's what I like. And also with horror, I quite like building and setting the mood. I don't think you need to show kind of full gore it's the scene before the full gore is the important scene, rather
maybe
than
the scene after you only need to see the splatter and you don't need to see the act.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I like. So I'll go back to Hitchcock and things like that. That's the kind of horror that I kind of like.
All right. I'm going to go around here. I got John next. John, tell me.
Oh, horror's like a lifelong love for me. One of my earliest memories of a favourite film was like The Monster Squad when I was like 4 years old, and like there was a video shop in my home, my sort of street where I lived in Main Street called Video World, which had probably very lax procedures for like the videos it would give to kids. So me at 4 or 5 years old, I would like toddle down the street and I'd pick up like a cartoon, and I'd pick up like Maniac Cop or House, or Nightmare on Elm Street 3, and like so I just absorbed this stuff when I was a kid. And like me and my older cousin, when most normal kids around their age were maybe playing like cops and robbers or like cowboys and Indians, whatever, like we were playing horrors, like where he would pretend to be like Freddy Krueger and I pretend to be Chucky, and we just like kill invisible people. And so like I've always like loved horror like ever since I was a little kid, and I kind of associate it like with weird like wholesome memories and like happiness and nostalgia in a lot of ways. In terms of like horror comics, the big comic for me, I remember about a decade ago when I was just starting to kind of get into writing comics, and I picked up a book. I've actually got a visual aid here, a book called Uzumaki by Junji Ito, which I call like my horror bible. I still think it's one of the best comics ever made. It's definitely the scariest comic ever made, and I read this book and it freaked me the hell out. And I pretty much spent like, after I read that, I thought I want to do horror comics now. And I spent like about a decade trying to chase like terrifying people like halfway as much as that book terrified me.
What? Can you show that book again? I'm sorry.
Uzumaki by Junji Ito. It's about a small town which is haunted by spirals, but that's actually a lot scarier than it sounds. But yeah, it's a very good book.
Very good.
All right, Rob, tell me about horror.
I think I'm kind of similar to Laurence. I think it's more the things you don't see, and sort of. Yes. I like the fact the horror that freaks you out when your mind is putting the two and two together, and rather than the actual sort of the more overt sort of gory splatter stuff for me. But it's things like, it's things like in Poltergeist. The scene always freaks me out in Poltergeist is when sort of the mum turns around to do the dishes or whatever, and she turns back around and all the chairs have been stacked, right? Yes. Now that's kind of like, that even gives me the freaks even talking about it, because there's an internal nothing bad happens to anyone in that scene, right? But there's an internal logic to that which just is so alien, and someone's playing with you and you don't get any answers. And that's kind of like part of what we wanted to do with Old Haunts was it's more of a thing of what you think you see, you catch a glimpse of, and that's what freaks you out. And that's part of the reason with Old Haunts we wanted to set it in a city, because most in a modern sort of city like LA, because most horror stories are set in old houses or graveyards or old environments. So we thought it'd be really cool to do something with the reflection of lights in the skyscrapers and the type of thing when you're driving through a city like LA late at night, and you look up at a skyscraper and what you might see in a window up sort of on the 6th floor. You know what I mean? An image for you just as you flash past in your car, and you kind of what was that? So it's more sort of I like stories where sort of you're being asked to do a bit of a work yourself as well, rather than actually just giving you the entire gory splatter everywhere. So films like Jacob's Ladder and stuff like that. Those are the type of films that get me excited.
Definitely.
What Lies Beneath? Have you? Do you remember? Sorry, you remember What Lies Beneath? Robert Zemeckis.
Such an underrated film.
Good stuff.
That's it.
Michael.
That's the masterpiece.
Big cultural reference point for Hotel 2, actually. What Lies Beneath?
Really? Okay. I love that scene where they're overlooking the city, and they how many people have we brought up here? That is just one of those, and that gives me the EBGBs, because then right after that,
what's that?
You dig down into those, and then we saw the coins in the. Oh man, come on, guys, Michael.
Yeah, well, it's. No, I was just going to say that's also the fact. There's a way we could have done the comic with like captions and internal monologue, and we could have explained it all out, but we deliberately didn't do that. We're kind of we really want the readers to see the visuals and make their own little internal logic connections about what's going on.
And sorry to cut you off, JP, but just to jump in what Rob's saying, that's one of the things that I really loved about Old Haunts. We talk about horror, and for me, in a kind of way, the horror in that book starts before any of the supernatural stuff happens. It's the idea of we have this image of gangsters and in pop culture, but really the idea of a gangster is built on mountains of dead bodies lying forgotten somewhere, which I think is an inherently creepy idea before you even get into the ghosts and stuff.
Yeah. Well, there's something about that in there's that bit in Goodfellas where they've got Billy Bats. Sorry, spoilers for Goodfellas. They got Billy Bats in the trunk of the car, and they hear the kind of him kind of bouncing around, and then they stab him and shoot him, and then when they're burying him, and also when they're digging him up later on, it's soaked in red, and it's that could be a still from a horror film. Right there, right in the middle of this gangster film, well, both things. And there's something about it. As someone who's kind of come from writing crime and gangster stuff, it's very easy sometimes to kind of get swept up in kind of the cool crime stuff and not the fact that these are essentially mass murderers. All these people, if anyone in kind of mid to high level of the mafia has killed God knows how many people or responsible for God knows how many deaths, they're essentially serial killers.
Yeah, exactly. And no spoilers, but you've got 3 guys, but one of them really doesn't want to quit, right? I mean, he's I've been living my best life, right? So that's an issue. Michael.
Poor Primo.
Tell me your thoughts on the horror comic, or just in the horror industry in general.
Sure. Well, first of all, John mentioning Monster Squad made me wish that I wore my Monster Squad shirt. No, for me, horror, to be really effective, has to be grounded in some kind of reality. I have to kind of believe the characters, and even if it's supernatural, I sort of have to have it in the back of my head that this could really happen based on the rules that this is laid out for itself. So whether it's something like The Vanishing, which is very much reality based, the original version, not the American one, or something more like The Descent or the first Alien movie, that even though okay, this could never happen, during those 2 hours, you sort of believe everything that everyone does. And to me, when you're not kind of questioning the premise or questioning motivations, you can really sink in and let yourself be scared. That being said, I also have a soft spot for 80s slasher movies that are just over the top, completely ridiculous. So, and then, my first exposure to horror comics was, in my grandparents' attic, there were old, like Creep Show and Eerie sort of things that just had these like sleazy, like really prurient covers. That like I just years later I can still remember. I don't really remember the contents of the book so much, but just those covers just still like stick in my mind.
Yes. I think from my earliest exposure to what I would call the EBGBs, would be watching like it was late at night with my dad. They used to have that oh man, was it Creature Features? Used to have some horror movies, but I can't remember the name of the series now. Welcome to I forget it. I can't remember now. Now I'm all messing around. There was a series.
Friends.
The most terrifying show on earth.
I used to watch that series at night, and it was always on at night. And it started with the TV going bzzz, down to a line, and now you've entered the Twilight Zone. And when I used to watch the Twilight Zone, that was the first inklings as a child of having that, scare, because they didn't always show you the creature. Maybe you only saw the hand, or maybe you just saw the reflection in it, and you had to fill in the pieces with your mind and your imagination. And that's what started that was fun. Let's do that again. I was scared, but now I'm still alive. So yeah, I dug that feeling, that feeling of intense, whatever it is. It's the adrenaline pump that you get when you don't know what's about to happen. And I was hooked, and I've been hooked ever since. So there you go. The Twilight Zone.
You bring up something really interesting, JB. Like that, I think that there's actually in this chat, there's actually going to be real differences in like the kind of horror upbringing. Because when you ever talk to like American folk, they have like a lot of stuff like the Twilight Zone and stuff that they watched in TV. But I think when you talk about like me and Laurence and Rob and Ollie, I think we were kind of weaned on like A Ghost Story for Christmas, and like the really kind of low rent, like like BBC like TV dramas, like which are really, and I think are still very scary, like stuff like The Signalman and Whistle Will Come to You, and the Stone Tape and stuff like that. A lot of Nigel Neal written things, which is a real particular aesthetic.
I think I'm too young for that. I don't remember any of those.
No, I think I saw them in the reruns. I don't think I saw them in the originally.
I was thinking a bunch of people were talking the other day on Twitter about it was Nick Rogue's birthday. It was this amazing British film director. And when I was a kid, I saw Don't Look Now, which must have been on the BBC or something. I don't know what was going on and why I was allowed to watch it at that age. It was one of the scariest films you'll ever see in your entire life. And they used to just put that on the BBC for children to watch. You know what I mean? So yeah,
I think the 70s children's TV. You go back, pretty dark.
Terrifying.
I remember a lot of things on there that were a little bit creepy, and they wouldn't show now.
Well, like
no, I think. Well, I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I don't know if they'd show stuff now, but I remember stuff I'd watched when I was a kid. And I'm younger than you, but I remember a lot of that freaking the hell out of me. It's think about British kids' TV shows. They're not afraid to scare the shit out of you.
Yeah. I just remember as a child, the difference between watching Night of the Living Dead and not really being all that scared of it, but watching an Alfred Hitchcock movie and being freaking terrified over what's happening, because I was just so, into the film. And I know we're getting into the horror films and stuff, but comic books is getting there. I think what you guys are doing is getting there. So congratulations to that. Let's circle back around to we're talking about horror comic books. AWA is doing it, folks. Not a lot of people are. Check out your local LCS and make sure they've got these titles coming in and all the other titles coming in from AWA. Real quick, I do want to share again the website. Go check out awastudios.net and get previews and free copies, digital copies. Basically, you can read all these titles that are on here right now. We're focusing on two. We're focusing on Old Haunts, which is basically the bunch of old gangsters, 3 of them, that get haunted by their past crimes, literally. It's so good. Alex, Donnie, and Primo. So if you're interested in that story, go ahead and check out the first episode for free right here on awastudios.net. And then also we were talking about Hotel, which is, man, really creepy, which is exactly what we're looking for, guys. And you can also read the first episode here and get some extras and get some insight into the creators. So make sure if you're watching this on the rewind, I will have links in the description below to awastudios.net and we'll go ahead and check that out and support these guys. These are great, talented people here doing some new stuff, in my opinion, because I feel that the horror genre has kind of been underserved in the comic books, and AWA is going to bring it back strong, and I'm excited about it, gentlemen. Is there anything else that you guys want to highlight before we kind of wrap up for the hour?
Yeah, if I can mention just very briefly, someone whose name we haven't talked about that's involved in both of these books is the colorist Lee Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
If you looked at these two books side by side, you would probably never guess that they were colored by the same person. The approach he uses in Old Haunts, like we've talked about, is it looks like a Michael Mann film. Whereas what he's doing in Hotel has that sort of more kind of grainy, old horror comic look to it. And in both cases, like, he just sort of helps complete the atmosphere so well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what lead us
100%.
on Old Haunts, I think, is
Least,
it's kind of just
really
extraordinary.
yeah.
I agree. I
Lee
was
did an amazing job.
bringing it back up so we could see it. And I was going to go full screen layout here, and just, these are opening panels that just
When it goes into the
tell
city,
such a big story. I mean, there's no words spoken, none need to be spoken. Yeah, no, this is really good stuff, gentlemen. Really, really good stuff.
If you,
Pure mood.
yeah, that he captures the mood perfectly and complements
Yeah.
Lawrence's art. Absolutely amazing. Eh?
I was really pleased. We've done a great job.
Yeah.
He's also the perfect partner for Dalibor. Like, the level of detail he brings to the colors is just fantastic.
I've already worked with Lee previously a couple of times, and he's a master of mood. He switches mood without even on very few occasions we had to talk about what I imagined. He would read my mind quite well.
Excellent. Sounds like you guys have a great working team going over there, and I'm really looking forward to the future of AWA Studios and not just the horror line, but everything that's going on over there. You guys are doing some really good work.
Yeah, I'm really excited about AWA is sorry.
I'm going to give each of you guys a little chance to kind of say your little goodbyes as we're going to wrap this up, and we're going to start with Michael. Michael, you got the floor.
Well, I mean, I've enjoyed this. Thank you for having me, and thank you for kind of giving me a front row seat to hear John, Dalibor, Ollie, Rob, and Laurence. I really enjoyed it. I hope if you haven't already had a chance to check out the books, anyone listening or watching, please give them a shot. Like we've talked about a few times, they are up on our website, the first couple issues of each book. And Hotel is winding down. The trade will be out in October. So you can get that at your local comic shop or hopefully your local bookstore. And Old Haunts has a few issues to go. So if you haven't gotten on board yet, there's still time to check out the first couple issues and get on for the conclusion. We have a lot of great stuff coming in the future. And I hope that if you're a fan of horror comics, you'll check out these books and a few others that we've got going. And if you're not as much a fan of horror comics, we've got other stuff, other great stuff as well.
We're still on?
We seem to be.
We've lost our host.
Yeah, we're lost our host.
The inmates are
Party!
We can do whatever we want.
Trash the place.
We got the beer.
No.
Ollie, you
party
killed him
beginning.
too?
You lost
No
Should we
one
be
shouts,
professional?
Like
Someone go
Highlander.
next.
I have to take out
Well,
everyone.
yeah, here, I'll take over for him.
I'm the captain now.
Let's go to Dalibor next. We'll go around the horn.
I'm sorry. I heard you mention my name, but I lost the tone for a moment.
Instead, we're gonna you do your farewell speech now.
Oh, okay. Well, this has been great. It's been great seeing you guys. Really, I wish we all lived closer, or at least there were some conventions so we could get pissed and everything. And one short note to everybody: if you travel, when you travel, beware of where you stay tonight.
Nice.
Next.
Yeah. So, thanks for. Sorry, did you say John there? I wasn't sure.
Who cares? Go.
So I never jumped in somebody there. Thanks for listening, everybody. If you've had trouble understanding what I'm saying, there's some subtitling options you can add on the replay. As I say, I hope you've enjoyed Hotel if you've been reading it. If you like Hotel, you might want to check out some of my other stuff. I write a book called Mountainhead, which is also coming out right now, and I've got older books like Sink and Then Emily Was Gone. You can find me on Twitter at JohnLees927. You can find my Patreon page, patreon.com/JohnLees. And so I say, thank you. Please keep on checking out the rest of the series. The last issue of Hotel, for now, comes out next week.
For
now. Local comic shop, and the collection will be out in shops in October. Thanks very much for listening.
I'd just like to say thanks for people watching. It's a pleasure actually meeting some of you. I've never met some of you before, so that's been good fun. It's a shame we can't go down the pub. So thanks for
that. I'll just say thanks as well. Thanks for reading. Thanks for coming to check this out. Stay safe because it's weird out there at the moment. But thanks for coming on.
Yeah, same as everyone, really. I mean, it's been really sort of one of the cool things I will say about Old Haunts, being given the chance to do Old Haunts, is the fact that we've been allowed to do exactly the type of book we wanted to do, and we're really proud of it. It's kind of adventurous and in a lot of kind of ways creatively, and AWA have sort of backed us on that, which is great. So hope everyone reads it, and I hope everyone reads Hotel as well, and AWA keeps going from strength to strength.
Absolutely, it's been a real pleasure.
If this one is also going to be a movie, something's wrong. The game is rigged.
I know. This is what we're counting on, right? Ollie's going to use his Masonic links to get this one made too.
It's the only reason you've worked with me, isn't it, Rob?
This is a blatant thing.
We got a breakdown live.
What do we do now,
Rob? We can't leave until JB comes back to let us out, so we just have to stay here forever. Like Lord of the Flies, but in video call format.
Is this the video version of Hotel? Can we not leave?
Wow.
I think we have a little leave studio button, so we can sort of try that. But thanks for everyone for coming and listening to us. And
please check out the program, mainframecomicon.com. There's a whole bunch of other stuff still to come, including more AWA panels. So take a look at the program, and if anything takes your fancy, keep on watching.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Cool.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, guys. Nice. Dalibor, John,
Yeah,
Michael.
pleasure meeting you.
See you guys.
Nice to meet you all. Good
Bye.
night and good luck.
Oh my goodness. I had a power outage, everybody. I
Les gens sont, c'est
Oh.
bien ça. Signer-
thought that everybody had a power outage.
You all set?
Wow. Yeah, we just had a power outage here in Discovery Bay, California, and right when I was wrapping up the last panel.
T'aimes pas ça, donc t'es contre moi.
Unbelievable. So what we're going to do here real quick is
Les gens qui aiment les chiens versus les gens qui
we're
aiment
going to go ahead and put this up.
Si t'aimes les chats, c'est lui qui
We're
aime pas
going
les
to put
chiens.
everybody backstage real quick.
Tu vois?
Make sure we got everybody, and then we'll count down and get started. Do I have John in? John, are you here?
Ouais.
I'm here. How you doing?
Okay.
Mark, there's Mark. Okay.
One, two, three. I got Mark. I got Richard, Jamin, Stuart, JB.
Who's having domestic issues?
Yeah,
I know someone's in the background.
Oh wait, you didn't? Can you hear that? That's my wife.
Yes, we can hear all of that. Brother.
Yes.
Oh, hold on.
All right, we're gonna mute him for a second.
Okay, that's Jamal.
Okay.
So should I mute the
No,
playback?
we're live right now, so everyone's hearing us right now. So we're gonna go ahead and I think we're just gonna get started since everybody can still hear us. I am so sorry. I lost power here in Discovery Bay, California. I was completely out. So let's go ahead and take this down. I'm going to be in the background, folks. I'm going to go ahead and let John handle this. John, thank you very much. You are on.
All right, JP, thanks a lot. Ahoy, everybody.
Ahoy.
Exactly. Appropriate greeting. This is the Ahoy Comics panel, and I'm pleased as hell to talk to these guys. I'm John Suntress. I host a podcast called Word Balloon, and I've had the pleasure of talking to several of these people before, but I was expecting Captain Tom Pyre to join us. Unfortunately, I know he can't. Yeah. So, and again, I don't know the hierarchy of the ship, but I will either lean on Yeoman Jamal Igle or Stuart Moore to introduce Richard, because I don't know Richard's full name or his capacity, but I have had the pleasure of talking to Stuart Moore, Jamal Igle, and Mark Russell before. It is great to see you guys, and Richard, it's a pleasure meeting you. And I look forward to learning more about your capacity at Ahoy. So either Jamal or Stuart, can you take over the introductions, please?
Well, I think it probably makes sense for everybody to introduce themselves for the most part. I'm Stuart Moore. I'm a writer of Captain Ginger and various things for other companies. And I'm also Ahoy's freelance ops director. Jamal, you want to take it?
Sure. I am Jamal Igle. I am the co-creator and artist of The Wrong Earth, and amongst other things.
Mark, how about you next?
My name is Mark Russell. I'm writing Billionaire Island and Second Coming for Ahoy.
And Richard, please tell us your full name and capacity, if you would.
Name's Richard Pace. I can usually do about half a bottle of vodka before I pass out. The co-creator and lead artist on Second Coming from Ahoy, which is the panel. So I think everyone knows where the book's published.
That's awesome, man. Guys, I love Ahoy Comics' general initiative, and I've enjoyed the books I've read so far. And we were going to have Mariah and Tom on as well to talk about some other projects. But happy to talk about all your books. And we may as well go in order and start with Stuart with the Ginger book. And for me, Stuart, but I know it's a crazy book, and I want you to give us the elevator pitch on the concept. All the Ahoy books are very, very funny, and we really need good humor books. And I'm really pleased to say that Ahoy delivers every month. But yeah, tell us about Captain Ginger.
Well, thanks. I might even be able to share a cover while I do this. But
great.
Captain Ginger has a very simple elevator pitch, which is cats in space. It's about following the destruction of the human race. The cats inherit not quite the Earth, but one starship. And they have to learn how to use it, and they have to learn to survive. And in the latest storyline, which is our second, they also have to deal with their cousins, the dogs, who have a whole different set of priorities and problems, and who really haven't been doing too well on the planet they've been marooned on. We are just finishing this second series up. Let me see if I can share that the trade paperback.
If you have Chrome, you should be able to share your screen. And you will go to the Chrome tab on share screen, and it'll give you options.
That's what I'm doing. And the problem is, I think I opened up.
Hey, Sue, how are you?
It's Sue. Hey, Sue Lee, everyone. Sue, while I'm trying to figure out how to share my screen, why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Sue. I've been working on Ash and Thorn with Mariah. And yeah, I always feel weird. I don't really know what to say at all times.
Oh, don't worry, Sue. I got questions. Absolutely. Okay. I'm glad you're able to join us today. That's terrific.
Thank you. Good to meet you guys all in virtually. I mean,
indeed. There you go, Stuart. I see the screen. So if I don't know who's running the room. There we go.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
There you go. Beautiful.
That's the cover to the trade paperback of Captain Ginger, Volume 2, Dog World, which will be out at the end of October in comic shops and November 10th in bookstores. And it is that cover, as with every page of art in the book, is by my co-creator June Brigman, who is brilliant, mostly known for the comic Power Pack, and she also draws the newspaper strip Mary Worth.
Of course.
And her husband Roy Richardson is the inker. The colorist is also brilliant. Her name is Veronica Gandini. She does beautiful work. So that's what I've been working on for Ahoy, in addition to keeping the schedules and dealing with Diamond and dealing with all the various publishing crises that the entire world's been dealing with lately. So.
It's great to hear that another comic strip artist is doing both a strip and comic book work, and I have a personal connection to Mary Worth. Ironically, I was doing radio in the 80s at a Bloomington, Illinois station, and I was talking about the local paper, and they were running the Mary Worth strip, and I'm like, anybody read Mary Worth? What's the deal with that? And I got so many irate calls of, Mary Worth is going to be in newspapers a lot longer than you're going to be in radio, mister. And
You'll be dead, buddy.
True. So that's amazing, man. No, and I love the concept. And again, this is what I love about Ahoy, all really funny ideas in very capable hands. And Jamal, I'll turn to you now regarding the Wrong Earth. Yes. And I talked to Tom about Dragonfly Man Day, and I just love this. I know the concept, but I will let you describe the concept behind the Wrong Earth.
Okay, so the Wrong Earth, the basic concept of the Wrong Earth is you have a hero or two heroes. Dragonfly Man, who's sort of a kind of kitschy 60s pastiche of several Kate detective characters, and his darker alternate, as I like to refer to him, the goddamn Dragonfly. One is from Earth Alpha, which is a sunlit, happy-go-lucky world, and Earth Omega, which is its darker counterpart. And what happens in the first series is they end up on each other's worlds and have to deal with each other's sidekicks and villains, and all wacky hijinks ensue as you have, Dragonfly, who's this sullen and morose, dark avenger dealing with, villains like the Triviac and
villains that would have been played by, I don't know, maybe a Frank Gorshin, a Burgess Meredith, a Cesar Romero, without naming a possible company that might call for infringement. But imagine Adam West finding himself in the middle of Christian Bale's world.
Basically. With Triviac, if we were going throughout time and space and casting Triviac, I see him more as Sammy Davis Jr.
I like it. He should have been a villain rather than just pop out of the window.
This is true. This is very, very true. So Tom and I are actually working on the follow-up, the sequel to The Wrong Earth, which is Wrong Earth Night and Day, which will be coming out in 2021. And as you can see from the cover, Dragonfly and Dragonfly Man will meet for the very first time.
Wow. Yeah. That's amazing, man. I don't know. You're dealing with alternate universes right now, and we'll talk more about that in a bit. Sue, I'll go to you now and ask for you to give us the 10-cent elevator pitch on the book you work on.
I mean, my favorite, I think, the way Mariah and many others described it was Buffy the Vampire Slayer meets Golden Girls. There's like really nothing else to say, right? If you just put two and two together, it's a great book, honestly. I'm so excited about all the wonderful reception we've gotten so far over it, and we're only like just getting issue 4 out, right? So it's kind of crazy. I'm not really too sure, but I think the second issue is being reprinted again. I don't know if
it's not being reprinted, but Diamond has reordered it again.
Okay.
And I think that's going to run us out of copies. So I think the second issue is sold out.
Great. Yeah. Well, there you go. But yeah, it's
And I just shared the cover to 4, John, if you have that.
Oh, feel free. Yes, please. Thank you, man.
They're beautiful covers. Jill really knocks them out of the ballpark.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm in love with them. Every time like I see a cover, I'm just like so honored that we have her drawing the covers, really. And she gets like the illustrations of what the stories are about down packed, and it's just wonderful. I love the team and like very much.
Well, again, I mean, they're great concepts, and I think again, I think you guys are all handling the humor quite well. Mark, we talked a bit about Second Coming, and I'm sure we'll review that as well right now. But yeah, tell us about the second book, Billionaire Island, correct?
Yeah, Billionaire Island, and the elevator pitch for that is billionaires build an artificial island to escape the end of the world, which they've caused. It's sort of like world's biggest party yacht. And there's no laws really on Billionaire Island, which they call Freedom Unlimited or FU Island, if you want to use the acronym. But yeah, so they got like offshore banks. They literally have a bank called like the Pina Colada Bank, and they have you can eat. They have restaurants that serve nothing but endangered species, and you can only be on the island if you are either a billionaire or working for a billionaire. So if you're like the caddy or the personal servant of a billionaire, they give you a little shock collar you have to wear when you go out in public. So if you get out of line, they can give you a shock. But yeah, it's sort of, it's interesting that they were able to reunite me with Steve Pugh, who is the artist that I worked with on the Flintstones, for the DC Hanna-Barbera line, because in a lot of ways, this sort of bookends the story of human civilization.
Very true. I love that.
Flintstones is like the beginning, and you see the fundamental errors of human civilization, and this is sort of like the end.
It's full circle.
Yeah,
that's outstanding.
Now we just got to gradually do everything in between.
And before we get to Richard, let's talk about Second Coming.
Yeah, another really easy elevator pitch. Second Coming is Jesus Christ sharing a 2-bedroom apartment with a superhero. And it's really about sort of a deconstruction of both how superheroes and Christianity have been sort of abused by institutions, about how they've been sort of like abused these belief systems and these sort of icons of public imagination to further their own interests and to consolidate their own hold on power rather than to serve the people that they originally were meant to serve.
That's excellent, man. No, and Second Coming has had an interesting life, a gestation period. Interesting showing the baby there, because I know that a couple companies turned it down, Mark, or just one?
Well, yeah, we were only shown the door in disgrace by one company.
Okay.
But yeah, it was originally supposed to be a Vertigo title with DC, and the kitchen got a little too hot for them, so they politely asked me if I'd be interested in getting the rights back and kindly taking it somewhere else. But the first place I had in mind was Ahoy. We spoke to a few other companies about publishing it, but really it was always just kind of a formality, testing the water. Because in my mind, this is like sort of a perfect project for Ahoy, because they are sort of the funny Vertigo. They're the Vertigo for like sort of funny satirical titles. So it's like where are you going to find someone who's going to get this material and respect it better than Ahoy?
That's a great description. You're absolutely right. I think funny Vertigo is because you guys aren't willing or aren't unwilling to take risks with your stuff, and certainly Second Coming shows that. But I think all the concepts do and everything. Richard, tell us about your book.
It's Second Coming.
Oh, excuse me. Richard, I apologize. There you go. It's already been a long man. I really thought that these conventions would be easier when you're doing them from home.
John,
but no, brain rot continues, so I apologize. There we go. Well, then,
the fun thing about looking at what happened with our book is essentially we got pushed off to the side before Vertigo essentially collapsed. And the further we get away from DC, the more stuff DC gets to go through in a negative way. So it's almost like we got put on the lifeboat. And as we're looking back saying, geez, they dumped us on a lifeboat. We were really enjoying that cruise liner as it hits an iceberg off in the distance. And we watch it sink slowly.
Yeah.
So I think being at Ahoy has been a wonderful experience for the book. They've let us do things that we know Vertigo wouldn't have let us do. And not only is the book better for it, but I think Mark and I are better for it. So
no, that's great, man. Mark let me see the first couple issues when we spoke on Word Balloon, And I love it. It's a very, very funny book. And again, for all of you, from both the art standpoint and the writing and stuff, the humor works, man. And it's funny. And Mark, when you and Steve were doing the Flintstones, and I mentioned this to you before, I'm such a fan of like being on model when it comes to the classic characters that I'm like, I don't know. And also, I got to be honest, I really didn't care for the live action John Goodman movie
no one did.
There you yeah.
I think even John Goodman doesn't list it on his resume anymore.
But that's the thing. So I'm like, I don't know if that's going to work. And my God, you captured the tone, and then with Second Coming, it's terrific, and it really is like Jesus is my roommate, God is my co-pilot, but Jesus is my roommate. So that's
and I think the key to writing these characters is that it can't just be snarky, it can't just be an assassination attempt. It's got to be like, find what you love about these characters, and then build your version of them around the things you love about them.
Understood. Absolutely, man. Stuart, can you speak to the genesis of Ahoy? And what were you part? And Jamal, please, as well, if you, because honestly, I think of you guys as first generation Ahoy. So I don't know how much and again, these were kind of some of the questions I'd be asking Tom if he were to join us. But just to explain the imprint to viewers that maybe aren't as familiar with Ahoy.
Well, it really started with Tom and our publisher Hart Seeley. They put the whole thing together along with another guy who's local to them in Syracuse named Frank Camuso, who's a very talented cartoonist. And he's been too busy with other things to be very actively involved, but he's an advisor on everything we do. They brought me in pretty early on. Jamal was brought in early on also as the artist and creator of The Wrong Earth, which was our first title.
Right.
Because we've been talking about is coming back in January. It just sort of grew from there. We assembled a small team. Behind the scenes, it's the best team I've ever worked with. Everything just works. Everything clicks. Everyone's very enthusiastic. Everyone's very straightforward, which helps. It's just been, for me, it's just been a great experience, both creatively and in terms of the working environment. Jamal, you want to say?
Well, like Stuart said, Stuart actually, it's really funny because Stuart and I live very close to each other, and there's a pie place that we frequent, and I bumped into Stuart in front of the pie place, and he said that Tom had this book that he wanted to talk to me about, and it was the combination of the opportunity to work with Tom, who's been one of my favorite writers forever, and then what really sold me was they sent me a PDF of another early Ahoy book, High Heaven, which I saw what they were doing. I got the humor, the quality that they were putting into the books themselves. And I said that I definitely had to be involved. So very early on, Tom was exceedingly flexible. The initial idea behind The Wrong Earth was pretty much the same, but we hadn't really solidified who Dragonfly and Dragonfly Man were ultimately going to become. It was originally going to be a dog themed kind of vigilante thing, but two things happened. One was we have a friend of ours named Vito Del Sante who does a book called Stray. Yep. And I didn't want to step on his toes doing a similar type of hero.
Sure.
The other thing was I happened during the early conversations with Tom, I was on vacation in Tokyo and we were having these phone calls and I was, emailing these sketches back and forth to him. And while I was in Tokyo, one of the things about Japanese society is that there are dragonflies as a motif. There are dragonflies everywhere. They're like houseflies. They're literally just everywhere you go.
Yeah.
You see dragonflies everywhere. But dragonflies as a motif in Japanese society and Japanese history, they represent gracefulness and the warrior spirit. They adorn flags and samurai armor and all these different things. So I'm telling Tom this, and he goes, "Wow, that's really funny because in European history and mythology, dragonflies are emissaries of the devil." And I said, "Wow, we've got our heroes. We've got our dichotomy right there." So everything just sort of built out of that idea of Dragonfly Man being the noble heroic crusader, that Adam West influence, but there's also a little Guy Williams in there.
Sure.
There's there's a lot more to me with Dragonfly Man. There's definitely there's leaning more towards the Zorro-esque Guy Williams kind of idea. And where Dragonfly is concerned, it's definitely leaning more towards that like kind of Christian Bale, Frank Miller influence, Dark Knight kind of idea. Personality wise, with Dragonfly specifically, when I think of him, especially the first series, he's just tired. He's been fighting crime for years and years and years.
Burnt out.
He just burnt out and an alcoholic and just miserable, but he still goes out and does the job, but he does it in the most efficient way that he possibly can. So if it means burning a bunch of guys alive or shooting them instead of trying to talk them down or beat them up, that's what he's going to do. So the idea of having these two very disparate versions of the same character who represent very different eras of those types of hero books is infinitely appealing to me. It's given me such an opportunity to just work out whatever Joneses I have for all of those types of characters.
Well, and with when I talk to Tom, what I love about Dragonfly Man in the Dragonfly edgier universe, he still has his virtue, and he really is like this very Galahad sort of character that is beyond reproach, and nothing is fate. Although I was reading the Dragonfly Man miniseries that came out this year before the next volume of Raw on Earth, and there's chinks in the armor that are starting to appear, and I look forward to see the development of the story. But it really is great, like dropping Adam West in a Frank Miller world and still being Adam West and everything. And and again, and I get the Guy Williams analogy as well, because I'm a massive Disney Zorro fan. So no, I see it. I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, that's the fun of the series. So
I absolutely agree. It has really been, and working with Ahoy has been, one of the best working experiences that I've had as a creator. I'm, going on 31 years working in comics. Yeah.
That's crazy, Jamal. That's excellent, man.
Yeah,
Very cool.
I started at 17. So it's literally been, it's great to be surrounded by professionals, people that I respect, people who are friends, people who treat the company seriously, are good to the talent. Like, I've never seen a company put talent as a priority the way that Ahoy does.
That's excellent. Tom Levin, I'm assuming, is asking a question about Tom Pyre, and if you guys want to go around the horn. And I mean, again, Tom's a great veteran of comics, as many of you are. And any thoughts on Tom as a creator and what makes him a great writer?
Oh yeah. Well, Tom. I mean, yes, Tom is an incredibly talented writer. He is versatile. He's never been a one-trick pony in terms of writer. For me personally, working with Tom, he's just funny. Like, funny and giving and willing to listen to ideas and suggestions and take them in. And, again, it goes to that whole, the experience that I've had working with Ahoy for the past 2 years has just, Tom, makes that much easier. I mean, Stuart is different. Stuart and I have been friends forever. So
we did a run on Firestorm together.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we're almost 2 years. I'm working almost 2 years on that one too. So it's been, it's again, but it's the same thing. Talking to Frank, working with Hart Seeley, the publisher, like, just good guys all around, good people all around.
Yeah, if I could say something else about Tom too, he is mostly known as a writer. He is also Ahoy's editor-in-chief.
Right.
And Tom and I were editors together at the beginning of the Vertigo imprint at DC. And people don't think of him as an editor, but he's a tremendously skilled editor. He's very good. And I think I can speak for him and say he really missed it. He's really enjoying that part of it. Where I'm sick of it. I don't want to edit it.
I understand. I'm gonna get back to you, Stuart. But Sue, and also Richard, it's really hard, and Jamal too. It's really hard to do humor art, and especially when you're dealing with action stories, because I mean, just like good comedy, the actors have to believe the reality that surrounds them, and they can't, go well. They can't go zany. For it to really be effective. And I know this of all of your books. And yes, Sue, I'll start you off in terms of talking about how you approach doing art and doing with a humor bent, but walking that tightrope.
I'm not sure actually. I guess it's easier with Mariah's scripts. We're always on the same page, and if I get confused, I always ask a million questions anyways. But I get the feel of like what she's going for, and we talked about this, way before we started it, about the theme, about the feel of the book. So she kind of gave me the reins to just be like, hey, with your style, do whatever you think fits. And so I get to draw like more expressive, like facial features, like, if someone looks dejected, I just give them like the very exaggerated slumped shoulders kind of thing. And she just like, she totally goes for anything that I do, really, because I try to, we wanted it to be, a little bit more graphic, but also like give it the humorous feel with kind of like the ridiculous like facial features or like the body gestures and everything. So I feel like we're pretty on the same page when it comes to all that, and she lets me do whatever I want, really. So I can't have a better like partner in this book, really.
Do you have to think about having old lady action heroes in terms of that combination of elderly, but again having to be capable and
that's
showing?
So funny, because I didn't want to give them like a feeble look or like they have. I mean, like I didn't want them to be too like arthritic. Like even I have arthritis sometimes, so like I get it, but I wanted Lottie is very athletic and she's very like spry and she does yoga and she's active. So I was like, what, with Lottie, I kind of feel like I can just have her be really superhero, like heroic, right? So I didn't have to give her any like disadvantages or anything like that. So that's kind of her superpower, right? Like that she's like completely fit and that she's very like active and excited, at all times. But with Peruvia, she's more like low key and she's like more of like the thinker, right? So I like that I leave Lottie to be more acrobatic and Peruvia to be more realistic in the sense of like, she's more grounded, like physically and emotionally.
Very cool. Very cool. Richard, how do you handle humor in Second Coming? Well,
I'm really lucky that Mark's sense of humor pretty much lines up with mine, although I tend to be a little more vulgar than Mark. It's pretty much, I read the script a few times. I do a layout based on exactly what Mark gave me. And then I look for beats that he may have missed because he's not an artist. And so sometimes I'll add a beat. So the joke, you'll write a brilliant joke, but he doesn't give, it's almost like a stand-up comedy thing. He doesn't give the audience a moment to react to it. So sometimes I'll just insert a panel to just give his joke that little bit of air. And I kind of see that as primarily my job. I'm doing the storytelling of his script and doing my best job to deliver the humor the way Mark wrote it. And I think that's the key thing. If you're an artist working with a writer, you don't step on what the writer's story is. You try and deliver it as best as possible. So that's what I see my job in Second Coming as.
That's cool. And Mark, your trade is satire. I mean, everything I've read of yours has an irreverent side to it and everything. So I mean, this obviously, again, is a great a platform for you guys to land at and be able to do the kind of stuff you guys do at Ahoy.
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to say about the art on Second Coming that like when you work with an artist that you trust to get it, like Richard, it's like I find it's liberating as a writer because I don't have to put in like all kinds of details in the art notes. I know I can just sort of like say a vista of heaven, and Richard will be able to fill in the details of his own sort of like cool creative things. So I think that's the key of sort of especially doing a satirical comic with an artist is find somebody who gets you and you can run with the ball themselves and then give them as much freedom as you can.
That's awesome.
Say that Richard's dog is very distracting. I don't know if any one of us has listened to what Mark said because as soon as
it doesn't matter.
I saw literally all eyes went on Richard's dog and we all smiled.
Yeah. No, pets are welcome. It's all right.
My son's birthday's today, so he's here. I didn't think I was going to be able to do this. So he was keeping Rocket busy in the other room, and I didn't think she'd come over here. She's a bit of an attention whore.
What kind of dog is she?
She's a Yorkie poo.
Okay.
I got her at the start of this pandemic. So
Wow.
she's now only about 8 months old.
I know a lot of people that adopted puppies and young cats to help out during this time, and I absolutely think that's terrific.
Yeah.
So
she's a sweetheart. And
that's beautiful, man.
But
I'm glad she's joining us. That's good, Stuart. I was gonna ask you, Stuart, if because again, I've always loved your writing, not only in comics, but the times you've also and especially in recent years that you've adapted some classic storylines to become novels in their own right and everything. And remind me of some of those that you've done recently. I know they were Marvel works.
Yeah, I wrote a novel version of the Dark Phoenix saga, X-Men. That was a challenge because that's quite a sprawling story that went over a lot of issues. And that came out from Titan Books last year. I wrote an original called Thanos Death Sentence, which I'm very proud of. I came up with something a little different to do with Thanos, I think, and Marvel just let me run with it. So that was good. I'm actually in negotiations to do something new along those lines now.
That was a nice surprise. I was at the ALA Expo of the American Library Association when it was in Chicago. I want to say 2 years ago, and I saw a lot of the Marvel books like that and stuff. And either I saw your book or you had told me that you were writing a book because we always run into each other at cons and spend a few moments to catch up. What's that?
Not this year, but
well, but at least we got this, man. Seriously, I mean, honestly, I truly. And Jamal, you're another person like that. That it's great when we're at the same shows, and it is so. Thank God we've got this technology where at least I get to see you guys on video. And we can truly. I mean, I was saying this to Matt and Kelly Sue and Bendis and Dave Walker and Michael Mingataki the other night, and it's like, oh God, man, I miss you guys. Jesus, at least we got this. So it really does. It means a lot that we're able to do stuff like this. But Stuart, I was going to also ask, because as you say, you were a Vertigo editor and stuff, and a longtime editor. But it must be fun to be at Ahoy and be able to cut loose as you are able to. With Captain Ginger. Is there another image I should show while you're talking? Because I didn't want to leave one out.
I could probably call something up.
Okay.
Yeah, it is fun. I mean, I sort of have my hands in every aspect of Ahoy, and Tom and I are very old friends, and we communicate pretty well. We can usually just solve problems pretty quickly. Like I said, I'm really not editing anything except my own books because I find it. I handle all the negotiations with Diamond and the sort of scheduling and things like that. And I do so much writing now that to me is an easier mental shift of gears to do that rather than working on. When I work on other people's stories now, I just get impatient. I just want to do it myself.
Hey, man.
Selfish, but
No, you're a creative guy. I mean, absolutely. So, and also, you guys are a creative company. And again, I'm really sorry because I know you guys have had a lot of fun at conventions when they were still happening with your panels. And I don't know if you wanted to describe. I mean, again, Dragonfly Man Day was such a great bit of fun online, and I was glad to be part of it and be able to talk to Tom about it when it happened. But yeah, if you don't mind, because again, it is tough to get noticed on this very crowded bookshelf. And there have been a lot of real quality publishers that have come out in the last couple of years. And I imagine you got to fight for your supper when it comes to getting notice and getting readership. So tell me some of the promotion stuff, and also, the fan reaction to Ahoy in general.
Well, the fan reaction has been very positive. It's been really gratifying. At one point, are we allowed to swear on this?
Of course you are. Yes.
Okay. At one point, we were just after we did the launch, we just got such a nice response. Tom or somebody said, we're the only thing on the internet nobody's shitting on. Like, we're just really nervous. We're like, when's this going to happen? but no, the reaction in general has been. I think we're a nice. I think we struck a bit of a balance of. There's a. I don't want to say there's an old-fashioned sensibility to our books, but there's a sensibility that old-line readers can click onto. At the same time, the books themselves, I don't think are old-fashioned. I think they're pretty modern, and hopefully we're. It's working for a lot of people. I don't know what I'm saying. You guys have any?
No. I think good points. Please, anyone want to jump in on that?
Yeah, no. What I was going to say is this is as a somebody who is not just working with the company, but as a casual observer from the outside, and somebody who's got a little bit of experience handling like marketing and stuff for other companies. It's that Ahoy. There is a space for a company like Ahoy. If we had played it straight, if we had tried to build like a connected superhero universe or whatever, and done what every other company seems to be doing, then I don't think we would have gotten as much play initially as we did. And I think also what helps is like when I was talking about my getting involved with Ahoy originally, you look at the quality of the books that are coming out. You look at the creators that are attached to these books, and you realize that Ahoy, because it's a smaller focused line of titles, because it is a curated line of titles, honestly, it's everything that is being done with a specific purpose and trying to reach a specific audience. The Wrong Earth is definitely focused towards those guys who grew up on Crisis on Two Worlds, that sort of storyline, Crisis on Infinite Earths, multiverse, sort of jumping back and forth kind of thing. But because it's a humor title, and because there are elements of it that are so absurd, when compared to anything else that's really on the stands, it makes it stand out. And I think it's the same thing with everything else that's going on. There is not a book like Billionaire Island being done at any other company. There just isn't.
I hear you, man.
And that's, I think, one of the things that attracts me to Ahoy is the fact that they do the comics that nobody else are doing. The fact that like every single one of their titles, it's like I can't imagine this. It'd be hard to imagine any other company taking a chance on something like that. And yet they're all really well made. And to me, it's like it's about the proof of concept of having faith in the quality of your creators and making what sounds like it's going to be a bad idea turn out to just be something that people didn't know they needed.
I completely agree. Ahoy is like a lot of the new streaming television companies out there in terms of if it's there, the property's going to get a chance to find its audience. You're right. I think, and really, Mark and Richard, if Second Coming had stayed at Vertigo, who knows if you had gone beyond 6 issues or 12 issues.
I think if we had managed to get through all 6 issues, they would have given us the gold watch and politely.
Yeah.
The really interesting thing is there was a study that came out looking at the growth in comics in the last year and how Marvel and DC have hit the wall in terms of the book trade.
Yep.
And it really means that if Marvel or DC are going to have a future, they're essentially going to have to do what Ahoy's doing. Right. They're going to have to look for things that are different that can stand on their own, because no one in the bookstore market are looking for event comics. That's a direct market. That's in the sandbox of the direct market. Outside of the sandbox of the direct market, which is continually shrinking because of the way it's built, You have people who just want a good thing to read. And that's what Ahoy does. Ahoy puts good books that you're going to read. And it doesn't matter if you're into Dragonfly Man, because Dragonfly Man doesn't exist outside those books.
Right. Although, I got to be honest, there have been a couple of times where I was wondering if we could pull off a Wrong Earth Second Coming crossover.
Well, I was going to ask if down the road, if a lot of these properties would lend themselves, once you guys have really established a core audience and you thought about it, because as you say, you don't need to do it. They're all its own separate things. But I could see Captain Ginger running into Dragonfly Man, or the ladies, running into a lot of these characters. And Jesus is everywhere. So that's
a great idea. They should have like how DC will have like their holiday edition. Do that where it's like a Christmas party where all the characters from all the different comics are just sort of hanging out at a Christmas party.
I like the idea that Jesus is kind of like the Monitor or something in our universe.
Everyone's just basically wishing Jesus a happy birthday at the Christmas party, bringing him little presents.
I really wasn't born this day.
Simpsons Halloween special, where it's like Simpsons Halloween specials have all the Simpsons characters, but they don't really happen in the Simpsons universe.
Right.
I was saying, it's like if you did an Ahoy special, it looks like Dragonfly Man, it looks like Sunstar, but it's not really Sunstar Dragonfly Man from the books. So we can kill them. We can have Dragonfly Man kill Sunstar, and people just say, "What happened?" No, we're fine.
Well, let Tom know I'm willing to go into the next brainstorming session and bring these ideas up properly.
I think the serious answer is that it would have to be something driven by the creators. So it'd have to be something that both teams wanted to do, and there was a reason to do, and
sure.
Because it's certainly not something that Ahoy is not a company that would impose or probably even very strongly suggest something like that.
Well, and that's why, honestly, it's great having Tom and Stuart and Jamal and obviously even Mark and Richard's experiences as well in terms of what the big two represent. And it's, again, it's always these smaller companies. I feel that way as a podcaster, reacting not only to broadcast radio or television, but also the bigger podcast networks. So it's like, hey, I'm my own, I'm a little nimble boy. I can zig and zag while, there's a company plan and a goofy off the wall idea may not fit a structure. And that's what I truly love about Ahoy. And again, that you're able to be this nimble and just really kind of trust your own strengths in terms of putting the productions that you guys and women all put together. I think that's great.
Well, I think part of that is having a senior team who has the experience, not just but seriously, when you think about it,
different word than senior, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not like you're that much older than I am, but I'm talking about like in terms of company structure. But you know what I'm saying. You have a core group of people at the top who, between all of them, have I'm not going to go into ages, a plethora of experience. Let me just put it to you that way, working for various companies, doing a ton of different things, having, in Hart's case, having outside the comics experience as a journalist and as a writer, being able to bring that perspective into the company. And then, we have a unique package with the comics magazine. These are 40-page books that come out monthly, with a ton of back matter and fun stuff thrown in there, and an opportunity for new creators to come in and write prose stories or to do little short stories. When we did the first Wrong Earth series, we had Gary, and we had Tom Feister working. Edgar Allan Poe.
Why not?
But again, it's we started our series with a 2-page short by Grant Morrison. I mean, how that's a launch. That's how you break into a market and get eyeballs on your product.
That's great. Absolutely, man. What tell me, and I'm really glad, by the way, that Adam mentioned Edgar Allan Poe's Snifter of, because Tom discussed that with me. And again, a great parody for viewers who may not know, really kind of Ahoy's spin on Tales from the Crypt or God, and now House of Secrets at DC, all the great horror anthologies, and that this is Ahoy's kind of spin on that, which I think is a fantastic idea.
Yeah, that's coming back in October under the title.
Of course it is. That's great.
Edgar Allan Poe's Snifter of Blood. We actually got a really beautiful cover by Jill Thompson that I'll try and pull up.
Oh, hey, that's terrific. Chicago's very own. That's excellent, man. Well, I wanted to go around the horn and ask who and forgive me if this is a pedestrian question, but who are your humor influences? And I mean, obviously, not just comics, but I mean, Marx Brothers or great novelists or playwrights or whatever. So, Sue, I don't know. Do you have any? Do you have any humor influences?
Do I have? I mean, gosh, I don't even know. Right? It's so many. And now that you're asking for a specific name, I'm just drawing a complete blank.
Come back if you'd rather.
I mean, honestly, I can't say especially who, but I guess it's like just that era of like, I don't know if those Elseworld series were a series of like humor, if anything, but they had a lot of like alternate realities where it, led to be less serious,
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I took a lot of influence in that because it's, Ash and Thorn isn't like a har kind of like funny thing, but it's a lot of sarcasm. It's a lot of dark humor, which I really appreciate. So I don't know to say like specifically who. I'm just kind of drawing a blank. Maybe I'll have an answer when everyone else responds.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry about
Stuart?
that.
Well, for me in comics, it's definitely the late Steve Gerber. I was a giant fan of Howard the Duck, and that's a big influence on what I do. This might be a strange answer too, but also in comics, Howard Chaykin, who I think his work could be enormous.
There's a lot of humor in Howard's stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so those.
I was watching Howard's Spotlight before we got started, and Howard's going to be back actually at 7 with several creators. He's doing a thing. It's a good opportunity to promote it. Neotext is this new interesting prose initiative that Howard is part of. So I'll be talking to Howard later in the day at Mainframe. So, but yeah, I don't know if you have more, Stuart, before I go on. Okay, Jamal, how about your influences?
Well, I mean, in comics, I think probably the one that really stood out to me was Giffen and DeMatteis on Justice League. That was like right in my formative years as a young comic book reader. So they had a huge influence on me. But I'm also a guy who grew up on the Marx Brothers, on the Zucker Brothers films,
Sure.
Airplane, just all that's Kentucky Fried Movie, all that stuff.
Oh God, yeah, Landis,
So
Top Secret,
but then but also like Robin Williams and oh God, there's so many. Just I was a huge Robin Williams fan growing up from a kid. Even like John Ritter was a huge influence in terms of the type of comedy that I like. But it really is. It's like I watch Marx Brothers movies all the time. I love wordplay. I love that level of smart satire. And I think that's probably what really drew me to want to do The Wrong Earth, is to be able, because you don't get that many opportunities, particularly in comics, because especially everything has a tendency to be super serious, and I'm having fun. I try to bring that kind of humor to a lot of the stuff that I've done over the last 10 years or so. I mean, there's definitely that level of sarcasm and wordplay in Molly Danger as well. So
yes, indeed. Yeah, and seriously, Jamal, talk about Molly Danger for a second, by all means.
Oh yeah. So for the uninitiated, Molly Danger is a 10-year-old superhero who's been 10 years old for 2 decades. I originally did it as a Kickstarter, and we published the first book. I'm working on the second book in between everything else. But she was my love letter to my daughter, who was, 4 when I created her is now 12, and you've seen her. Some people have seen her wandering in the background occasionally. And, but yeah, no, Molly is a super strong 10-year-old with 20 years of combat experience and the mentality of a sneaky 10-year-old. So, that there's a lot of, of my ideas on celebrity and superhero comics and, representation for young girls and just everything is kind of thrown into that character. And she's my other baby. So
that's awesome. And people can get the first volume?
Yes, it is everywhere. You can get it on Amazon. You can order it through your LCS. It's published by Action Lab Entertainment.
Terrific.
And yeah.
That's awesome, man. All right, Mark and Richard, you're comedic influences?
Yeah, I don't really have a lot of comedic influences within comics, but I feel like some of the people that have influenced my sense of humor and my writing a lot would be like Kurt Vonnegut, was a huge influence on me. Mel Brooks, and Richard Pryor, I think, would probably be my big 3 influences. The people I just think like, wow, if I could frame a topic, if I could write about society through their eyes like theirs, then I got something.
I'm with you, man. That's cool. Richard?
I'm gonna second Stuart Moore with Howard Chaykin. And actually, it's interesting. I'm friends with Howard now. It's weird that in comics you can become friends with like your.
That's fantastic. I understand that.
Last time I was talking to him, we're talking about maybe getting him to do something for Second Coming, a pinup or something. I gotta talk.
Hey, excellent.
Yeah, because he's a fan, and
it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and the idea would be he'd draw something and I'd color it.
Nice.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and what's also really great is Howard was. I had a lot of friends recommend American Flag, and they're, it's a great book. It's a great science fiction book, and I'm reading it, and I'm laughing my ass off. And all my friends were thinking it's like dead serious because they didn't, unless I had big feet, they didn't think it was supposed to be a funny comic book. But I'm going like, there's a street in South America called United Fruit. Come on.
Yep.
Might be a bit of a stretch for modern audiences to get the humor up.
But if you know your history of the CIA, you get the joke. Absolutely, man.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like, so I was laughing my ass off on everything Howard did, and all these people were like screaming because they thought he was dead serious, and I just thought that was even funnier.
That's hilarious.
Howard's a brilliant. I mean, it's like I'm almost thinking it's like, I mean, Howard's still vital in his 70s, and I'm like, he should probably do something at Ahoy. I mean, at this point, I mean,
seriously. There's a meeting that Tom and Howard have to have. I think that'd be a great idea. Because you're right, man. Hey Kids Comics. I'm really enjoying that book.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I hear you. All right. So we give you a little time here. I don't know if you got any ideas.
It's funny, Mark. When you said Kurt Vonnegut, I was wondering if you were gonna throw out like Hunter S. Thompson or something like that, because I could definitely see your kind of humor with that brand. But
that's cool.
Yeah.
So is that your influence then?
No, I mean, well, I mean, I guess if we're going by novels and stuff, yeah, sure, right? Everyone loves a good, weird Hunter S. Thompson, like humor.
That's true.
Right?
The Gonzo journalist, absolutely, man.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I guess like speaking of, I don't know why, but Jamal just like jogged my memory. Like, I read a lot of manga when I growing up,
Yeah.
A lot of Japanese comics or like Asian comics in general, like humor is like number one, no matter what it is. It could be like the most serious comic, the most like the darkest comic. It could be like gruesome, and like humor has to be thrown in there somewhere. And it's like the facial expressions. I think maybe that's where I get it from, because like I'm not afraid to have like ugly faces with like mouths like open or like looking kind of like not the most flattering, because it's more realistic like that in the terms of like having very expressive features, right? So I think with manga, they're very unafraid to like add some humor in inappropriate times, or like add humor where it like, also fits, right, in inappropriate times as well. So with like the very laughy faces and everything. So I think that's where I get a lot of my influences from.
That's fantastic. To wrap things up, I will send people to your website. Is it just ahoycomics.com?
It's Comics Ahoy.
There you go, comicsahoy.com. Very cool. Now, I know people obviously could likely buy the collected trades there. Do you sell individual issues at the website as well?
No, we don't. But yeah, they're available. They're available on Amazon. They're available through comic shops. And this fall we will have collected editions both of all four: Snifter of Terror, Edgar Allan Poe Volume 2, Ash and Thorn, Captain Ginger Volume 2, and Billionaire Island. Will all be out between like September and November.
That's great. Hey, I hope we'll have individual conversations or team conversations to talk to you all more about your books, because I really am enjoying all the product that's coming from Ahoy, and I congratulate you guys all. I think it's a great start to this company, and I'm glad you're getting the attention you deserve. And I hope conversations like this help to grow the audience for Ahoy Comics. So thank you all very much. A really fun conversation. Great to get to know you. And I'm sure down the road I'll be bugging all of you to come on a Word Balloon episode and talk more about your fantastic product. Oh, wait, have I got an image to show here?
That might be a good farewell for the whole. From
there you go. Now what? Well, now you go to comicsahoy.com and find out more about Ahoy Comics. Guys, thank you very much for your time. Everybody, I've got another panel coming up where I'll be doing a spotlight with Chip Zdarsky for the next hour. So if you will move over to the other hall, and I'll join you in a few minutes. But thank you,
He's
everybody.
wearing pants, John.
Thank you.
I make no claims of either yes or no. Thanks, guys. Take care. Be well. Bye-bye.
Oh, that was fun.
Are we still live or are we done?
I think we're in the green room.
Are we in the green room? Okay, great. But thanks so much, guys.
You're not in the green room yet. Hold
No.
on.
Did everyone leave before they were allowed to? Oh.
I gotta remove
all
this.
right.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. There he is. All right, 1 second. Frank, I'm just gonna put this up just for a second, and then I gotta get a couple things ready. Thanks. Well, hello everybody. How you doing? I am JB. Welcome to the next segment of this fantastic day. What a day we are having here. This is Hall C, everybody. Yes, I know there's lots of halls, lots of different content going on this amazing. This is kind of really a Comic-Con. You know, there's so many places you could be right now. I appreciate everybody who's stopping in this hall right now with me. I'm JB from Discovery Bay Comics, and this is Frank Gogol. And thank you, my friend, for coming on the show or coming on the event, as it may.
Thanks for giving me the time of day to be here. Shit.
Man, it's crazy. You know, Frank, you've been on the show before, and I do appreciate you for coming on this. What do you think of this event? Have you been watching this thing over the last couple of days? I'll tell you what, this morning's panels blew me away just in here, and I missed Donnie Cates. I can't wait to check that on the rewind.
You know, I peeked in a couple times just to see what the competition was doing, see what the standard I had to live up to, and then when I realized I wouldn't do it, I wouldn't meet the standard, I stopped. No, but in all seriousness, this is great. I did the last Mainframe Comic-Con. That was a lot of fun, and when they invited me back for this, I was 100% game. Like, this is the next best thing after a real Comic-Con. We're not going to have those for a little bit still. So
yeah. You know, now that we talk about Comic-Cons, how many were you booked for this year? Let's say this is January. We're looking at your schedule, and we're 21. You were booked for 21 comic conventions this year, promoting No Heroine, or a combination of things, I'm assuming.
A combination of things. The most of it would have been in the space leading up to No Heroine and during where we are now. But there's something in the pipe coming in a couple weeks that I can't talk too much about because I'm sworn to secrecy. But that would have been the back half of summer and early fall kind of convention promotion.
Gotcha. So how else, besides not traveling to 21 different conventions, how else has this kind of impacted the year? Because I think No Heroine is still a huge hit. I mean, you crushed it. Your alternate plan B turned out really well. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. Well, if I could go like off the question script real quick and kind of talk about something
let's go off the.
I think that really added to it. I don't get to talk about this a lot in interviews, but my day job is a startup in here in San Francisco, and I do marketing for a lending company. It's a small company, a little operation. I think there's I think now 17 people total at the company, but it's just very small and well funded and agile, and it lets me do lots of experimentation, and it's taught me a lot about marketing, and that's really like just seeing how those transferable skills have helped kind of fill the void that cons and in-person stuff have left in 2020 has been really, really helpful. So when the COVID-19 situation started playing out and has obviously not gotten better, it's been helpful to be able to pivot really quickly and find new avenues and channels to like reach people and build new relationships. And it's just, nothing good is happening because of all this terrible stuff. But if there was a silver lining, I think that it's people who've been able to like pivot their businesses or pivot their creative ventures have been able to strike a lot of gold right now, which is pretty cool, considering how shitty everything is.
Yeah, definitely. So I think you did great. I'm sorry. Yeah, she just hit me down. Sorry. Let's get back to the exciting things that are going on right now. This event, when you can't go to 21 different cons, for them to put this together, and first of all, I'm so ecstatic to even be part of this, but the group behind the scenes putting this event together to get this many different creators, artists, actors. I mean, there is so much going on in this event over the course of 3 days, over the course of the 3 halls. I am really excited for it. I noticed that before leading up to this, you, my friend, are actually out and about doing the circuit. I've seen you on a lot of smaller YouTube channels, including myself, because I got a tiny, tiny channel. You were on my channel. You've been on some other channels, and you have been promoting No Heroine. And can we talk about that just for a second? The fact that Dude, this was a hit. We knew it was a hit back when, before you released it, and you knew it. And now, how does it feel to sit back and go, wow, all that hard work is paying off? Because it looks like it's really paying off, my friend.
It's cool. Like so Dead End Kids came out about the same time last year and had like a pretty similar trajectory. And back then I didn't really know what to expect. I was kind of blindsided by success in a weird way and kind of overwhelmed by it in a lot of ways. Like it was pretty wild. Being able to walk into 2020 in a new book with like that head on my shoulders, having been through all that, made it that much easier. And it made it like a lot easier to kind of explore the avenues that I thought worked the first time around and get a little validation for different approaches to getting the word out about the book and try new things. Like I didn't do any YouTube last time. And this year I went real hard. I started reaching out to people in January for a book that came out in July. Like, I mean, I really got in on YouTube. And the community there has been super, super welcoming and supportive. I'm still trying to knock down some doors, but guys like you and God, I can't even think of all the other channels. I'm not going to name them. No, I'm not going to.
Lots of smaller creators that people wouldn't know, but you're out there kind of making the homegrown. This is one of those books that when I went into the LCS and asked him about it, he'd already heard, and it was a word of mouth kind of thing. This is what you're doing with the word of mouth, the grassroots movement of growing this by seeding it is great because it really has worked. Because we all read it, we were all involved and invested in it. I wanted to get you on the show, but your work spoke for itself. And I really didn't have to, do too much sell. You're doing a great job. I know you can't tell us what's coming next, but No Heroine had what do we call the cover? A very limited cover, and it was awesome. Tell me, there's going to be some more of this type of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, now that I've done this 2 times and I've had success both times, I've started to kind of figure out like on like a scientific level, like what the formula is or like what works for me. Like the first time around, you don't know if it worked, right? And you can't really tell it worked. But now I've done it twice and I've seen something work 2 times. I feel fairly confident that like that would happen. And definitely like exclusive covers are a big deal. Announcement variants I love doing, kind of like getting the book into people's hands early. I love just giving the book away. Like I probably given away 1,500 copies of the book digitally, like to just like if somebody, I mean, I don't know, like stuff like that I think makes a difference. Like first of all, like if you read something and you like it, you're gonna go pick it up. And if you don't have that opportunity, you might not. But also people like, I don't know, when you do little things that make them feel appreciated, like it goes a long way. Like, and when you do that for
comic book goes a long way.
Yeah. And doing it for 2 and 3 years, you start to build up like a little army of people behind you who are going to, back your stuff and check it out until you do a bad one, I guess. I'm going to try not to do that, but you never know. But yeah, no, it's been cool. And I'm excited to, honestly, like I am so past No Heroine at this point. Like not that I'm over it. Like I love the book. I'm glad that people are excited about it. But I'm getting in pages for the last issue of the next book after it right now. I just finished scripting the first issue of the book that's coming after that. I'm developing things with I really can't say anything about that, but I'm developing something with a publisher that's bigger than SourcePoint as a result of No Heroine. And we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, no, just keep them busy.
Well, let's talk about that. The people that you're working with, the collaboration, the artists. What would you like to share with the community? What has been your experience? Who are you most happy to have worked with and most looking forward to working with?
The answer to both of those questions is exactly the same, and it's every single person. Like I have been really, really, really blessed, and I don't use that word very often, but blessed to have had collaborators who just are passionate about the projects, who do the work. Like nothing against artists, because I don't want a blanket statement, but like I know people who've gotten on a project with an artist and the artist kind of just flaked away after a certain amount of time, or had to be haggled and harassed to turn in pages that they were contracted to do. And that's like a very small amount of artists, but it's always like something you worry about in the back of your mind. Because I did have that on one of the stories in Grief, my first book, a little 5-pager. I had to chase a guy around for like 6 months to do 5 pages, and he had stuff going on. I tried to be really understanding, but that's a really frustrating situation to be in, especially when the other person has like a good reason for it. And like you can't be mad at him, obviously. But I've been very blessed to work with Nanad, who is just a machine. Like he'll send 4 or 5 pages a day when he's on fire. And Chris on No Heroine is, turn in gorgeous pages with art that just amplifies everything on the script to 11. And the colors too, like all the colorists that I've ever worked with have been fantastic. Chris's daughter Shauna colored No Heroine with us, so like that was it was a very intimate sort of family thing, because I knew Chris going way back. We used to share a comic shop back in the day. So that was like just an excellent collaboration. I could not be happier. And then the people I'm collaborating with that I can't talk about are just firing on the same cylinders. The people who, I would love to work with some of these people again. I might be already. I can't say anything about that, but yeah, it's been awesome.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good leading question in there. All right. So, what else do we want to talk about? The industry. What's your take on the industry and what happened over at DC, if you don't mind me asking? And if you don't want to stay away from that, that's totally fine too. But we got a lot of hot topics in the industry, and you're part of it now. You're kind of, more in depth. Maybe you can give us some insight or your opinion on, from your point of view, what's going on in the industry and where you think we're going.
Right. Well, the DC thing and the industry thing, I think, are kind of two different questions, and one question is part of the other. So, like, I don't really want to comment too much on the DC stuff, because honestly, we don't really know anything. Like, very, very little information.
Prayers to the families for sure. Prayers to everybody affected by that.
100%. And we also just don't really know anything about it. Like, I've been following on Bleeding Cool Newsroom, and like, but there's almost, outside of a couple of names, we don't really know anything. So like, it's really hard to even say anything meaningful about that. For me personally, just the last couple of months, I've started reaching out to Big Two editors who I didn't have previous relationships with, which is most of them. And to see some of the names who I've been reaching out to kind of drop off the map, it's obviously disappointing to me, and that doesn't compare to what's going on with them in their lives, obviously. But from where I'm sitting, that's the one of the ripples that we can look at. There's a whole bunch of creators, editors kind of like round up a team of people they like working with. They have their guys, their people that they go to, and all of those people are now have no in at DC, and like we may never get to hear their voices, which is too bad.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So earlier this morning, I hosted the AWA horror panel, and and talked about what I call the EBGBs. When you're reading something and how it is rare when you're reading something in a comic book format to be able to turn the page or get to the end of the page and get that EBGB, that "oh, you got me" kind of thing. Now. You do that a lot, in your last 2 books. Of both of them, almost every single one of them would end on a page that got you just one of those, "oh, you got me." How would you classify it? I mean, would you call No Heroine I wouldn't call her a horror book. I mean, that's a different one. And even No Kids, how would you classify these, and what do you think was the inspiration for this type of writing? Because I would consider it suspenseful, for sure.
For me, like, I don't consider myself a genre writer. I obviously write, Dead and Kids is a crime book. No Heroine is a sort of mystical fantasy, vampires exist in the real world kind of book. But for me, like, it always kind of starts with like, who's this character and what's fucking them up? Like, what's going on with them? With Murphy, he's dealing with being an orphan who's newly adopted, not getting along with his parents. Kayla's a recovering drug addict. It's always about the character and what they're going through, and like where I want to take them and how badly I want to hurt them. And then I kind of wrap genre around that. So Dead and Kids is about childhood trauma, but it's also wrapped up in a murder mystery, a whodunit, which, if you read the book, like the murder mystery is so far in the background, like it barely registers in some of the issues. And then Kayla fights monsters, and they tend to be a little metaphorical for the stuff that she's going through. So for me, it's just that's always my approach. I'm developing a couple things right now, and like we haven't even talked about what the genre for the books are going to be. It's just what's going on with these characters. Like, where do we want to take them? What kind of pain do we want to explore? Stuff like that. In terms of like
about the genre.
Yeah. In terms of like how I approach writing, it's now that I've got like a body of work, I can kind of look at it as a whole and see what my own sort of literary narrative devices that I use are, and kind of put names to them and figure out why they work and repeat them. And one of the things I noticed I do is I'm a pretty narration heavy writer. Like I like that internal monologue. It helps, show something that the art can't, and complement it or rub up against it, juxtapose it. So like a lot of what I do is like the opening narration of an issue will kind of set up an expectation, and then when you get to the end, that expectation will either be like totally thrown out and like replaced with something completely surprising, or it'll come through, but not the way you thought it was. Like, kind of like it gets recontextualized when you see what happens at the end. I do that with titles a lot too. Like most of my titles have double meanings, and you think it's the one meaning when you first see it, and then when you see it at the end, you're like, oh, you got me. It's bullshit. I mean, like I like when stuff does that. I always think back to Watchmen. Every issue of Watchmen ends with a quote from a poem or lyrics from a song. And if you go back and read the issue again and you think about the context of that quote, like it kind of gives you a new perspective on the second reading. The fifth issue of Watchmen in particular, this is getting real nerdy, but it ends with a quote from William Blake's The Tiger, which is an illuminated poem. So it's a poem that has artwork with it. And it's this poem about this like ferocious tiger, like, basically staring down God. But when you see the art, it's like this really cowardly, ugly tiger that couldn't possibly like stand up to God. And when you look at that picture and read the poem and look at the coloring on the illustration, you go back and read that issue of Watchmen again, like you see so many more layers to it. Like there's a panel of Rorschach when he gets his mask taken off, and like the colors and the facial expression match the tiger, and like little weird shit like that. So I'm always trying to like,
awesome.
Yeah. Alan Moore is the genius we believe he is. But I'm always trying to do stuff like that with titles and narration, like just try and challenge myself to find new ways to surprise people and keep it fresh.
Yes, when we talk about Watchmen, I think we talked about this last time too. That story that the kid was reading the whole time, the pirate story, which was crazy story, and the guy riding on the back of sharks and everything. It was just so nuts. And then come to find out that really mirrored the villain in the end, his story, and I was like blown away. I had to go back and just reread those panels again. It was incredible.
Yeah, there's so much good stuff going on. And Watchmen, like Dead and Kids, it's not like a really complex story. It's a whodunit, and it's so much more about the way the story is told than the actual story being told, which is pretty wild. And for 12 issues, you get like maybe 3 issues of actual plot, and then like everything else is character development and weird little narrative things that Alan Moore basically invented for the book. It's very cool.
So I see behind you, you have one hell of a collection. You have a library back there. What would you say are your favorite titles growing up, and what are your favorite titles now? And have they changed? Because mine definitely have.
Sure. Well, I didn't get into comics like as a full-time Wednesday Warrior reader until I was senior year of high school. So prior to that, I had read Watchmen and didn't really understand it because I was too young, and had read V for Vendetta when the movie came out, and like some of the classics, Crisis on Infinite Earths, but I hadn't like really dug into comics the way I would later. But when I started reading, like I came on in sort of like what I consider one of the golden ages of Marvel. It's that period between Avengers Disassembled and Siege. So you got like New Avengers, Young Avengers, Civil War happened, Planet Hulk, like all these like almost 20 years ago now, kind of like modern classics, all kind of firing off one after the other. And I loved them at the time. And looking back, like that's still definitely my favorite period of Marvel. outside of like isolated
storyline still stand the test of time, going back and rereading? Have you reread some of those and go, man, I remember that being better?
Yeah, sometimes. Like, but I'm always surprised that when I read them and I'm like, this, like, I know, like, a lot of people don't love Civil War the way I do, but like, I reread Civil War.
I was gonna mention.
No, but I reread it like once a year. And like, as far as like event comics go at Marvel, like, I think it's the gold standard. Like, it's got great character stuff going on. It's got a story engine that really lends itself to tie-ins. Like a lot of event stories, like the tie-ins feel kind of ham-fisted or like they're kind of repetitive, whereas Civil War really found an angle that every book could really explore something a little different. And for the better part of a year now, we can't even do it for a couple months most of the time. That's just my opinion, my preference. New Avengers, I think, still holds up, especially like the first 30 issues up to the Elektra Scroll reveal. Like that's all gold for me. But like the stuff that I love has definitely changed. Like I'd say my favorite two books are The Crow by James O'Barr and Kabuki by David Mack. Both of which were part of the late 80s, early 90s Caliber roster. So they have like a real indie feel, and they're like really different from everything else coming out at the time. And those are the books. They also deal with like really heavy shit. Like I love The Crow because I think most people don't really understand what it's about. Like it's a cool action book, right? It looks cool. It's got a really cool looking main character, but it's a love story. Like, and like, I think that flies under a lot of people's radars. It's about this dude who, you know, the love of his life gets killed, and he gets killed, and he loved her so much that he comes back from fucking death to avenge her. I mean, that's some Romeo and Juliet level shit, you know? And then Kabuki is the kind of the same deal. It's about sort of intergenerational trauma from mother to daughter and kind of come to terms with that. And like, it's also like a really cool, like cyberpunk story set in a futuristic Japan. And those are the kind of stories I want. I want to tell like stories that look and read really cool or kind of cool, but really are about something a little bit heavier.
Yes, definitely, man. When I was a kid, it was, you know, all about just X-Men, and I'm looking for the best fights and Daredevil, and now I look up at some of the stuff that I've read recently and just this last year, you know, Oblivion Song and Black Hammer and Saga have just changed my perspective on reading comics. I mean, I'm even the newer titles out now, Something's Killing the Children, and there's just so much good stuff coming from indies. Your stuff, it's definitely changed what I am reading and collecting. So now I notice you're mostly trades. Do you do any loose? Are you a single issue guy? Do you have a weekly pull? You have a Wednesday weekly pull, and what is on your Wednesday weekly pull, if you don't mind us asking?
All right, so one at a time. Let's answer the questions. Yes, I have a lot of trades. I used to have a lot of omnibus, omnibuy, and like hardcovers. But when I started writing comics are really expensive to make, so I sold all them off to pay for Grief to get made and have a little nest egg for the next book. But I do want to have these stories and reread them, and I don't want to have them all sitting in boxes where no one's ever going to see them in my closet. So I do a lot of trades. I try to have full runs of like the Marvel characters I like, or as much as is available right now. So I've got a lot of Spider-Man, a lot of Fantastic Four, a lot of Avengers, a lot of Iron Man. I do read a lot of digital too, just because as somebody who's, you know, writing scripts and needs to have references, it's easy to take a screenshot from Comixology and tuck that away for later. So I do a little bit of everything. I do have a pull list at my local shop. I follow creators more so than characters. There's a couple characters I love, Black Panther, Hawkeye, Iron Fist. Like I'll buy those series, you know, unless like somebody whose stuff I just can't read is on them, I guess. But you know, what's on my pull list? Both the Power Ranger books over at Boom, which just have been excellent. Huge Power Rangers junkie. I'm trying to think what else. I just started pulling Seven Secrets, which was pretty good. Tom Taylor's just gold. Anything Hickman or Remender writes is on my pull list for sure, unless I don't end up loving it the way I do most of their stuff. So yeah, I mean, I definitely pull less these days than I used to. Back when Civil War was coming out, I think I was pulling pretty much every Marvel book. And now I think I pull 2 or 3.
do you get caught up in the current events? Like Empire. Do you?
Yeah.
I don't do events anymore. I've kind of tried to. Even in the last year, I think was the I don't remember what it was. I just decided I'm not going to chase event books anymore,
Mhm.
because the tie-ins. You put it all together and you do the book count on it, and you're like, holy moly!
Yeah.
Last
So
one I
much.
did that House of X Powers of 10 was I did that series, and now looking back on it, because of course I'm a collector, all the variant covers and B covers and C covers and D covers and connecting covers and blah 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 blah. I've got a short box full of House of X Powers of 10. So, I'm definitely changing that. Do you still do series? Are you down with Empire right now?
Yeah, I've been reading Empire, and I like reading event books to see how they're structured. Like I've got some ideas about like what makes a good event book and like what makes good tie-ins, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about that. For that inevitable moment someday where maybe I get to tackle one myself, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I generally keep up with everything Marvel and DC are doing. It's just part of the job at this point to stay up to date on current events, and like you never know when an editor you're talking to is going to be like, "Hey, I got a short story about fucking Korg from Planet Hulk, and we need a fill-in writer." You always want to be prepared. That's actually some other creator's story that I heard him tell. But
Really, that's awesome though.
yeah, and I like reading comics. Like at this point, having been reading comics regularly for close to 20 years, I've really caught up on a lot of like the seminal runs. Your Transmetropolitans, your Doom Patrol by Grant Morrison, the Hickman FF, like all the like stuff that people rave over. So like now it's keeping stuff in the waiting in the wings to be read. There's always going to be stuff that I'll find and haven't gotten, but I try to keep up with new comics, and I think I probably read something like maybe 20 issues a week, give or take. It's just what I wake up, I make myself a cup of coffee, I read a couple a day. Yeah, I don't really sift through everything thoroughly. I've been reading the Captain Marvel Empire tie-ins, and my wife loves Captain Marvel, so the issues are on hand. But just kind of like flipping through, and but with something like Batman, I'm always kind of a little more invested and paying more attention. So it varies.
Real quick, did you say your wife actually reads comics?
Yeah. So when we met, we worked together, and that's how we met. And she had just moved to New Jersey from San Francisco to start her first job after college, and that's when we met. And she was like looking to get into comics. So this was about 2014. And like that's kind of how we hit it up. Like I took her to the comic shop and introduced her to Captain Marvel, and I gave her the first 2 trades of Aaron's Thor run, the God Butcher and God Bomb arcs. And like after that, she was pretty hooked. So she pulls Captain Marvel and She-Hulk and Spider-Woman, like
awesome.
Just really strong female characters that she loves.
Yeah, man, I'm so jelly of that, man. That you guys have something that you can share like that. That is so cool. I've given my wife a couple of books she's read. Saga she thought was okay, and I'm like, okay, that was amazing. So maybe comics just aren't her thing, and that's good. I don't want to get too in depth, but I actually I'm gonna avoid that one. I got some hot takes that I don't. Sometimes I just want to level them out. So we're gonna huh?
Nothing's off
the list today. Are you sure?
No, it is.
Tell me about digital, man. Tell me about digital, and what do you think digital is gonna do to the comic book industry? I always want to know from creators. Do you guys prefer it? Do you? I don't know. I really want to get your insight on it and how you think it. Don't hold back. Seriously,
No, I
think it's gonna kill the comic book industry, and I disagree.
I definitely don't think it's going to kill the comic book industry. I think that mismanagement of print comics will kill the comic book industry, and the 2 things really, they're essentially 3 audiences, right? There's people who read digital, there's people who read physical, and then there's the Venn diagram middle part where there's the people who read both, and I fall into the part where I read both. But honestly, like my experience has been that if I'm not sure about something, I'll try it on Comixology, and if I like it, then I will buy it. Like, and I think that most people will. Like, I know it's not like a popular take, but like I don't think digital comics are a problem. And like, yeah, piracy sucks, but people who steal and pirate comics weren't going to buy them to begin with. Those aren't really lost sales. Like, yeah, I don't know,
Why is it so expensive?
that's
Why is it so expensive when it's not something? It's not physical, tangible. You know, I don't get it.
Well,
It should be half the price or a quarter of the price, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion.
I think $4 for a digital copy is actually the right price point, because it's going to be the thing that deters people from going digital, right? Like if it costs the same and you don't get a thing to have it, like then you're less likely to jump ship from one format to the other. Like I had for a long time.
If it was $1, everybody would be jumping off and doing digitals because they were only $1.
Exactly. The other thing,
$4 and you're not going to get it. That's why people aren't moving.
Exactly. Like I think keeping it at
moving. It's interesting.
Yeah. The other thing is comics cost so much to make, and like digital is a very, very small part of the pie. Like I know for my personal royalties, which isn't necessarily representative of like how the industry is, but like 1% of 1% of my royalties comes from digital. Like maybe even less than that. Like an insignificant amount of money.
Yeah.
And like I've seen some statistics about like what the digital market is worth, and like those studies they're not really done the right way to determine it. They kind of like boost the numbers by including like things like what's that online comic site that what is it called? It'll come to me. Where all the web comics are for webtoons. That's the one. Like so, like the studies usually include webtoons which don't have a physical counterpart and don't cost anything. Like it's just, I do a lot of data science stuff at work, and like seeing the studies makes me cringe.
Now, question: when you mentioned, you had given away X number of copies of your book, were they all digital?
Yeah, not everyone I ever give away, but yeah, no, like I think it's a good way to get people to sample, and it's also a good way to reward people. I think a digital comic is a tool, and it has a specific purpose, and one channel can drive another. But like, I don't think like every time I give away a digital comic, I'm like, oh, I just lost $4. Like I did, because that person wasn't going to buy the book. I think digital's fine. I hope the digital market grows, because it's a barrier to entry for people in other countries, right? Marvel doesn't print and ship comics to Nigeria or to
that is true.
To people who live in Siberia, right? Like if they can hop on the internet and pay you money for something that they can't get in print, like that's low overhead. Like it's free money essentially. You didn't have to spend anything to make it. Digital is infinitely replicable.
Man. I am timestamping this hot take because you are changing my mind. I didn't even think about the global market and distribution. That is huge. You're right, man.
I mean, DC is talking a lot about that now, like with the reorganization that they're doing under AT&T, and that based on what like I read in that Jim Lee interview that came out a couple of days ago, and a little bit of other things, like that sounds like that's what they're talking about when they say, moving towards digital, not stopping print production of comics, but like finding ways to get comics to Africa and like the parts of the Middle East where there aren't 100 comic book shops in a given country and stuff like that. It really is about increasing access. And when you can increase access, you can increase revenue. Like it's that simple. If you have 100 people you can sell to, that's your cap. If you can increase that to 1,000, you multiply your revenue by 10.
No, yeah, that is a really good. I never thought about the global distribution issues with comic books. You can't grow that audience in Siberia or Japan or wherever it is on the planet if they're not shipping books there. That's good stuff. Yeah.
Well, and like there's a case study like from real life that can really prove this pretty simply, right? In the 90s, we weren't getting manga in like mass in the US, right? You had Shonen Jump, and that would have like a little bit of everything, but we didn't have, like you walk into Barnes & Noble now, there's a whole aisle of it. That didn't exist 20 years ago, but sites with translations did. And those, like the whole reason we have a market in the US for physical books is because people were pirating those books so much in the 90s. It was proof of concept. it was proof that people wanted this thing here that they didn't know that there was a market for. And obviously, I'm not advocating piracy, but it happened, and this is what we got as a result, and it's proof.
Nice. So let's talk about next year. This year's dust, right? Next year, if we come back to con season, are you going to come back full strength? Or are you going to be leery of the cons? Are you have you found the new non-physical I don't need to be there anymore way to do it? Or do you think the whole climate will change?
I mean, I definitely can't speak to that last point. It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah.
Not
I agree with that.
August 15th. It doesn't feel like August 16th. But I mean, I'm gonna take it as it comes. It's like I would love to go to 20 conventions next year. Like I always try to do 20 conventions and 24 signings. Like that's kind of like my milestones. But if it's not safe or if people aren't going to attend, it's just not worth my time, right? Like and if like that, I go for a couple of reasons. One, I go to meet people, like meet fans and interact and engage and onboard new fans. I go to see my friends, like other creators who live all over the country. I'm pretty used to seeing them every other weekend or a couple of weekends a year. And then the third one is kind of like connecting with editors. Like emailing is not the same as a handshake or meeting somebody in person, like having your face to your name. And like all of that, there really isn't, for the most part, a good digital counterpart, and it sucks. But at the same time, like if I'm dead, I can't make more comics, so I'm not trying to go and catch COVID-21 or whatever is going to be happening next year. It doesn't feel good. I'm just waiting for the calendar on New Year's Eve on December 31st to roll over to December 32nd, and for 2020 to just keep going. Like.
All right, so let's talk about something closer. You kind of hinted at the very beginning in the first couple minutes that you couldn't say anything now, but in a couple of weeks. So let's just give us the time frame, the date on that. Is that when? When do you think we can pin it? Can I put a pin in it? Can I put a pin in the calendar?
I can't give you a date and time, but here's what I can say, and I think it'll be enough. I have a book that'll start coming out in January. So that means it'll solicit in November, or start soliciting in November, assuming nothing goes wrong. And that book will be officially announced in the next 8 weeks, tops. Like, I mean, that would be the long end of it. It's probably closer to 4 weeks. And I can tell you that book has the number 2 in the title.
There we go.
Yeah, but that's all I can say. And I can say that if anyone wants to buy a copy of one of my other books real cheap before it blows back up, it would be a good time.
Real quick, you do have a website. I did want to share that. I know I forgot all about this thing. You do have a web. No, I'm not in the right spot. Where'd I go? I was just in the website. I got to go back. I went too far. Right, here we go. So you do have a website. You do offer a straight up free copy of Dead End Kids #1. And this is this the best way to sign up for a newsletter and get the latest information from you directly?
Yeah, definitely. That's why it's there. I do a newsletter almost every 2 weeks. It's been a little more lax this year since there's a little less to talk about.
And that's just at frankgogol.com, folks. frankgogol.com. I will also add links at the end of this stream into the description of this video if you're watching this on the rewind. But yeah, you can sign up for his newsletter and get a free digital copy of Dead End Kids #1. Plus, I know you still have this preview up for No Heroin, which is awesome. So also check that out. And remove that. I forgot to highlight that. You're on Instagram too, right? Or I think we talked about this. You're a Twitter guy more than an Instagram guy. Is that what it was?
I don't know what I am anymore.
For different things. You're using Twitter for one thing, but Instagram for something else, completely different.
Yeah. So like my big social media is definitely Facebook. Like I just have a regular person profile. It's just facebook.com/frankgogol. It's like a real profile, not page. And as long as like people aren't crazy and like they're not flying swastikas up in their profile picture and stuff like that, like they can definitely send me a friend request.
Okay, cool.
Happy to connect with people and engage with people. I know there's a lot of people who want to create comics and don't have anyone to talk to about that. So like I like doing stuff like that, like being able to get the word out like in a way that is not Twitter sucks for announcements, right? Like your tweet's up for 15 minutes and then it's gone forever. The Facebook algorithm is a little friendlier than that. So I'm there. I do have a Twitter. Twitter's been growing on me the last year, I guess. It's kind of a place where I dump my thoughts and get to be a little more loose. I have a lot of fun on there now. And I have an Instagram, which I was super into for a long time, and then they kind of changed it a little bit. I still use it, and I get a decent amount of traction there. Everything is just /Frank Ogle, though.
Okay.
Twitter /Frank Ogle, Instagram, Facebook. But the newsletter is by far the best way to keep up. Like I just put all the good stuff there, and you get it twice a month or 1.5 times a month. And there's also
you get that free digital copy.
Yeah, and I've definitely announced unofficially what that project with the number 2 in its name is. I've been talking about.
There you go. If you can't figure that out, I don't want to. Come on, people.
Yeah, but like, I think I've even put some art from it in there in the newsletter already too. So like I don't keep secrets, but like I have to. So
that's awesome. Now you did mention you're living in the Bay Area, and I just have to ask because there are people all over the world watching this right now.
The lightning.
Do you have an air conditioner?
I don't.
San Francisco?
I don't.
Nobody does. How hot was it yesterday?
No, it wasn't as bad yesterday as it was the day before. The day before was pretty bad. We do have like a pretty cool Dyson fan that is basically a portable air conditioner that you can just plug in anywhere in any room. So we stayed pretty cool. My wife and my
If
dog.
you don't know, I was born and raised in San Francisco also. So my house in the city when I was never had air conditioning because you didn't need it. It just never ever gets hot enough. And now San Francisco 2 or 3 days ago hit 90 plus, and people don't know how to act in the city. They're like, I don't know nothing.
I grew up on the East Coast where there's humidity. There's almost no humidity on the West Coast, especially in San Francisco. We got water on 3 sides of us. So like 90 to me is much hotter, like because of humidity. So like I was definitely warm. I opened the windows, had the fan going, but like I just noticed it was warmer. It didn't feel hot to me. But I remember it's got to be 3 years ago now. San Francisco had like some 116 days, like something insane like that.
Yeah, people wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, but my wife and I are really lucky. My in-laws have a place up in Napa which has air conditioning. So like if it ever gets like dangerously hot, we can kind of like sneak away there.
I'm in Discovery Bay, California. We had 108, I believe, yesterday. And even this morning, because I was up early this morning getting ready for everything, at 4:30 this morning, it was 85 degrees.
Yeah, no,
it's on its way to 109 today. So yeah, it's going to be crazy hot today. Well, I appreciate you coming on. This has been a really fun segment. Is there anything else that we missed that you want to make sure we circle back around to and point out?
If anyone hasn't, definitely go check out No Heroine if you can find it. It's sold out every goddamn where.
It's sold out everywhere, which is awesome. And tell me about that exclusive cover. Who was the artist on that exclusive cover? Because
Which one? They're about 20. There's so many.
That's awesome. Good stuff. You're killing it with No Heroine, and I'm really excited about your announcement here in the next 8 weeks for the November solicitation of a book that will come out in January. That's got the number 2 in the title. And if there's nothing else, I think we're gonna go ahead and kind of wrap.
Sure.
And we're gonna let the next panel kind of get sorted here. I'm gonna put up the banner. Frank, thank you so much for taking the time to hang out with us. Hang out with the world that's watching us live and the people that will be watching on the rewind. If you are watching this channel, if you're watching the rewind on my channel, I will have his contact information in the description below. I'm sure they're also going to be doing that for the Comic Core channel. And I don't know, man. Is there anything else you'd like to say? I think that's it. It's always tough to wrap up a segment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, one more thing. The NHL playoffs are happening right now, and it's wild how many hockey fans there are in comics. You wouldn't believe it. But I just want to let everyone know that the Bruins are going to win, and that there's nothing anyone can do about it. So let's go Boston. And good luck, everybody else, I guess.
There we go. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and throw up the schedule for a minute. Everybody who's watching us, we're going to take a quick break, and then we have another segment coming at the top of the hour, everybody. Another segment coming at the top of the hour. Thank you very much. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, everybody watching us live and on the rewind. Peace. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in a little break here before we come to the next segment at the top of the hour. Now, what I wanted to do, and man, this is a tough one. If you're watching on my channel, then you probably know what happened. We lost a great member of the community recently. Edwin, also known as the Comic Jabroni, major influence on this household, on my life. I can't tell you what he meant to so many people. If it's all over Instagram in our community right now, some people have put together a little video for him, and I have not had a chance to see it. I am got to go grab my box of Kleenex because I don't want to be coming back crying. Everybody, let's take a moment and celebrate the Lord's newest angel, Edwin, the Comic Jabroni.
We're going to kick the hot list off with a special guest pick, and we are talking about Edwin from Comics Jabroni YouTube.
It's Edwin, the Comic Jabroni, coming at you. My pick this week for the hot list has to be IDW's run of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With last week...
Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. We've got, I know it's somber right now, but I did want to introduce the next host for the next panel here. Everyone, welcome Joshua Werner.
Hey,
Joshua,
thanks for having me.
I don't know if we've ever met, Joshua. Thank you very much. This is going to be so fun. I know we had a little somber note there, but now we are going to kick it up. We're going to get this thing fired. I know you have something really fun and exciting for us. I'm going to go ahead and put myself backstage and bring in all of your guests and try and do my best to listen along and produce as well as I can backstage. Joshua, thank you very much.
Thanks so much. So we've got Elle, we've got Drina, we've got Bob, we've got Justin. Everybody showed up. Yeah, all right.
How's funny?
So I know that I'm hosting this panel, but I'm pretty much going to be passing all the reins over to Elle, and Elle's going to run this show. They've got all the great secrets of what we're going to be doing today, and then what we're going to be drawing today. And the cool thing about this is that anybody watching, you can grab. I highly recommend you take this moment right now to grab some paper, you grab a marker, and you can play along live in real time. Make sure you leave comments. We're going to see them and everything. This is going to be a ton of fun. So again, this is my Broken Gargoyles crew that you saw yesterday during the Broken Gargoyles panel. Coming back, it's writer Bob Sally and editor Drina Joe and letterer Justin Birch. And I have Elle from Deepwater Games bringing the first look at Monstrosity, which is a game that's going to be coming out later this year from Deepwater Games that you can pre-order right now. So now's a really good chance to get to play it along with us. It's going to be a ton of fun. And you can go to mainframecomiccon.com, click on the store tab, and Monstrosity is available to pre-order right there on the web store. So let's get rolling.
All right, let's do it. So you can see part of the box behind me on my green screen because I'm in our office and we actually have a full green screen wall behind me. But this is what the box looks like actually in full right here. So Monstrosity is going to be a drawing and improv game that is coming out through, oh, it's even cutting out part of it through the green screen. That's cute. But yeah, for Monstrosity, it is a drawing and improv game that is coming out through Deepwater Games. And that is releasing in, I believe, late October if you're pre-ordering it through our website. So with Monstrosity, the concept is that one player at the table is the witness for the round. And that player has recently witnessed a monster, right? Whether it was scampering through the parking lot of your apartment complex, or maybe you saw it in the basement last night when you went down there, regardless of the where or the how, you in your fervent obsession afterwards have hired on several paranormal sketch artists to recreate what you saw out there. So what's going to happen is every single round, one player will be the witness, and this is going to rotate every single round. That player is going to keep their eyes open. All of the other players are going to have to close and cover their eyes, all right? Because the witness of the round gets to look at one monster card. I'm going to hold it up to the camera, but they get to look at one monster card for 20 seconds and memorize as many details as they possibly can. Because after 20 seconds, I'm going to take this card away. And then the witness will describe to all of the sketch artists what they saw. They have 2 minutes to describe that creature, and the sketch artists will be illustrating as they listen. Sketch artists can ask as many questions as they want during this 2-minute process, and they can be as relevant or irrelevant as you want, whether it's what kind of teeth did it have? How many tails are we talking about? Do you think this creature would rather date Thor or Captain America? Doesn't matter. You're in complete control as sketch artists of what you want information-wise out of your witness. At the end of the 2-minute cycle, I'm going to have everybody lower their pens. And the 3 sketch artists of the round are going to reveal what they illustrated over the course of those 2 minutes. All right? And then what's going to happen next is the witness is going to secretly write down which player they think best represented what they saw earlier. All right? And then I will finally reveal that creature to everyone playing. And then we all get to vote on who we thought did the best job, right? And then we'll get into scoring after that.
Easy peasy.
Oh, man. Now, usually with the physical game, it comes with dry erase boards, right? And they're numbered with your agent number. Now, obviously, you all aren't here in the room with me, so you don't have a physical copy of the game. So I'm going to have you write a number in the corner of your sheet based off of your position on the stream right now. So, Drina, you're going to be player 1. Justin, you are going to play player 2.
Or second
Josh, you're going to be player 3. And then Bobby B, you're going to be player 4. These player numbers are going to be relevant because you will have to vote for each other over the course of the game. All right, so our very first witness of the game is going to be, guess what, player 1. It's the order of the, I didn't control the order. So what's going to happen is, like I mentioned, I am going to hold up one of these critters to the camera for 20 seconds. Drina, you are going to look at it and try and memorize as much as you can. The boys need to close their eyes and cover them. All right?
Okay.
Oh, cheating, Joshua. I saw that. All right, Drina, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, here we go. So you want to process as much of this, whoops, sorry about the green screen, as much of this as you possibly can as it fades away into the ether, right? As the green screen tries to pick it up and make it totally invisible for you. All right, so that is 20 seconds. That card is going to go down. All right, and now you are going to have 2 minutes. Boys, you can look again. You're going to have 2 minutes to describe to these gentlemen what you saw, starting now.
Okay, it looks like a cricket, elongated cricket, and it has.
So it's on. It's not standing up.
No, it's looks like it's crawling. Okay, it has 2 sets of 3 legs. No, I'm sorry, that makes a set of 3 legs, 6 legs total, but
6 legs total. Okay.
And each leg has 2 toes. And it has a very long, long nose. You guys have to remember, I'm half blind. So, yeah, really long.
Does the nose have nostrils?
Like a mosquito?
No, like an actual really long nose.
Like a human nose.
Is the
No,
nose going down like an elephant, or is it sticking out like
out? Almost like a stinger, but
so
not
like
quite.
a mosquito?
So yeah, like a mosquito.
Yeah, mosquito.
Josh,
eyes. How many eyes? Lots of eyes. 2 eyes.
Diamond
How many
shaped.
eyes?
Diamond shaped.
2 of them.
No, just one. So
One?
I guess
One eye? It had one eye.
That's
one
the
eye,
important
because
thing.
he's not like
How many
I guess
eyes
he's
do you have?
walking, so he's half of it. Shut up, Al.
How many eyes?
One eye.
One eye.
Was it like an iris? A pupil?
Did it have
No,
a pupil?
I don't know if
Eyelashes?
I didn't notice. Shut up, Josh.
Couldn't
If-
see it.
I want to say it's probably like a profile of the cricket.
What kind of mouth?
Oh my gosh, we're running out of time. Yeah, mouth.
I didn't see a mouth. It didn't have a mouth.
20 seconds.
Any ears, antlers, or and any antennas?
No, it didn't have antennas that I saw. It might have. Oh my god.
It might have had antennas.
It might have. I don't think it did though.
I love unreliable witnesses.
Anything on its back? Wings?
Pens down. Doesn't matter what it's on its back because you're not going to get to illustrate it.
Y'all should have ran through this with me Justin an hour ago. So
put that pen down, Justin.
Nope. All right, so now we're going to have each of our artists hold these up for our witness, starting with player number 2, Justin. Let's see yours up against the camera here.
That's exactly what I did.
Majestic, just majestic.
No shame.
All right, player number 3, Josh. Let's see yours.
Okay.
All right. I see you. And player number 4, Bob's. I
Okay.
Josh laughed in the other room. All right. So, Drina, do you need to see any of them again, or do you have written down in secret
Please
which
no.
one you thought represented best?
Okay.
You have it written down?
In secret, yes.
All right. So, players, I am now going to show you what the monster was. All right. And what's going to happen in a second here is I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1. And you're going to hold down fingers equal to whichever other player. You cannot vote for yourself, Bob. Whichever other player you think did the best job. All right. So this was what Drina saw.
Oh, she did not do a good job.
Oh, don't be rude.
Trina, that's not like a regular nose. There's like a joint on it.
Right.
It's got a hand thing going on.
And it's got a tail.
Everybody's so judgmental.
That's more like a spider than a cricket.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Have you seen a cricket?
All right, boys. I'm gonna do the countdown, and you are going to hold up fingers to vote for someone else. So 2 fingers if you're voting for Justin, 3 for Josh, and 4 for Bob. So 3, 2, 1, fingers.
I cannot believe I'm voting.
Justin doesn't know how to play.
All right. So Josh got the majority of the popular vote, so he gets a point. Now, Drina, who did you vote for?
Josh.
All right. So Josh gets a point from the witness. Now, here's the thing. Also, the witness gets a point. When those 2 numbers match up, that means we had a reliable witness that managed to speak directly to one of our sketch artists and get it right. So that means that at the end of round 1, we have Josh firmly in first place at 2 points. We have Drina at 1, and then Bob and Justin over there at Goose Eggs.
Sorry, guys.
Don't apologize.
You were a reliable witness if everyone agreed with you. So yeah, you actually did well. You got a point.
Everybody see that there's a guy in our chat named Magoo Fitzfarter. It's my favorite. I want to say hi to Magoo Fitzfarter. That's my favorite name online ever. And I might start calling my kids that.
Dirk would like you to hold them all up at the same time so that we can get them on the screen in case anybody wants to screenshot all of these monsters in a single moment. All right. So there we go. That's the collection for round 1. Bam. All right. So our next witness is going to be Justin, which means that I need the other players to cover up and close your eyes. All right. It is going to be not your turn to look. All right. So here we go. So this is what we've got. You're going to want to memorize as much as you possibly can of this critter. You get a grand total of 20 seconds. And I'll tell you what, if you've never been in the witness role before, you have no idea just how fast 20 seconds can go by. All right, that's it. That is it. There we go. All right. Whenever you would like, witness, you may begin.
All right. It's basically Lion Cat without a face, a circle for a face, with like a mermaid type tail, and there are long slivers or triangles almost up and down the body.
So many questions. Okay, does it have arms?
No, it is a cat with. I mean, think of a cat sitting down.
So 4. It's not bipedal.
It's a sitting cat? Okay.
4 and the mermaid
Yeah.
tail? Okay.
Yeah. So it's a cat sitting down with like a mermaid type tail with triangles across its body, like across its spine, and no face. There's an empty void hole of a face.
Oh, Lord. Have mercy.
There's a circle for a head.
No, like you would draw a cat head and a circle for a face. Like there's a hole where it's face.
For a face.
There's picture a face and just erase it and draw a circle.
But it's got an actual cat head with ears.
Yes.
All right.
I don't understand why this is so hard. I'm describing this perfectly.
You are.
Triangles. Are they like fish, like scales?
What are scales?
The triangle. All over like scales.
Oh, no. It's not like scales. Like it's not like scales. It's more just like fur. Like it's a design in the fur.
And what's on its mermaid's tail?
More fur.
Mermaid's tail.
There are no scales. No scales at all.
I'm done. I did it. I got it.
Pens down. That is 2 minutes right there. Justin, I really appreciate the fact that you opened with the lion cat description because I have a lion cat tattoo.
I mean, you saw it. It looked like lion cat.
I don't even know what lion cat is.
I don't know.
I don't believe you.
Isn't a lion cat just a lion?
No.
Has no one ever read Saga before? I'm so mad right now. I am high key tilted.
Oh, Lion Cat from Saga. Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Got it. I was thinking you were saying.
All right, players, let's reveal your illustrations starting with Drina's over here as player number 1.
Don't want
I think I nailed it.
Hey,
Yep, that's what I did.
Very similar to mine. Were you
Very
copying off these?
He said no scales on the tail, so you weren't listening.
I've already drawn the scales when he said no scales. So
Josh is player 3. Let's take a look at yours.
Gina copied off my homework.
God, yours
Yeah,
looks
but she improved it, so it's okay.
good.
Yeah, Justin, I really listened really well.
And then player 4, Bob, let's take a look here.
Oh my God.
Well, that is terrifying.
Okay. Justin, I know this isn't an easy decision, but do you have
Can
a
I
winner
see-
in mind?
Can I see them all one more time?
One more time, everybody.
This one. Not that up there.
Okay.
Jesus.
I've got my pick.
All right. Excellent. So everyone, I am going to reveal the actual critter now and let our sketch artists see just how much they might have swung and missed here.
It's like a hole in his face.
Yeah.
Here's my favorite part. I swear to God, I don't think I've ever seen anybody realize there is a 5th leg in the back there.
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Justin.
That actually has a grand total of 3 back legs. And I've never heard somebody get it correct yet.
Yeah. I want that as a pet. That's
Right?
I feel like you need some
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to do a 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and hold your paintings or creations up one more time. So, artists, you would be voting with 1 finger for Drina, 3 fingers for Josh, and 4 fingers for Bob. You got to vote for somebody other than yourself. So, here we go. Fingers at the ready. That is 3, 2, 1. Vote. All right. So, Josh is going to get the crowd favorite point. Now, Justin, who did you, as the witness, vote for?
I hate myself for this. I really do.
voted for me.
I voted for Bob.
Also, Josh?
You voted for Bob?
All right, well, I mean, that's not that bad of a thing, Justin, because it does mean that you get a point as the reliable witness, since those numbers matched. But it does mean that Josh is sitting relatively cozy going into round 3. All right, so Josh is sitting at 4 points. That being said, we are going into Josh's witness round. So Josh can only earn a maximum of 1 point this next round,
Don't
right?
I get a point?
And
Yeah,
then
I voted for
Bob
Bob.
is at 0.
Well, don't I get a point?
For what?
Voted for me.
Just for you? For being you, or why?
No, Justin
Oh,
voted for
my
me.
bad. I thought he said he voted for Josh. This is wrong then. So Justin doesn't earn a point. All of this is wrong. All right.
I thought you
Pardon
voted for
me.
me.
Pardon me. Josh earns 1
Job
point.
is very secure. We don't worry about taking
The
over.
witness's favorite. Justin earns nothing.
So I'm still looking good.
Yeah, you're just not
firmly in
sitting
the lead.
as cozy. All right. That was my bad. I misheard. All right. So now it's going to be Josh's turn as the witness. Now, generally speaking, this game is played you're going to go around the whole entire suite twice. Everybody will get to be the witness twice. We probably won't get through that many rounds given the fact that we're a specific panel time, but we'll play through as many as we can. So I want everybody else to close their eyes and cover them up except for Josh. All right. So let me pull up the timer here. Peekaboo.
Oh my.
Oh my. Oh my. I didn't want to be nice to you, but I didn't want to be too mean either.
This one's kind of difficult.
It's like medium plus.
Okay.
All right, there we go. That is 20 seconds.
Are you
And
ready?
Josh, you can go ahead and begin describing as the witness whenever you're ready.
Okay, so it's bipedal, right? It walks on 2 legs. It is furry. It is heavy and thick. It's got its arms up in the air, and they're big, thick, stumpy arms that have 2 fingers and a thumb. Its legs are the only thing that's not furry. Its legs are like chicken legs, and it has 2 toes on each foot. Everything else is furry. Here's the big one. It has big, huge eyes, angry face eyes, right? And it has a trunk that comes off of it. The trunk doesn't slope down. The trunk goes straight out, and at the end of the trunk is a mouth.
Okay, what's the body?
Furry body, kind of like a bear. And its arms are up, and it's got a trunk with a mouth on the end of it. But the legs are where the fur stops, and it's like chicken legs with 2 toes. The hands have 2 fingers and a thumb, and it's like,
Are they like chicken arms?
the big key thing here is you got to nail that trunk. It's like a trunk, but the trunk where the hole, like an elephant's trunk would be, has teeth and top and bottom teeth, like a little mouth. And
How
it's
much
got
time do I
big.
Can I restart?
So we still have left in this round a solid 50 seconds.
What kind of eyes? Big angry eyes. You know how Sonic the Hedgehog's eyes are?
Yeah.
Like they're kind of big, like very cartoony. It looks just like Sonic the Hedgehog's eyes, except it's got an angry brow.
Okay.
Angry Sonic the Hedgehog eyes. Oh yeah, it's got like some little spikes on its head. I think you could almost like spiked hair. Furry, thick chicken legs.
Chicken legs.
10 seconds.
I nailed it. I mean, I'm the most reliable witness. You guys, you got an easy one here.
Pens down.
Son of
That is 2 minutes over there, everybody. That is 2 minutes.
I think I got the chicken legs.
And that's it. No. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at those chicken legs, Drina.
Okay.
That's player number 1 over here.
He's it.
I like the human legs beside it, though.
Yeah.
There you
If you didn't know that these were chicken legs, this is what human legs look like.
They were so like nice and like they were kind of saucy. They looked like
I don't know why she even bothered
illustration over there. All right, so then we have Justin as player 2.
Let's see the goods.
There's a reason. There's a reason why I'm a letterer, and that reason is this right here.
Such a hairy boy. That looks like it could be Sasquatch's cousin. This is definitely Sasquatch's cousin.
Good job, Bob.
You can tell he works out.
Good job, Bob.
It's leg day.
Oh, this is gonna be
He's skipping leg day. All right, Josh, do you have a winner chicken dinner in mind?
I do. It was really close though, because everybody's was fairly accurate.
All right, well then let's do a reveal. All right, this is what was actually seen in the woods, my artists.
Right? Okay.
Nice.
That's a pretty good job.
His mouth is probably what terrifies me the most going on
You
here.
gotta nail that trunk.
All right, let's get everybody hold yours up while I've got the monster up. We'll let Josh get a nice little side-by-side look going on over here.
Oh, sorry.
All right, artists, it's going to be time for a 3, 2, 1, all right? Okay, so 3, 2, 1, vote. All right. Okay. So the crowd favorite was Bob. The witness, Josh over there, also voted for Bob, which means even during his witness round, Josh
He
still
gets a
voted.
point. He does not play the game.
Not happy about this. I see Dirk saying that we'll see Bob's Buff Monster in a future Riptide piece. Oh my. Oh my. So going into our 4th round, we have Drina at 1 and Justin at 0. Josh is dominating a little bit at 4, but he's got Bob pretty close behind him at 3 points going into this round. Bob's first time being the witness, so we have no idea what's in store.
Anything could happen now.
I just want to say, so Magoo Fitzfarter did say in the chat that Josh's illustration, Josh's monster was going to be the hardest. I'm going to play least favorites in the group. No, Bob's is going to be the hardest.
Stand down, Magoo Fitzfarter.
He brought this upon you, Bob. Just when I show you this creature, I want you to know this is Fitzfarter's fault.
This is Fitzfarter's fault.
All right, other players, I need you to cover and close your eyes because I'm about to show something very chaotic. All right, here we go, buddy.
Oh my goodness. Oh, good Lord.
Soak in those deets.
All right.
As much as you can out of this chaos. As much as you can in 20 seconds. There we go.
All right.
All right, witness, whenever you are ready, you may begin.
Okay. Imagine a seahorse with 3 horns coming out of its head that curve like a hook, and its mouth has 2 kind of tentacles, one bigger than the other, but the body of it is a seahorse, and it looks like it has like maybe 2 bubble eyes, and I couldn't see what was on its back, but it almost looked like it had a like a glass tank on its back, and it just had like little
kind of like little tentacles all over it, coming from its back, almost looking like the little tentacles were holding it onto its back. But again, the main framing of it you want to do is a seahorse.
What was the head like again at the top?
Go ahead.
The head? What was like the head like?
So the head, again, seahorse, but instead of like the seahorse like snout, it came down almost into two little tentacles instead of like the seahorse mouth. It had two tentacles that came out. And on its head, it had three horns that kind of curved down like a hook. And it had this weird thing on its back, which looked like a glass tank, like almost like a cylindrical tank on its back. And it was held on by little tentacles. I'm doing a fantastic job. Magoo Fitzfarter. Am I not nailing it right now?
What it looked like?
What? Tell me about the eyes.
That's it. I just did. You have all the information you need, Justin.
10 seconds.
It had like these kind of like 2 or 3 little bubble
This is
eyes.
like working on a book for you.
Pens down.
Very accurate. Very accurate. I can't even tell you how well I just did.
This is the Bob style.
I'm dead.
See, even Magoo Fitzfarter said I did a good job.
All right, player one, let's go ahead and take a look at the critter that you illustrated over here.
Oh, wow.
Not bad, not bad.
We got it.
And then for Justin, we have player two's creation.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then Josh for player number three's. His eyes look like he's a Simpsons character. You just made it Simpsons edition. All right. So, Bob, do you have a winner in mind for
Can I
these?
see them one more time?
All right. Hold them up.
Right.
All right.
You got it?
I got it.
All right. I will now reveal the real creature for all of our artists to bear witness to. Bam.
Whoa, that is crazy.
All right, let's go ahead and get everybody to hold theirs up to the camera while I've got them out on display so that y'all can kind of witness side by side before I do our good 3, 2, 1 over here. Justin has a few fans in the chat, by the way. Fitzfarter and a Batman are both rooting for you, Justin. Rooting for you hardcore here. All right, it's time for the good old 3, 2, 1. Everybody ready them fingers. That is 3, 2, 1, vote. Oh, so this is interesting. This is interesting. So, technically speaking, every single player tied for first place. So they each get a point. So Josh gets a point. Justin gets a point. Drina gets a point. Now, Bob, who did you vote for? All right, voted for Drina. So Drina gets a point. Now, technically speaking, the witness did vote for one of the winners. So the witness also gets a point, which this is what we end at 3:30.
Yep.
Okay, so this will be our final round. That works out. Everybody got one round. So our final tally for our Broken Gargoyles team, we have Justin at 1 point, Drina at 3, Bob at 4, and Josh sitting at just barely 1 point above the rest. Our winner. I think so. Like I was telling Drina earlier today that this is not a game about drawing skills. This is a game about listening skills. So technically speaking, this does not mean that Josh is the best artist in the room. Ladies, I want you to know Josh is the best listener in the room.
It's odd that I came in second.
It's really unpredictable too. You can never really tell how it's going to end up at the end. Sometimes you think you're winning or losing, and you come out strong. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can have a huge swing. Now, somebody dropped the link to it earlier. Monstrosity is available for pre-order. It's hitting our warehouse in October, so it'll be shipping out to pre-orders in late October. The game itself runs $25, and then it's also going to be released with a Cute Creatures expansion as well. That'll usually cost $10 extra. But right now, when you pre-order it, when you go directly to our website and throw down on there, we're including the expansion for free. So now is the perfect time. You can click that link straight from Mainframe and support everybody around the table here.
This was a ton of fun. Thanks so much, you guys.
I love Monstrosity.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
I'm going to go buy it right now.
Aw, yay. Well, thank you so much for letting me play around with y'all. I appreciate it.
Thank you, hon. I'll see you later.
Well, thank you so much. That was so much fun. Man, I was backstage. That was a good time, everybody. Thanks for joining. We're going to go ahead and throw the schedule up because I do believe that my next thing is at the top of the next hour. Yes, we have Image Comics Presents Bliss, hosted by Fred Packard. So we're going to give that group a chance to come in here. And so we are going to take a break for a moment. We're going to give that group a chance to come in. Thank you so much, Elle, and everybody in that last panel. That was
Thank
so
you,
much fun. I
JB,
can't
for
wait to see
having
that on the
us.
Rewind, right? That was great. I can't wait to see that on the Rewind. All right, everyone else. That's what we're going to do. We're going to put up the marquee. I'm going to pop backstage, go take a potty break, right? Go check out some of the other halls. There's a ton of great content going on right now at Mainframe Comic-Con. Go check out some of the other halls. We're going to come back at the top of the hour. Fred Packard's going to be hosting the next panel. It is Source Point Press presents Image Comics Presents Bliss. Man, see what happens when you've been up since 4 a.m. Image Comics Presents Bliss, hosted by Fred Packard. As a matter of fact, he's got the next 2 panels. So Fred is going to be a very, very busy man. muted? Why am I muted? There we go. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con. This is Hall C, and we are going to have a fantastic presentation here. We have got host Fred Packard, who will be bringing us Image Comics Bliss. I'm not familiar with what this is. I am so excited to see this. I'll tell you what, we're going to bring Fred in and the crew here from Image Comics. I'm going to bounce back to backstage. Hopefully everything runs well. I'll see you guys in an hour.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm Fred. Nice to meet you officially. So joining me, I have Mr. Sean Lewis and Caitlin Yarsky, the creators of Bliss. I'm very excited to dive into this. I had a chance to read the first issue, and it left me wanting more instantly. So we'll just start there. Good things. And you guys worked together in the past, I saw. On is it Coyotes or Coyotes? I know people pronounce it differently.
I call it Coyotes.
Okay. So Caitlin, you jumped into Coyotes. You started, I think, on issue 4 or 5 on that series, or were you from the beginning?
The whole thing, yeah.
Oh, the whole thing. Okay. I was looking at your guys' your background. It was lovely artwork. The cover of Bliss. I kind of wanted to dive into that first. What was the inspiration for the cover, and how'd you guys come up with it?
Well, Kate, you can take that. I mean, Kate knows all the art. I kind of stay far away because I know nothing about it.
Yeah, so I mean, I modeled all the characters after real life people that are friends of mine. So my friend Matt is the main character, and it's called Bliss, and thought it would be an interesting juxtaposition of having this miserable looking person in front of that logo.
Is your friend a miserable person?
No. But the characters.
Yeah. Kind of diving into, I don't want to give away too many spoilers and things like that, but diving into the first opening scene. I loved going back into the past and seeing, this man jumping off of, this cliff, and essentially, and then the ending of the book, which we'll get into, which was a beautiful wrap to the whole first issue, I thought. When you guys were going into this, I got this, when it was on trial in the beginning, this old English feel to it, like the court of law where you have like the judge. Walk me through the creation of this setting, if you will.
Sure. I mean, design-wise, Kate has kind of carte blanche. There'll be things like I might use titles. I think in the script he's referred to as a magistrate, which is kind of old school British. My family is I'm first generation Irish. My grandma and grandpa, I grew up in their house, and so like we watched a lot of old British movies and television. Also, like we did this with Coyotes too. Like Kate's an amazing fantasy artist. I mean, artist in general, but her fantasy stuff is really incredible, and I'm very obsessed with myth and allegory. So, in some ways, it's sometimes I get caught up thinking like, oh, what are locales, or like if we're doing a court scene, like what's a court scene that we recognize and understand, but doesn't bring us too much into like, New York City 2020 COVID world, as opposed to like something bigger and theatrical, but it still has a concept of myth around it.
Yeah, the setting takes place in Feral City. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, and kind of gave me like a little bit of a Gotham feel to it, where you have a lot of crime kind of running rampant, and then you kind of get into the Underdark, which is the Docktown market, if you will. Did you take any what were the inspirations when the two of you were kind of creating this for the actual city itself?
I mean, again, we should talk to the visual, because I mean the visual is so definitive. Mm-hmm. That really is Kate's imagination, just kind of wanting with very sparse direction.
So I'm a writer, and I have a couple of series out there. When you are doing your script for Caitlin, are you kind of leaving it up to her to kind of take as much privilege as she'd like? Is that kind of the direction, or? Yeah,
I mean, I think like we're really true co-creators on it. When we worked on Coyotes, we were learning how to work. We didn't know each other at all. I found Kate on Facebook, and we're just like, hey, let's do a book. And And she had talked about, I come from theater, so I think some of the early conversations were more of like, what experiences have you had that were good and what were bad? And she's so good that I just was like, I don't really want to get in the way. I just want the story to be there. So through Coyotes, we started finding like if there were things that were somewhere in between a short story and a screenplay, Kate would kind of take them and break them and actually make them into a comic. Is kind of how that started operating.
Now, Caitlin, for yourself, first off, I just want to. The art is fantastic. Immediately, the pacing, the layouts of the panels, it was very well done. I don't know. I haven't read Coyotes, but now I'm very intrigued to go and read that series as well, especially to see your work on that. When you were designing this, what did you draw on from your creative, tapping into creatively to kind of bring out and flesh out Feral City?
Yeah, I mean, it was just so many things that it's kind of hard to pinpoint one like direction. But I've been telling people about this is going to sound a little silly, but like Pinterest is an amazing image source site. I'm not even kidding. Like for anything that you're looking for visually, like it's so much better than Google image searches. So I use that a lot when I'm like trying to find inspiration for architecture or sometimes character designs or just things to find influence from. So I kind of put together these like mood boards based on lots of different imagery that I find that and sometimes I kind of go down a rabbit hole. I find something really cool and then I go, oh, let's find more things like that. So I mean, the Feral City was, there's a lot of like Eastern Asia kind of influence in there with like the way that the houses are kind of like, stacked on top of each other and, a lot of like really, impoverished, nations and villages and things like that, kind of like everything's on top of everything else. And, but also with some kind of like older, almost, like European grandeur that's sort of like crumbled a little bit, which I'm kind of familiar with living in upstate New York. I was surrounded by all this.
That's where I'm from.
Oh, really?
From Western New York.
Yeah, well, that's I was in Rochester for about 15 years. So
Buffalo. Originally from Buffalo.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. It's like there was like this industrial golden era and age. It was, you could see that grandeur that was, but it's kind of all crumbling and kind of depressed. So I was kind of going for that, and definitely with the scene with the court, I was thinking about like Terry Gilliam a lot. He kind of pulls from that too, like sort of just like crumbling, nobility, which is cool.
It was. I blew through this first issue. Like I got it, and it paced so well. I do have a question in terms of for the two of you when you guys were kind of creating Dogtown together. It gave me a very, I don't know if you're Star Wars fans or not, but it gave me a very like Jabba the Hutt, like underground feel to it, where you have like these syndicates. That's at least what because I'm a giant Star Wars nut, but I'm curious to know. Because it kind of threw me off for a quick second when you see, they're not human, and I was just like, "What are we getting into here?" So if you guys want to throw
yeah, it's pretty fun. I don't think you're the only person who's had that response. Honestly, I think really early on, like even at conception, we had done Coyotes together, and that was more of like that. I had an idea in my head, and then found Kate's art, and was like, "Oh, this melts perfect," and then we really kind of started finding a real rhythm together of how to make scripts. So when this came around, it started us with each of us just going like, what do you want to write about? What do you want to draw? Like, what are the things that you're interested in? And I think it was Kate had turned to me, I believe, and was just like, I'd like to have these like monsters, these like amphibian, like turtle, frog type beings. And I knew I wanted to write like an addiction noir. And I was just like, oh shit, how does a frog fit in this? I mean, honestly. And then that kind of was weirdly freeing because then I was just okay. The story, like the hard-boiled noir, like there'll be elements of that, but like how, like okay, when he goes, we call them mob gods, and I was just like, oh, when he goes to see the mobsters, like, what if they are just gods? Like we just take them to their natural monster completion, right? Like, as opposed to in a noir where they'd be like, if I was reading a hard-boiled detective novel, they'd be like, he had eyes like a serpent. It's just like, no, he's a fucking serpent. Like, like what he is. And I don't know. I love how it came out because like I just think those monsters, you know, like visually it just takes you into the world. Just keeps getting more and more rich. I mean, at least that's the hope and goal of it, is that the deeper you start going into Feral City and it twists and turns in ways where it just keeps staying new, but somehow plausible. That to me is the thing, is like keeping those two things kind of alive. Where I know what I'm reading, but I don't know what I'm reading.
I mean, it kind of. I think it says something about like Neil Gaiman in the some of the reviews you guys got. I got that feel. I'm currently reading their the Die comic right now, and I kind of got that feel a little bit. To something like there's some aspects that just kind of pop out at you, and you're just like, did not see that coming. So it keeps you definitely on the edge of your seat. I was taking as many notes as I could, and the God of no spoilers, hopefully, but the God of Oblivion, are those the gods of Oblivion? Is that kind of what they're dealing with, or is that to come down the road?
They work for her.
Oh,
they
okay.
work for the God of Oblivion. They're kind of like low-level street bosses. Like if you think of it as like a traditional noir, right? Like they're kind of the street captains that you would see in like a Godfather movie or like an old Hammett. And then there's like the head bookie. Like we just haven't met the head bookie yet, who like really.
We're just scraping the surface.
Right. We'll and like I mean, it's not a spoiler. I mean, in issue 2, we very quickly learned that they're lost it.
Well, I'm definitely putting this on my pull box for sure, and I'm looking forward to reading all the rest of these issues. This has actually been a nice treat. I do want to talk about the symbolism. There's a lot of symbolism, I feel like, in this, like just kind of going back to the opening panel, right, where, you know, the son's telling, you know, you have the dialogue happening and the father's jumping off this cliff. And then at the end, where you see the hand coming through and then pulling, you know, the father out of this water. Talk me through how you guys create, you know, going back, you know, in the past and the different time periods and how it all kind of ties together, how you guys are doing that.
Take it away, Kate. That's a good one for you.
Me?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I mean, you know, I think we in the solicitation and the promos and everything, we were talking about we were likening it a little bit to Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, you know, where you don't necessarily have to know what's going on right away. It's almost like an anime, you know, like you kind of just are told to just jump in, and you know, then you're going to turn the page and see some frog people, and you're going to be like, what? So like I think that's always been something that Sean's done too with, you know, like Coyotes. He did the same thing, not the same thing, but like, you know, worked with time in a really cool way where you don't really necessarily know where you are yet, but you kind of feel it out as you go. And I really like that kind of storytelling. So we definitely use like, I'm using a lot of color schemes to sort of define places and sometimes to define times, but more places than times.
That was actually going to be my next question. Did you do the coloring as well?
Yeah,
So,
all the effort. Yeah.
all of it. Yeah, that is, first off, that's a lot of work. that's very, very time consuming. I can imagine how much work you're putting into this, coloring, you know, inks, you know, drawing, like the sketches. I'm sure it's put a lot of love into this book, and you can see it. It definitely comes through. And I definitely feel like it's a world you've seen, but haven't lived in before. Kind of a feel where it's new, it's fresh, but it's similar. And I definitely got that feel. I want to talk about the dark tone that this book is kind of taking on. There's a page in there where it's showing like all the bad things that happen in the city, and that's some dark stuff, especially for, I mean, that to me kind of elevated the writing to a point where it's like, okay, this is going, you know, R-rated, if you will, in terms of like how you know deep we're going to get into this dark storytelling. Did you guys intend for it to kind of go to like this dark place, or how do you feel about that?
I don't know. I'm an Irish guy. It doesn't seem that dark to me.
I'm half Irish, so I feel you. And the other half is Italian, so like the mob side. You're appealing to both sides. I think that's what I really.
I mean, there are times I definitely I don't always think I'm going as dark as other people are reading. I mean, honestly, it came out of when we first started talking about doing a book, we were talking about doing a completely different book. And we never seemed to be able to get around it, or there was like problems within it, although some of it moved its way into this. And I think we were just like going back and forth on Twitter or something in direct message. And I don't even know if we were talking about the book. I can't remember. But I know Kate and I were just bouncing back and forth, and we were just talking about, like, you know, like how fucked the world is. And we're just kind of like, yeah, it's just horrible. Like, how does somebody do that and they sleep at night? And then it was like, oh, that's actually like a really interesting central question. Like, how do people do bad things, right? Like, and for me, I'm most of the stuff I write, I'm pretty obsessed with how do you do something good? Like, what does it mean to be good? And so it just kind of started coming out of that. And so just naturally, when you start talking about a world where reconciliation or redemption is going to be something that is really hard to achieve, you know that actions have to be so deep that we understand why people aren't willing to forgive, right? Like that I think is where, you know, the actions that people are doing, where it's like, it talks about a guy who goes into a school and shoots like a nursery school, and it talks about people who steal tricks from like people who are dying. I like that this is the point that we're talking about the book. Like, you can buy it. It's a cheer fest.
I mean, like the elderly and, like, you know, like, it was, when I read that, I was like, okay, this is not that it's like swearing and things like that and like super sexual, but it was more along the lines of, you know, there's some real grit to this story, whereas, you know, other books I've read, you know, it's kind of what you're looking for and you don't end up getting. You get this in issue 1, and I thoroughly thank you for it, because I'm glad I didn't get a big fluff piece and I got something that I really enjoyed. So that was good.
We're good for the non-fluff.
And then also, let's talk about bliss. You know, because I think everybody in their life, they all do stuff that they wish they could forget, or they all, it's a powerful thing to be able to pick and choose your memories, right? Or to have an organization that can kind of force you to forget something. And there's this, you know, drug out there that kind of, you know, takes away, you know, the pain, if you will. It's kind of like opium in a way. Like, I was thinking opium dens way back when, especially with the setting and stuff. So, and Johnny Depp from Hell, I had like this picture in my head while some of this was going on. But how did you guys develop the actual, I know you're kind of alluding to it, the actual, I don't know if it's a drug or if it's like an elixir or whatever it is, but like, tell people, like, what is bliss?
Sorry, my son has just come and grabbed me.
Hello.
You gotta find Mom. You're very wet. I know you're very wet. You gotta find Mom. Go in your room and take your shirt off. He's not in the book. He's wet. Great. Sorry.
I got my first on the way, man. I can wait.
The drug, I think, was in that initial conversation again. He's shouting, so I'm backing out of the camera to try and close the door without anyone noticing.
You're fine. Don't worry.
Oh my God, quarantine. This is as real as it gets. I think it was in that same conversation. It's just like a really simple answer of like, oh, you know, how do people do bad things? And it would be interesting. Maybe I think Kate might have pitched out, like, what if somebody took a drug and then it just started rolling? That's a lot of times how we build stuff, like even issues. Like we probably should, but we don't really work, and never did with Coyotes from like master outlines. A lot of the time, it's like us turning to each other and going like, when's the next issue done? Oh shit, that's soon. Like,
What's next? I don't know. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, Kate will be like, what's next? I need to draw this next week. And I'm like, I know the 3 things that happen, but I have no idea exactly how they happen. And then it becomes us kind of throwing ideas back and forth, and like, you know, what I do think is I think I'm really proud of how the work develops with each of it, because it's super organic and edited at every step. Because like Kate will throw out an idea and then like I might edit it, and then I'll throw it back and then Kate will edit it back, just in like spitballing. And then I'll go away and I'll write a script. I'll send it to Kate. Kate will be like, yeah, this one's okay. I understand up to here. I don't understand this point. And then I'll go back and rewrite. And then all the way when we get into lettering, we'll get the draft back and I'll look at the lettering and then we'll be like, oh, this has to be more clear here and here. So like the drug and everything kind of like basically every piece of the book came out that way, where like we're talking and it becomes like, oh, what if people were trying to get rid of their memories? They had all these bad memories and they were and like people weren't being kind to each other anymore. And then someone says like, "Hey, what if they were taking a drug?" And it's like, great, well, who has to supply the drug, right? And then you just keep kind of building step by step, like a story circle, just going like, okay, if someone has to supply a drug, like if they're supplying a drug that makes specific memories go away, they're either an amazing scientist or we're dealing with like myth.
Mm-hmm.
And so then each thing starts answering itself. I know it's a long answer to like how they.
No, I mean, honestly, it's good. It's good. In regards to working with Image, this is now the second series together that you guys have worked on with Image. I mean, we're in unprecedented times right now. I mean, as a comic book author, I can kind of relate. Like, I have a book going through Diamond and previews right now, and it's been chaotic for release schedules, getting the books to stores, things like that. How is working with Image? How did you guys get in touch with them to begin with? Working with them together. Did you submit to them like normal, or was this like how did you guys start your career in working with Image, if you will?
It's kind of how I baited Kate. I had already done a book at Image, so when I sent my weird author email, like the first thing is, I'm already doing a book at Image right now. I'm not a and so I mean, basically, I was working on a play, and the artist I was working on a play with, I was actually, if you remember old school crank projectors, like when I was in school, I wanted to do live animation during it, and I met an artist who he would draw pictures as we cranked it, so it would make this moving animation during the play. His drawings were very comic inspired. We got talking. His name's Ben Mackey, and we both had like this Catholic influence on our life and art, and we just started going like, well, what if the Saints were X-Men? So we made this book called Saints, which Image did. And then while we were doing Saints, I wanted to do other books. I was really falling in love with the form. I went to Facebook. I found Kate and another artist that I worked with basically on the same day, and then submitted it. But Coyotes was a little bit harder. We submitted a version of it that got rejected, and then Kate's crazy. Like Kate went back and redrew the entire. When we submit, we've always submitted a full issue. Like we'll do a full issue one, and then turn around and give it to Eric at Image. That's how I did Saints. We've done every book, and we did that with Coyotes. And Kate then went back and was like, let me redraw the book. And so Kate redrew from page 1 through 24, like all of that book, and then they accepted it. It also had worked out a little bit well. The book I was doing at the time, called The Few, had been kind of a surprise. So I think my first book, Saints, had not been a hit of any kind. It seemed like a respected book, but we didn't sell a lot of it. And so I think it's a business, so it makes it harder to be like, oh, risk on this. Where once The Few had been like, well, maybe there's an audience for the weird way that Sean's writing stories, it made, I think, Coyotes, more doable.
So, I mean, I've got a chance to see a lot of the guys over in Image at all the various conventions that I've had the time to go to. Do you guys see yourselves submitting more work together after this series, or is there going to be a volume 3, perhaps, of Bliss or more Coyotes coming back for the two of you?
I mean, that's up to Kate. I mean, that's better on the spot. But I mean, I would work with Kate at any point. I know Kate's also a wonderful writer. She's doing a lot of her own work, and the way that Kate works, I mean, not to speak for you, but like, it's really interesting time involved. So it's a lot of just like, I mean, really, I think it's whatever Kate wants to do next is going to kind of control a lot of that. So speaking for you, you should.
Yeah. He keeps deferring to you. So Caitlin, in regards to your art, what are the So for Bliss, it's going to be 8 issues, right? It's an 8-issue series, and then it has somewhat of a definitive ending. I'm guessing, right? Yeah. When you guys are working together, you guys seem to be doing a really good job. Do you see yourself coming up with a 3rd series that you guys are going to be working together, or what stuff are you working on?
I have a couple irons in the fire right now, and I did get my feet wet writing. I wrote a Buffy the Vampire Slayer story, which I was really excited to do. So that was like my first experience writing something. So it kind of boosted my confidence a little bit and made me feel like maybe I could write something in the near future. So, while I love working with Sean, I think that for the next project, it's kind of up in the air still, but it'll either be something that I write or, possibly a completely different gig. So we got to see.
Yeah, I do a lot of collaborative writing, and I do like kind of what you guys are getting back to, where you can kind of get to edit yourselves, which is nice. You have somebody to kind of kick off ideas, and then normally when I'm going through this process, I'm way over here, and then my writing partner is way over here, and then most of the time you end up meeting in the middle. It's a better thing, right? I can tell that the story is very well fleshed out. I'm very interested to see what the crimes were that this guy committed, opening up where he's like, oh, tell that to all, the victims. And it's like an amphitheater of victims. And I'm very curious to know what this guy did that can affect so many people. And the love that, a father has for his son, and the depths he will go to protect his family. Also very interested to see if the father comes back that shot the guy in the shoulder. If there's any playback on that, because if I got shot in the shoulder and did something terrible, I feel like he would be on my list of people to hit up. But yeah, no, it's been very, very exciting read. Is there any part of this story, from a writing process and an art process, that there was a hurdle that you guys really had to come over together, where you had to like meet in the middle, where one person had one vision, the other person had another?
I don't know. I don't. It's so rare that I give any notes to Kate when we get to the point of the full art. I would say not really. I mean, I think any hurdles for me just were like the story ended up becoming more personal than I expected. Like elements of my own life and my own dad started popping in that when we conceived were not part of my initial plan, but in the actual writing it started going like, oh, this does remind me of this. So. But I don't even know if that's a hurdle. In some ways, that's just made it more. I mean, it's just made it more personal than some of the other books have had, which is good and bad. It just makes me more nervous when it gets released. It
feels personal. It does. It really does, because it has that. Like I said, it feels real. It feels like a world that I kind of want to go. Not necessarily, book a vacation, but go visit. And like kind of vicariously live and see, what's going on in this city. But I guess the question I was meaning to ask is, was there ever a disagreement in the process of creation where you guys had to make a compromise? Because I mean, that happens all the time. But was there ever a moment where you guys were like, "I want to do it this way, I want to do it this way," and then you meet in the middle?
I mean, I don't think so. I'm trying to think about it, but it's like we brainstorm and bounce back ideas, so often that it's kind of like it's a really collaborative process. I can't really think of anything where we were just like. Sean was like, I want it to be like this. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll do this. But like, it's, or the other way around even. Like, I have to make it like this. And then Sean's like, okay. Like, we both, yeah.
I mean, for better or worse, it feels very, like, if you improvise it, there's this whole concept of yes and, that you just kind of say yes to your partner. Yes, and what else? I mean, it can make, in improv, it can make for either brilliant work or really gratuitous work. I guess we kind of are.
Yeah, I think it feels pretty brilliant. I think you guys did a really good job. The first issue dropped, I think it was July 22nd. And the second issue is coming out August 26th. Right? Yeah. And then you have the third issue comes out September 23rd. It's an 8-issue miniseries. I'll give you guys the floor. I know we're ending here in 2 minutes. I'll give you guys the floor. Is there anything you want to let the people know, about Bliss before we take off, and where they can find you and keep up with your writing and art?
Kate should be considered for an Eisner. That's what I would say. That's all I got.
I would honestly, I've read Monstrous, right? And I would put the art, I love Monstrous. I think this art is definitely Eisner worthy, to be honest with you. And the amount of work that you're putting into the coloring plus the art and all the love affair that goes with that, it's definitely should get a nod, if you will.
The two crowd scenes in the first issue art. I mean, you can see the faces in the first crowd scene. And I mean, in both crowd scenes, but they're really small in the first crowd scene. The people, and that's insane. Like that's just so much work and takes so much detail. Yeah, Kate should have been noticed for I think for that fine category. So like, I don't know. I'll at this point, it's just like, come on,
guys.
Yeah.
I think this story, if people read it, will catch fire. I really do, and I think I don't know how first, as an author, you find out way later, how people read your book, but I think this definitely has some legs, and I think it's going to go places, and I think you guys are going to get a lot of good word of mouth, at least from the first issue. So I'm really excited for issue 2 through 3.
Well, I think things like this are really important because even though we're at Image, Image is still indie, especially if like we're two creators who've never worked at Marvel or DC and don't have that kind of lift. And we do books that honestly are a little weirder, like than books tend to be. Like we're both very into old school Vertigo and similar types of fiction that I think like they're hard to sell in an encapsulated like sentence, but people seem to really love them when they get into them. It's like the biggest thing for us is that people do talk about it and encourage each other to read it. I mean that's all books, obviously, but I definitely think with a book like ours, it's really hard to go like, yeah, there's frog people and a drug, and people forget it's fucking great. Like,
that's a blip in what this book actually makes you. Well, that's the thing; it makes you feel, and like that's.
Like that whole thing with the setting or whatever the people are made out look like, it's not even it's because the story is really true, and I don't mean true in terms of like literally. I just mean it's one of those stories that you talk about Meaford Eisner. I think Sean should be looked at for this one because it's honestly it feels exactly how I think fantasy and sci-fi at its best does storytelling, where it's not like all of the surfacey art stuff is inconsequential because not inconsequential, but it's like the characters and the way that they develop and their bonds with each other, that's the real part of it. And so whatever it's dressed in doesn't matter, you know what I mean? Because it's a great story and it's a true story and it comes from
I feel for all these characters. So going from the father, with the son. The son standing in front of this jury, right, or judge, and all these victims, and pleading his father's case. I feel for the wife, who is caught in the middle of this, if you will. It's a small cast so far to start off with, which is nice too. So you can kind of really get behind these characters. I guess I'll leave it with this, guys. Where do you guys see this going? Do you think you could ever be live action, animation? Where do you think you want to see this if it was to get to that next?
I just can see. I'm just imagining the frog people conversation with the execs. Like they're actual frogs. Like, are they real frog? Is it a frog suit, Sean? Like,
you get some like Dark Crystal. You can get some puppeteering if you want. That's kind of what I felt. I felt like a little Jim Henson. Like the giant bird. Like that's kind of how I was feeling in that scene. But it was cool.
I'm happy for people to give us money for any version of it that they want to do.
Yeah, we just want to fund our next projects. Like, just let us adapt something so we can keep doing comics. That's my personal thing.
All right, guys. That's kind of the dream of all of us creators, right? So I will definitely be supporting you, and I hope everybody else does. I want to thank you both for taking a time out on this Sunday afternoon, evening, if you will, depending on where you are. If you're still in New York, I guess evening. But to come on and talk with me, and I hope everybody goes pick up your book. Please add it to your poll list for everybody watching. It's a fantastic book. Get all 8 issues and get the trades. Help these guys out to fund their next project.
Thanks, and the wet sun. It'll all go to the wet sun.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much, man.
And no problem, guys. I hope you guys have a great evening.
You too, man. Take care.
Here we go. Well, hello everybody and welcome back. We have got another amazing guest today. We've got Freddie is going to be interviewing Norm Harper, and this one's going to be good. Sit back, relax, and let's enjoy the show, everybody. I'll be backstage if you need me.
Hello, Mr. Harper. How are you doing today?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good, good. Pleasure to finally meet you.
Yeah, you too.
I'm excited to have you on. Just so everybody knows, I mean, you man with no need of an introduction, but Eisner nominated Mr. Norm Harper here, Naughty List, Ricky, Half Haven, the sequels. I'm excited to dive in.
Thanks, man. Yeah, looking forward to it.
So let's start with how you started getting into writing graphic novels, comics, and what got you into the genre.
Yeah, it started. I really got into comics. I mean, other than like Farsight and Calvin and Hobbes were like the first comics I was reading, and that goes back to as far back as I can remember. And then when Marvel released their trading cards in like 1990, I think I was in 6th grade. Then I really got into superheroes and the mainstream comic stuff, and started collecting. And that was a really exciting time because Image formed right around then or right after, so that there was really just exciting things happening. And I was young. I'd go to the comic book store, and it seemed like there was like this whole new world. And I was fortunate enough when I was a junior in high school that I got to do I got credit for almost an internship kind of thing at Antarctic Press. I grew up in San Antonio, and that's where their offices are. And so it was a program the school had they would pair you with a mentor. And so every Monday afternoon I would go and I'd talk to their editor-in-chief at the time, and he was teaching me about like sequential art and how the format actually works. But that was all kind of pre-internet. I didn't know anybody who could draw. I was trying to be an artist, but I didn't have the natural talent. So I kind of, after a while, I got really into I want to be a writer, but I didn't have anybody to make comics with, really. So I moved on to other forms of writing. And then it was 2013. My wife and I were at WonderCon, and we went. I don't remember what the panel was supposed to be, but we go to a panel, and whatever it was, like the panelists weren't showing up. There was just a bunch of us in the audience going like, what's going on? And so 2 people were brave enough to just stand up and say, hey, we self-publish comics. Do y'all want to hear us talk about that until the actual panel gets here? And so everybody was like, sure. And they got up on stage and talked about what they were doing. And I turned to my wife. I was like, I can do that. And so I went home and started work on Ricky, pretty much right away. And that's how that happened.
Yeah, Ricky is very interesting to me. So I just got done reading the Amulet series, published by Scholastic, which I think kind of lends itself to a similar age group. But the Ricky, when you're reading it, it's based off the short story, right, from the Jungle Book, from Ricky Tikitabi, I think it is. And how did you find that? And then you're like, this is a story I have to tell. And then for it to lead to an Eisner nod, that's a tremendous accomplishment. So how did you get into doing that?
Well, Ricky Tikitabi was a story. I fell in love with the Chuck Jones cartoon when I was a kid, and because that was something we'd watch multiple times a year at school. Like if it was raining outside and we couldn't go to recess, they would wheel in the old cart with the VCR on it, and they'd show us that cartoon because it was about 22 minutes long. So it was a perfect break in the day. You can't go to recess, but here, watch this. And I loved it. But because it was so short, I have distinct memories of sitting in the classroom and just going I wish this was a whole movie. I want this to be 2 hours long. And at the time, Don Bluth is doing Secret of Nim, American Tail. And it felt like there should be 2 hours of mongooses and cobras fighting. So once I decided, flash forward to me deciding I'm going to write other things other than comics, I got into screenwriting for a bit. And this was an animated project that I got really close to setting up, and then Disney and Warner Brothers both announced their competing live-action Jungle Book movies that ended up being Jon Favreau's and Andy Serkis's movies. But this was, I think, 3 or 4 years before those finally came out, and it just sort of like killed the project. And that was the second time it got killed because the guy that wrote Braveheart hit town with his own Ricky Tikki Tavi script. And I was like, oh, Braveheart. So I just got like, I kind of like, oh, it's never gonna happen. I put it in a drawer. And then once I got inspired at WonderCon to go like, I can self-publish a comic. There was sort of this notion like, well, all right, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to assume the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to mess up. So let me dig out this thing that is, you know, an adaptation of Kipling's work rather than one of my like original ideas, and let me practice it on that. So I took it apart, you know, reworked it into the graphic novel form, and found Matthew Foltzgray to do the art. And that was, I put an ad up on, I think it's freelanced or freelancer.com, and said like, hey, I'm looking for an artist for a talking animal thing. And I got Matthew's reply within like, it was like 2 hours or something, like insanely quick. And I told my wife, I was like, I found the guy, he's going to do the comic. And she's like, give it a week, man. Like 4 people have applied, you know? So I was like, all right, I'll wait a bit. But nobody came in that like, you know, was as perfect as Matthew. So wrote him and said, hey, this is what the project is. Are you in? And he said, yeah, let's do it. And so I just became my own editor, my own publisher, and gave the script to Matthew, and you know, he'd send in the pages, pencil, ink, colors, and I'd, you know, give him notes along the way. Didn't need to ask for much in terms of notes, but just to keep it going. And then in the meantime, to learn how to actually print something, we did the naughty list while Ricky was in production, just to like, all right, let me figure out how to get something printed. And then Ricky came out finally March 2016. So Matt worked on it almost 2 full years exactly. And then it came out March 2016. And reviews were really good. We were selling, I guess, okay for a self-published, self-distributed project. And then I mailed a copy into the Eisners to submit it, just because there's often a category for like best adaptation of another medium. And I thought, how many could there be? Like, I don't know. Maybe we'll just get nominated on a technicality because there will only be like 4 books that count. And thought, you know, oh, that'll maybe just get it in front of some new eyeballs. And then we got nominated like best publication for kids against, you know, Raina and everyone. It was mind blowing. Really gratifying though, and super, super happy it all worked out like it did.
And when you're writing for that audience, that young adult audience, you know, I have a book that I wrote that is kind of geared towards that as well, and it's, you know, it's challenging at times because you need to connect. You kind of got to, you know, dial back and be like, okay, when I was younger, you know, like what are the things that interested me? How do you find yourself connecting with that audience? What do you do in your, you know, whether it's your writing style or, you know, the preparation that you take in, the research, whatever it is that you're doing? How do you tap into that where you can connect to that young adult group?
Well, a lot of it is just like remembering who I was and making things for him. And Ricky, like, literally was trying to fulfill that dream of sitting in the classroom and going like, oh, I wish this was longer. And that's kind of what I do for everything is what are the lessons I needed to learn? How would I have listened to somebody give me that lesson? Or just what did I think was cool? And a lot of it hasn't changed that much. So a lot of it is just me writing for what I'd like to read now, and just making sure there aren't too many swear words. Which and sometimes if I feel stuck or something, I will often I'll put the idea of the audience like out of my mind, and I'll just write, and just let the language or let what happens be as just let it be whatever it wants to be, and then sometimes that'll you know click whatever the sparkle fire, and I'll go like, oh, okay, now I know what the heart of this scene is. Now I can go back and I can craft it appropriately for the age group or something like that.
Yeah, I think you do a really good job of finding the heart, if you will, of the scene and the lessons. When I'm watching, whether it's Avatar: The Last Airbender or whatever it is, it's drilled towards that, the wide audience. But you get good life lessons from the work that you're listening to and watching and reading. Kind of brings me to your next story, Hap Haven.
Yeah.
The superstitions in that book, I find it very interesting. Where you have this world where all these superstitions, live essentially, and step on the crack, break your mother's back type of a situation. Was there any superstitions that you are you a superstitious person by nature, or how did you come up with the premise of this story?
Like as a kid, I definitely was, but I think that was more to do with, I just thought like, particularly anything that was like a talisman, right? So like a rabbit's foot, like I would hope that it had power. I wouldn't even say that I believed it, but you're 8 years old and you have a rabbit's foot keychain and you're like, oh, maybe this will make me lucky. So you almost just want it to be like a power source, or at least that's kind of how I thought of those things. But the more ritualistic stuff, like stepping on a crack or salt over the shoulder, I never really bought into. And then in adulthood, Hap Haven was born more or less out of a crisis of my own worldview. I'm going to be cagey here because it's born out of a very specific thing that happened to me, but I don't think the final book is about this specific thing, and I wouldn't want anyone to read it with that baggage. But I had my worldview like kind of dramatically altered, and I had like just written down as, oh, this would be a cool idea if like you gave all the various superstitions like a single mythology, and once I sort of like went through what I went through, I said like, oh, this would be a great vehicle for kind of talking about that emotional journey without talking about the subject matter. And so that's what that was born out of. And it started back when I was doing the screenwriting thing. I had sort of just pitched that idea to my manager at the time. And I said like, yeah, all the superstitions, like bring it together as like a thing. But I didn't know what the story was emotionally. I was just like, that's an idea we could do. And he really loved it. So I was trying to force out a story that was really more like Ghostbusters. It was like a single dad and his kid move into a town, and in this town, like all this stuff works, and they have to build like horseshoe electrical guns and stuff. And it was all fun, but I didn't care about anything in it. And so when I was trying to attack draft 2, and I sat down to sort of just do like really boring work trying to figure out the story, and Hap Haven just sort of like in the form that it is, like hit in my head, and it connected with that emotional stuff that I'd gone through, and I scrapped the whole other story and came up with this. And my manager was like, no, this is not a movie. What are you doing? And so put that in a drawer. And once we had Ricky going, I was like, okay, now I can dig Hap Haven out and find, because I didn't even have like a full draft of that version of the story. So I wrote that from the ground up to be a graphic novel, but it was an idea that had been lingering for a bit.
Now, obviously, in comics and graphic novels and this medium and this art form, an Eisner is a pretty big deal, right? It's kind of like the Academy Awards of comics and things like that. Yeah. What advice, I guess, would you give to somebody that is looking at you and being like, I want to get there as well? What advice would you give that person who's just kind of the fresh creator, who's just kind of, or even the seasoned vet who's been at it for a long time and hasn't gotten there yet?
Oh, hire Matthew Foltzgray and ride his coattails. No, I don't know, because other than to say like don't second guess your work, and don't think like, oh, this thing I've made isn't good enough, because Ricky was entirely self-done, and I just mailed it in thinking, yeah, to enter it costs me a copy, who knows. And I don't want to take away from like how fortunate I feel to have gotten the nomination, but at the same time, like, I kind of have to recognize that there were 5 people on the judging committee that year. They happened to like Ricky. And if one other person in that room, if the makeup of the room had been like one person different, maybe it doesn't get nominated. Like it doesn't mean that Ricky was definitely like one of the 5 best books for kids, like in an objective manner that year. It just means those 5 people really liked it. And yeah, so just, make the work that you want to see, and don't self-eliminate, like shoot your shot, mail it in. And then, if it doesn't happen, don't think that means that the work wasn't any good, yeah.
I think that's I think that a lot of your storytelling is, again, just kind of like like you said, shoot your shot and don't self-eliminate, and life lessons, and kind of, I think it's really, really good. Now, when you're writing a character, specifically a mongoose, how does that differ from writing a human, or writing not an animal, if you will? Is there any difference that you take in the writing style, or is it how do you attack that?
I don't think it's that different. I'm a pretty heavy outliner. I have really detailed outlines before I start scripting. And to me, I think when done perfectly, the plot is just a list of decisions your character makes, or choices, not necessarily one character, but your cast of characters. And so at the outline stage, you're just trying to figure out what choices are they going to make, and then how does that lead them to the next choice. And that's all sort of emotional. And when you're anthropomorphizing as much as we did in Ricky, even though it isn't full on like Zootopia, but in terms of the things that Ricky deals with, he's got a fiance, and they're keeping their relationship a secret because he's scared of her father, and then he ends up in a new environment, away from his family, and all of that was born out of emotions I'd felt, or things that had happened, particularly the move from the Mongoose clan to the yard with Khan and Darcy and everyone was very much. I grew up in South Texas, and it's a very specific kind of place. And then my wife and I got married, and the next week we were in LA, and we've been out here now for 17 years. And that transition from South Texas to Los Angeles, in those 2 different worlds, it's almost a Wizard of Oz like difference in a lot of ways, Kansas and Oz. So that's what I was really like drawing on, and the idea of like Ricky thinking like what makes a true mongoose is really, for me, it was what makes a man, what makes toxic masculinity, play football, make art, and all of those things, and having and the way that I found that balance myself, like oh, I'm a writer, I don't play sports, I don't go hunting, but I love Willie Nelson, and I rebelled against a lot of things growing up that now I love dearly, because I was associating stuff about the culture of South Texas with other things, and so, sorry, to get back to writing animals, like for Ricky, it was just it was all drawing on personal stuff, and then I didn't have to think about the fact that he was an animal until I was scripting it. But by that point, I knew who he was as a character, and it was just about just almost the technicality of okay, how does a mongoose, like, can a mongoose reach this, or does he have to jump up on something first? And that, at that point, it's all just,
I feel like it gives you some more like when you're telling the story, laying it out, you're like, oh, well, he's a mongoose, he can do this, versus you're limited to, oh, I'm a human, and like you have some extra things you can play off, which is kind of fun too. I do have a similar story. So I'm originally from Buffalo, New York, and I moved out here to San Diego a few hours south of you, and you know, it is a very big, like a culture change, and a lot of people, especially where we are in Southern California, a lot of people move from different areas and can relate to that and being displaced and kind of trying to find their own. And I feel, you know, talking about like, you know, toxic, you know, things, you know, that we're touching on here, like there is a, you know, persona in a way that people are viewed, and, you know, might not be who you are or I am, and, you know, just kind of playing into who you are actually as a person and embracing that. You know, there's a beauty in that. So that's really good. Now, in regards to naughty list, now I'm a big Christmas guy. It's one of my favorite holidays, Christmas. So walk us through. Yeah, I know you said you started, you know, creating that. I want to get something out while you're working on Ricky, and you know, talk us through the creation of that story, how you came up with the story. Is Christmas your favorite holiday?
I love Christmas. I love Christmas. I'm one of those people that like, you know, day after Halloween and the Christmas stuff is in the store, and some people complain, and I'm like, nope, like let's do this. Let's hang some lights. Let's go. And the naughty list, I had the log line just like, oh, a kid has to misbehave in order to save Christmas. Again, it was just jotted down somewhere. And I didn't know what to do with it because I couldn't I couldn't get the mechanics of it to work. Like, and this is when I'm, you know, doing screenwriting, and at that point, I think Matt was working on Ricky, and I was like, well, maybe it could be a comic, and I couldn't figure it out, and I don't even remember what sparked it, but just I love like rhyming children's stuff. I love Dr. Seuss. I love Shel Silverstein, but I'd never thought about writing anything like that. I'm not really familiar with poetry and as you know, a form, and it felt like very daunting. And then just one day I had like rhymes of like misdeeds like click in my head, and I thought like, oh, like if it's this form, like a rhyming picture book kind of thing, then the mechanics of it are like questioning how he's doing certain things. Like it kind of goes out the window. The audience isn't going to care, and that just gave me the freedom to go and sketch out the story. And I had the whole thing written in like a day, and then I was like, oh, well, that's awesome, but I don't know what to do with it because it was a poem, and like I said, I didn't have any sense of what to do with that. So then my wife and I were talking, and we're like, oh, we have to get Ricky printed, and it's coming out like way better than I thought it would. Maybe I should test print something so I don't mess up Ricky. Like, even though I started Ricky going like, I'm going to mess up Rudyard Kipling's story, not my own. And now I'm like, oh, I think this is going to be a really good book. So then it was like, oh, we could do a rhyming picture book with the naughty list and just learn how to work with a printer and everything. So there was an artist, Christopher Tupo, that I was a fan of. I'd bought some prints of his off of his website that I had hanging in my office. And I wrote to him and said, hey, do you want to do this? And he was in. So we did that. And he just sort of took it and drew the misdeeds, and we laid the book out. And I went and worked with the printer. It was and that same printer did Naughty List and Ricky. So yeah, that came out, and oddly, it's this very bizarre thing that I didn't think I would ever write. I'm not sure I'll ever do anything else like it again, but it remains like one of my best sellers when I do conventions, even like year round. It doesn't have to be Christmas. People just they hear the pitch, like kids got to misbehave to save Christmas. Kids will stand at my table at a con and read the whole thing and then go like, yeah, we're leaving with this, Mom. And, yeah.
I feel like I saw you at a convention at some point. Was it Long Beach Comic Con or
I do.
Ontario?
I do Long Beach, the con and the expo quite a bit. Then San Diego.
Yeah, we were at San Diego Comic Con this past year at a booth. Yeah, it's you know, that's one thing. I mean, with this whole landscape going on right now, I feel like conventions are really the backbone of the industry in a lot of regards. You know, whether it's, you know, face to face with fans, or just putting the book in front of new, you know, respective fans, and getting out there and really selling your work and talking about it. You know, how have you been navigating, you know, this pandemic, if you will, that we're in right now? How's that changed things for you?
I definitely I miss conventions a lot. I feel that I'm not, because that's I'm at home full time, and conventions are kind of when I get to be social, when I get to share my work, and I've achingly missed it. I've been coping a lot with Lego, to be honest. I've been building a lot of Lego. I have quite a bit, and when I'm working with Lego, and trying to build something new, and I can get totally lost in that. And
I was actually going to ask you that. I was going to ask you that because I read in your bio that you're an avid Lego creator. Yeah. That's literally one of my questions I was going to ask you.
I've got a ton of Lego. And when I'm building with that, I can get lost. I lost a couple days, right at the beginning, when Emerald City got canceled, and I was in a funk because I was about to go out to Seattle, and oh, no, I can't. And that's been a big help for me. I saw. Did it look like a question flash?
Yeah, I was trying to see if we could pop that question up. Mark Harbinger, hashtag Strange Doctor. Loved Halfhaven. Quick question: at what point did you get a literary agent, and how did that go? And are there agents, roles, duties that the same for graphic novels as they are in traditional publishing?
I got a literary agent basically after once Ricky was nominated. It kind of my good friend David Gallagher and my friend and lawyer Thomas Crowell were both socially familiar with Jason Yarn, and he's a literary agent, and they it all kind of just worked out. I didn't go querying or anything. It was just like, hey, what are you working on next? We had Halfhaven pretty far into production at that point. I showed that to him, and he said, "Yeah, I'd love to rep this." And then I haven't had any real experience in traditional publishing yet, but I get the sense from people I've talked to and things that it's pretty much the same roles and duties when they're dealing with graphic novels, particularly now because so many of the traditional book publishers are doing graphic novels. I think so much of the system is just getting grandfathered in.
Yeah, I would agree. The experiences that I've had and the books that I've published, it's been very similar. But yeah, it's in regards to one of the other series though, the sequels. That one seems like it gears itself a little bit more older age, a little bit. Now, out of all the book series you've wrote, that has how many issues are in the sequels? It was
it's 4 issues.
4 issues, yeah. Mm-hmm. That it looks great, first off, and it's a fun, action-packed read. Walk us through, when you created that, how you created that, what you kind of put into that series.
Yeah, that's that comes from me sort of reflecting on fandom and my own relationship with nostalgia, which is why it is skewed more adult. Once I decided to tackle the story, I realized kids, they don't really have experience with nostalgia, so it's hard to talk to them about it. And I said, if I'm gonna tell this story, it's got to be I've got to talk to people my own age. So I live right by a lot of the ET filming locations, and when I go out hiking or for a jog, I go through the streets that Elliot and his friends trick or treated through and stuff like that. And one day I was passing the park. It's got I don't know if you remember the movie. It's a park with a caterpillar you can climb on, and they drive the truck up into the park. Mm-hmm. I was passing by it and I was thinking about that's not in the movie. They built that since then. That thing that was in the movie is gone. And it sort of triggered hey, I want what's Elliot doing right now? And I thought about the fact that he met an alien when he was 11 in the movie or something. And it just occurred to me that I don't think Elliot has a happy ending. That's a lot to carry around with you. And
especially for the rest of your life, like being like,
to know like we're not alone in the universe. I know that like objectively. I had an emotional bond with something from another planet, and I can't really like tell anybody. It was a secret little thing that happened in this little California town, and it didn't make national news. It wasn't like the Transformers fighting in Chicago or whatever. And I just thought, like, God, that is so weird to have that experience and be like kind of alone in that. And then that led me to thinking about like, well, what about like the kids in the Monster Squad, or what about Bastion from the Neverending Story? And I thought, like, oh, what if they all had a support group? That would be amazing. And that's kind of like where it came from.
It kind of gave me a little bit of a feel, Stranger Things, 80s nostalgia. Like it was very,
like that approach, but like It Chapter 2, but like where like the adults come back together, but in this case they didn't have a shared childhood adventure. They all had so it's almost like the Avengers coming together, and getting. And briefly, for those watching that haven't read it yet, what happens is these 4 people who had big adventures as children and have not been able to let go of the past, or kind of like weighted down with that adventure. They come together into a support group. One of them has a wishing stone, and the others realize, if we use your wishing stone, we can relive these things, and we can meet our old friends, and it all just goes terribly wrong. In the most entertaining way possible. Hopefully.
You have a very interesting mind, Norm, and I love it. And I think the world needs more of that, because the stories are very interesting. The adaptations, are very interesting. Taking such a the short story and Eisner nominated and all that. What out of all the publications, all the books that you put out there, which one? I know it's hard to pick because I have a couple books, and it's like, oh man, which one did you enjoy the process of the most? And then what can people expect from you in the future?
I think in terms of the process, I'd have to say Ricky, because it was the first. It was it was a question. It was like, can I do this? I didn't know for sure the book would ever like happen. Like, and every time I'd hit a milestone, and every time a page would come in, I'd go like, I think this might end up being a real thing. And as much as I love all the other books I've done, every single one of them had less of a question about that. It was always like, oh yeah, I've made a book before. I can make a book again. It's fine. So that element of Ricky was super exciting. In the future, I've got some things I'm working on. I can't talk about either of them at the moment. But more genre stuff for kids. I can say that both right now are middle grade, and they involve different. It's me once again playing with elements you've heard of, but twisting them in a way that hopefully you haven't seen just yet. So,
well, I'm excited to read it personally, and I know your website, thatnormdude.com, has all your work on it. I've been sifting through, enjoying everything I've been reading and seeing. So, where can people find you, Norm? And what would you like to say as we
thatnormdude.com, thatnormdude on Twitter, and thatnormdude on Instagram. I'm not super active on social media. I'm kind of bad at it, but I'm there, and I always keep those updated with things I'm doing, sometimes some Lego, and feel free to @ me. Like I'll get back to you. It's cool.
Please post some of your Legos that you've created. I would love to see it.
Yeah. In fact, the Lego and the sequels, like, because everything I build is like from the 80s. I work exclusively in doing 80s pop culture, and I've got a whole city set up in my house permanently. That's just like if like the Ghostbusters and He-Man and the Ninja Turtles and G.I. Joe like all live next door to each other.
That sounds amazing. I was a Playmobil kid growing up, but then I shifted to Legos as I got older.
Nice.
But I go to the Lego store. I have my first child on the way, and I keep telling my girl, I'm like, I can't wait till our baby's born. We can start actually playing with Legos again.
Yeah,
I'm excited. All right, man. I appreciate you coming on. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much, man.
All your future works and past endeavors.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mainframe Comic-Con. We are live in Hall C, and what an amazing day. I mean, this whole event is just fantastic. I cannot wait for what's coming up next. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show, everybody. We have Kat, we have David. I'm going to bow out. I'll be producing in the background, folks. If you have any questions or concerns, or you want me to highlight a comment or something, go ahead and drop it in the private chat.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, David. Thanks for inviting me on. So if you guys don't know, this is going to be a spotlight on David. I'm Kat. I work for Newsrama in DC Universe and also a comic book YouTuber for Comic Uno. But this is not about me. So David, introduce yourself. What is going on?
What is going on? I am David Avalone. I'm a comic book writer and been in and around the film industry for the last 30 or so years. Started writing comics about 6 years ago, primarily for Dynamite. I've written Vampirella, Doc Savage, The Shadow. Longer series were Betty Page and Elvira. And I co-created, oh, look, it's my website. And I co-created both Drawing Blood and the radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls with Kevin B. Eastman of Ninja Turtles fame.
Now tell us, what is coming up for you? I feel like the industry, I mean, we all know the industry's kind of been upside down, and I feel like there's so many different paths to take. A lot of people are taking the Kickstarter path, especially as an indie creator. What do you want to see with your career going forward? Do you feel like you're going to be taking the Kickstarter route, or are you going to keep on pitching to indie companies?
Well, I'm on my second Kickstarter with Drawing Blood and the Ragdolls. And that was sort of the good news, is when everything shut down, when I got the pencils down, even from Dynamite, I was able to keep going on Drawing Blood and the Ragdolls because that was already all budgeted and paid for and not really affected in any way by the shutdown. So I kept writing. Ben Bishop and Troy Little and Kevin kept drawing. And we're now on the second Kickstarter was issues 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. That's right. And a two-part Ragdolls. Actually, it's not. We're presenting it as one thing, but it's a 40-page Ragdolls supersized special. That's done except for some coloring. Ben is on issue 7 of Drawing Blood, and I'm on issue 8, and rounding the corner on that. And sort of like all trilogies, it's Drawing Blood. At least the first chunk of it will eventually be a 12-issue series, and 5, 6, 7, 8 are that Empire Strikes Back middle act where things go bad and wrong for our heroes. But it's really great stuff. The art, Ben just gets better every single time, every issue that he draws. And yes, if you want to, up on the screen now, if you go to Kevin Eastman Studios, you can get the first part of Drawing Blood as a digital download, which is the first 4 issues and the Ragdolls spinoff. And I should explain for people that don't know the project. Drawing Blood was originally conceived by Kevin Eastman as sort of a very, very, very fictionalized version of his own experience as the co-creator of the Ninja Turtles. And yes, it's very fictionalized. It has gunfights and car chases and all sorts of nutty stuff in it, but it's sort of an inside look at the comic book industry and show business in general. And in order to tell that story, we very quickly realized that we needed an analog for the Ninja Turtles, which would be the thing that the main character, Shane Bookman, had created. So we came up with something called the radically rearranged Ronin Ragdolls, who are 3 crime-fighting cats who are mutants who live in Queens. I think we chose Queens because I'm an old Mets fan, and it gives me an excuse to make a bunch of Mets jokes from the early 90s and refer to players from that period. And, when it started, they were just referred to in Drawing Blood. But the more we worked on it, the more we realized we really needed to know what we were talking about. We needed to know who those characters were and what that comic book was like, instead of just this hazily sketched in, they're 3 cats and they're mutants and they live in Queens. So we did the first special origin issue, and we did it as an in-universe prop. Like if you ordered it from Kickstarter, it said it was, I think, $1.99 on the back cover, and it was copyrighted to 2 people who don't exist, Shane Bookman and his brother Paul Bookman. And if you read the fine print, it said all of our real names in the back cover. But we wanted it to look like an early 90s comic. And I wrote it. Kevin and I did the story. I wrote it. Kevin did layouts. And Troy Little did the finishes. And it's a beautiful, beautiful book. And that's also included in the Drawing Blood digital trade paperback. Yeah, that looks like that's the inside front cover of issue 1.
No, so you're going into book 2 now, right? How's that going?
Yes, it's like I said, we're wrapping up the second one. We'll probably do another Kickstarter down the road once we've satisfied the second one. Right now, with the first book, once it was finished and once it was in the hands of the people who paid for it, we decided to solicit through Diamond and put it out as 4 issues instead of a trade. And it was successful for an indie book with we literally spent nothing on advertising, solicited in Previews World like anybody else. And it did well. It did well enough, but we decided for the second book, when we did the second Kickstarter, that's probably just going to go straight to trade. The Ragdoll special, because the Ragdolls sold super well, we'll probably do the Ragdoll special through Diamond once again. Yeah, there is Shane confronted by one of his creations coming to life. That's Atomo. The Ninja Turtles are all named after Renaissance painters, as everybody knows. When we were conceiving of the Ragdolls, I thought it would be fun if they were all named after Japanese animation directors.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that.
So the super brutal, violent one is Atomo, director of Akira. The leader is Tezuka, who's the creator of Astro Boy. And the thoughtful, poetic one is named Miyazaki. And Miyazaki speaks about 2/3 of her dialogue. 2/3 of her dialogue is haiku. My wife says she can always tell when I'm writing Miyazaki because I'm sitting at my computer going, counting out syllables, and I'm not smart enough to do it in my head, so I'm literally on my fingers counting out 155, 157. But she's a fun. I regretted it. Their origin story is told entirely by Miyazaki, and it's like an 8-page sequence that's entirely narrated in haiku. And 4 pages in, I was starting to regret making that decision. But in its final form, I think it worked really well. So I'm glad I put myself through that much trouble.
Now, you said that you guys don't want to go through Diamond for book 2, but is there a way you guys still want to get the book in hands for retailers?
Yeah, no, we'll do it as a trade. We'll solicit it as a trade, and we'll try and get it in bookstores, and it'll be for sale, through all the usual places. But the first book we broke into 4 individual issues, and it was always planned that we would do that. And just the time and effort and energy to make 4 floppies out of something that was more or less written as a single novel, it didn't seem like it was worth the headache. And the main reason that floppies are done as periodicals is you're getting them out as soon as they're ready. You're meeting deadlines. But because it was a Kickstarter, all 4 issues will be done before the first floppy would come out. So there's sort of no reason to wait 4 months to get all the material out. So we're just going to go straight to trade for that. But yes, it's a bargain.
Oh yeah, for sure. And originally, how did you meet up and connect with Kevin for this project or before that?
Kevin and I had just gotten my first job writing for Dynamite, writing Legendary Vampirella in 2014. And I was going to more conventions to meet people and get around and start interacting with the comics community as a professional instead of just as a fan, which is how I, attended cons my whole life. And a friend of mine was working at IDW at the time and introduced me to Kevin at Emerald City Comic Con. I was in the hotel bar. I can't remember what hotel that is. That's the main bar for Emerald City. And they came in and sat down, and Kevin ended up sitting next to me. And in spite of the fact that we've had very, 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 very different careers, we had sort of overlapped with a lot of the same people over time. Yeah, that story is actually told on that page in the back matter of the first trade paperback. But yeah, we got to talking, and I think the first thing we ended up bonding over was we both loved 1970s DC World War II comic books. That's what we read when we were kids. That's what we dug. Kevin was so into those comics that when he was crazy stupid rich after the first wave of the Ninja Turtles, he actually bought the same tank that was in a comic we both read called The Haunted Tank. It was a Stuart light tank from World War II, and he found one and bought it, and he would drive it around a farm that he owned at the time, and he did eventually give it to a collector or a museum or something. So he does not still own a tank. But we talked about all that stuff, and we discovered all of these ways in which our lives had connected, and we just became very close friends very, very quickly. And I ran into him a couple of times after that at events at IDW, because he was operating a gallery at the IDW offices. I think that's shut down now. But so we ran into each other a bunch of times. And then at 2015 San Diego Comic-Con, he said, there's this thing I've been working on for years and I haven't been able to crack it, and I need a writer to work on it with me. And he said, it's called On the Shoulders of Giants, because I always want to acknowledge that my career is built on all of the great comic book creators who came before me and who inspired me. In particular, Jack Kirby, Frank Miller, guys like that. And he said, that's a terrible title. But he started to lay out, that it was about this comic book creator who had created something like the Turtles, who had fallen on hard times. I didn't know the whole story because I wasn't really into... I've dipped in and out of comics over my life. And when he was doing Tundra, I was on my way out of paying attention to comics for a few years. And so I hadn't really heard the whole story of his, for want of a better word, his attempt to do a philanthropic, creator-owned paradise that did not work out. And he wanted to fold that story in. And it all sounded really interesting to me, and I was very interested in working with him. And he had a signing to go to. We were at the bar. All of these stories we were at a bar, I'm afraid. For the kids at home, don't drink. It's very bad for you.
We're very good because you got your job.
I'm a bad influence. But we were at the Odyssey bar in the Hilton Bayfront. And, the best way to sneak into the convention center is go around the back by the bay. That nice walkway by the water and the boats and all that. And I thought to myself, if I can come up with a better title than On the Shoulders of Giants by the time we get to his signing, we had to stop drinking to get him to his signing, I'll nail this gig and this will be great. And I started thinking about, metaphors for cartooning and artistry and all that kind of thing. And at the same time, pain and suffering and crisis and whatever. And when we got to the back door of the convention center, I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, "Drawing blood." And he went, "That's it, man. Kevin is an enthusiast." So he's, he lets you know when he's excited by something. So that was it. That was the start of it. And it was originally actually conceived as a TV show. His first thought was a feature film. I read through all the material and I said, "Dude, we won't get to we won't get to 5 pages of this in a 90-minute feature film. This is more like a 12-hour prestige television show. Developed it as a TV show. We got some resistance taking it out a couple of times. We had some bad agenting was involved. You know that thing where people do you a favor, but they're not really doing you a favor at all. We had one of those guys as an agent. We met with some people, and I was like, these people don't want to make this show. Why would we even do that? Why would we even talk to these people? But anyway, after running into a brick wall there and not being happy about it, Kevin's like, we're comic book guys. Let's make, this is a great comic book. Let's make a comic book. And and we, again, this is a project that took a long time because publishers who will not be named said, oh yeah, we'd love to publish that. And getting them to actually sign a contract and hand us a check was just that dream where you're running towards the door and the door just keeps getting further and further away as you're running. So after that wasted 6 months of our lives, we went, let's just do a Kickstarter. And Kevin had never done one before. I had done a successful Kickstarter for a motion picture called Such Good People that I produced and edited a bunch of years ago. No, 6-7 years ago now. Nice little movie. It's on streaming if you want to watch it. It's a heist. There you go. Look at that. It's a heist movie. Whoever is on top of going through my website looking for the things I'm talking about is doing an incredible job, by the way.
On point.
I don't know if that's our director doing that, but that is amazing. But yeah, so Such Good People. That's Ryan and Michael Urey. It's a little heist comedy. But anyway, long story short, and then we brought on Ben Bishop to draw Drawing Blood and Troy Little to draw the rag dolls and to do the hallucination scenes with the rag dolls in the main book. And luckily, Ben is younger and more energetic and even more skilled at Kickstarter, much more skilled at Kickstarter than I was. So he really helped us amazingly with the campaign. We raised $106,000, which allowed us to get to the stretch goal of doing the Rag Dolls book. And yeah, I should probably mention one of the things that I think is unique about Drawing Blood, which I'm very proud of. And it was a very organic thing that grew out of it. The story takes place in 3 different visual spaces. The reality story is drawn by Ben Bishop, incredibly gifted artist. Kevin suggested him to me, and he handed me a copy of Ben's terrific book, The Aggregate. And I went, wow, that's amazing work. Let's hire this guy immediately. And another space the story takes place in is in the main character's mind and in his hallucinations. And Troy Little, this great Canadian artist, had just done an adaptation of Hunter S. Thompson's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And that's all hallucination. So he showed me that. I think IDW published that. And I said, great, Troy Little. And I said, and you're going to draw the flashbacks, because that's also an important part of the story. And so the flashbacks are Kevin Eastman, and they're done in the classic 1980s turtle style. They use it uses that I'm spacing on the name of the paper. It's the paper that you treat with a chemical, and it makes the shading. It's not even legally made anymore. I think Kevin stockpiled 1,000 pages and a couple of drums of the chemical, and I'm always like, man, have the windows open with your work with that stuff, because I'm pretty sure they outlawed it for being a dangerous chemical. The only phrase that's in my mind is dot matrix, and I know that's there it is. Duo shade, thank you. Duo shade, duotone also. And thank you, Magoo Fitzfarter, for ordering the book. But yeah, duo shade, duotone, and that's the. Those are for the flashbacks. And partially, I will completely admit that when we were doing this, I said to Kevin, you have to draw some of it. I know you don't want to draw 80 pages of comic books right now, but we have to find a vehicle to get your art in it for more than just the covers. And it makes the flashbacks have just a really beautiful feeling. And I really love the idea that when someone is reading this book and they're reading Ben Bishop looking art for 5 pages, and then they turn a page and it's this. I think it's really remarkable. And yes, that is his mentor, Frank Forrest, does very strongly resemble Jim Steranko, because we thought Jim was, you can kind of see it there. Yeah, exactly. The big poof of white hair, the aviator sunglasses, the double-breasted jacket, and the turtleneck. It's quite a look. But yeah, so it's the thing I'm probably proudest of any work I've done in my life. It's very, even though it's Kevin's autobiography, fictionalized, inevitably there's a lot of me in it. I mean, one of the things that people always ask is, how autobiographical is it? And as an example, sure, Kevin has told me a lot of stories about the whole history of the creation of the Ninja Turtles and his relationship with Peter Laird. I've never met Peter. I made them brothers because I thought that was a more interesting bond and clash. And I have a bad relationship with my sister. So that's what I'm writing about. I'm not writing about Peter Laird. I'm more or less writing about my own sister. And that's, and it's the same with I just wrote an issue where Shane Bookman goes to his hometown. And it's really such a meld of my childhood and Kevin's childhood and my feelings about my hometown and Kevin's feelings about his hometown. And there's also an inside joke in there where for a long time, Kevin's birthplace was wrong on Wikipedia. And he never bothered to change it. And that's the name of the town we use in Drawing Blood. Shane Bookman is from the town that Kevin Eastman is not from, but his Wikipedia page said for like 10 years that he was from. So there's a lot of stuff like that in the book.
That's awesome. And also, speaking of some other projects you have, we also have your Pulp Today video series you made during the pandemic. Tell us a little bit about that, and how did that help your creativity as well?
It honestly was a going stir crazy thing. As you can tell, I like to dress in adult clothes from time to time. And I was going nuts, sitting around doing nothing. And I mean, I had work to do. I had stuff to write. But I was looking at Instagram and I saw Patrick Stewart was reading Shakespearean sonnets one a day. And they're like a minute long. And, he's amazing and he's a very talented guy. And they're compelling because it's Patrick Stewart reading Shakespeare. I am not Patrick Stewart, and what I'm reading is not Shakespeare. But it struck me, in particular, the very germ of the idea is there's a brief 2.5-page anecdote in The Maltese Falcon that Sam Spade tells Bridget O'Shaughnessy, 2 main characters. And it's the only thing that John Huston cut out of the movie version. And it's so good. It's such a great story. And it's sort of the roots of the philosophy of existentialism are contained in, and it's before the French invented the term. And I was like, I want to read that. I want to just point a video camera at myself and I'll talk about it for a minute and I'll read it and that'll be it. And I said that to a friend of mine and they said, read something from your dad first. Because my dad was a pulp fiction writer, wrote about 200 published novels. About 36 of them are about a detective named Ed Noon. So I went, okay, first one I'll read the first page. The first couple of pages of my dad's first book are really fun and funny and compelling. So I did that. Then I did the story from The Maltese Falcon. And then I went, I'll just keep going. And it just gave me an excuse to shave. It gave me an excuse to shave and put on a jacket and a tie and day drink, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, there it is. So much day drinking. So I did 24 episodes of it. I stopped about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, partially because I couldn't get a haircut and I shaved my head. And I wasn't crazy about how I looked with the shaved head. So I wore a hat for some of them. But I went, I was getting a little burned out. And honestly, the weather changed and it was getting very hot to sit in my apartment in a jacket and a tie, as it is today. And now my hair is coming in and I have kind of it's kind of a Timothy Dalton as Niles Calder thing. I don't know how I feel about it. It's a little spotty. But I have plans to come roaring back on Pulp Today. I think my next episode, I'm going to talk about I'm going to start up again and I'm going to talk about the recipe for the Vesper Martini, which is in Casino Royale, which is worth sharing with the people. And I have a handful more books to talk about and introduce. And my favorite thing, my absolute favorite thing, I got a bunch of emails from friends and strangers saying I now have a pile of books by my bed because of Pulp Today. I have 10 books I have to read now. And that's all I want to do is make people read those books. And not just my dad's books. You know, if they haven't read Raymond Chandler, if they haven't read James M. Cain, if they haven't read Hammett. And I also expanded it to, I had some guests on. Great comic book writer named David Walker came on to talk about the author Don Goines. Actor pal of mine named James Urbaniak came on and read a piece of John Fonte. The pulp historian Jess Nevins came on and we had an hour-long talk about the history of pulp, which I cut into 3 episodes because I didn't want people to go blind watching it. But it's been a lot of fun, and I'll have more guests on. And I'm also launching a new podcast in a half hour with Ryland Grant called The Writer's Block, which will probably premiere every Wednesday, but we're going to record the first episode live in the 4 o'clock Western, 7 o'clock Eastern, as part of Mainframe Comic Con.
And do you see your web work Pulp Today or even your podcast influence your comic work or your just even your film work?
Yeah, it's more just honestly, it's a way to connect to an audience in a time when, you know, in the last couple of years, I've had a couple of books a month out. I've had a lot of comic work out there. And this year, because of COVID and for a lot of reasons, I haven't had pretty much any books on the stands. I've been working on a Kickstarter project. A couple of things I had for Dynamite, for a lot of reasons, are in limbo right now, and may go forward, may not go forward. So barring that, it's frustrating you feel like you lose that ongoing connection with your readers, your fans, whoever is out there who cares. And the Pulp Today gave me a line into that. Ryland had the idea to do Writer's Block and asked me to join him for it. I was very flattered by that, and I think it'll be a fun thing. And it'll be the 2 of us, and then 2 or 3 guests every week. Tonight it's David Walker again, and Erica Schultz, who's another fine comics writer and editor. So
definitely a great lineup there, which I'm very excited to tune in for that. And I guess speaking of Dynamite Comics, you have so many books there. Is there anything you'd like to touch upon? Some favorites? You did a lot for Betty Page. Anything you'd like to discuss?
I want everyone to go back and discover all of that work I did for Dynamite because I'm very proud of it. There's 3 individual Betty Page series, the first 8-issue series, the second 5-issue series, which is got the subtitle of The Princess and the Pinup, which is essentially a cross between The Crown and The X-Files. And there it is. I love that comic. And then Betty Page Unbound, which is my joke title for it was The Crisis on Infinite Bettys, which that came out of a very simple commercial idea. Dynamite wanted me to do a new series for Betty where she would be on the cover as a different Dynamite heroine in every issue. and they wanted to do Vampirella and Red Sonja and Deja Thoris. And they didn't really have a fourth one. They let me come up with a fourth one. And the initial idea from them was, well, you know, they could be costumes she's wearing in a movie. It doesn't matter as long as she can wear it on the cover. And I thought I had previously introduced Lovecraft's Great Old Ones as villains in the Halloween special from the previous year. And I thought, well, there's an opportunity. She went up against Yog-Sothoth, who is a gate between alternate dimensions. And I thought, what if Yog-Sothoth is going to come to Earth and destroy the Earth, and she keeps jumping through dimensional gates trying to stop the Great Old Ones. And every time she jumps into an alternate universe, she's Red Sonja, she's Vampirella, she's Deja Thoris. And then for the fourth issue, I love when this stuff happens. Great cover artist John Royal had been doing Betty as fill in the blank. He loves doing Betty in different guises. And he had done a Betty as Tinkerbell cover that for one reason or another never got used in any of the previous series. So I said, ooh, issue 4, Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell versus Cthulhu. That's a comic I definitely want to write and see. And it's so much fun. And it's to do that fourth issue of Betty Page Unbound connects Skull Island from King Kong with Monster Island from Godzilla movies with Neverland from the Peter Pan universe. And it's Dynamite let me do whatever I want in those books, and I will be forever grateful for that. And it was the principal joy of working with them, and of course the people that I was working with through them. And to touch upon what, you know, in case anyone's been following out there, about a month ago it came out that Dynamite had been working with Gamergate, or excuse me, Comicsgate, though it's pretty much the same people. And it's my personal belief that they kind of got conned into doing what they were doing. But by the same token, I couldn't keep working with Dynamite while they were still connected to Comicsgate. They have cut all ties, and I think they're doing their best to make amends. I don't quite believe that it's gone far enough. And as it is, external forces put the work that I was doing with them on hold anyway. So for now, I don't know if I'll be working with them in the future. It's my hope that everything is resolved and cleared up, and I'm able to go back to work with them at some point in the future.
Yeah, let's hope for sure. And yeah, going into Betty Page again, do you feel, because you ended your run and then you had, I think Carly did another run.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So do you feel like you really told a beginning, middle, and end with that? Because I knew you were kind of like, oh, I definitely would have loved to do more.
I could write 300, 400 issues of Betty Page, but if you read the last page of Betty Page Unbound, number 10, which is the last issue I wrote, it has a really happy ending. It has a really great, if I never get to go back there again, I left Betty and the cast of characters that I created to support her. By the way, a handful of them are actually secretly characters from my dad's books under different names and aliases. But if you track, I'm big on Easter eggs. At the time I started writing Betty Page, just as an example, Dynamite had the license for the Shadow. And just in case some way, somehow down the road, they ever wanted to do Betty Page meets the Shadow, I introduced a character named Lissa Druk, who's Betty Page's best friend. In issue, I think it's 5 or 6 of Betty Page Unbound, we meet Lissa's father, Jericho Druk. Jericho Druk was an agent of the Shadow in the 1930s pulp novels. So if I ever needed to connect Betty to the Shadow, the connection is right there. In a later issue, she is trying to lose a tail and jumps into a beauty salon because a man can't follow a woman into a beauty salon. and it's Patricia Incorporated, which is the beauty salon owned by Doc Savage's cousin, Patricia. There's a million things like that spread throughout the comic books in case I'm ever allowed to connect all those dots. But the dots are there if the fans want to notice them. But yeah, I could go back to Betty, but as I said, I left it in a really, I mean, I will be completely honest. I cried writing the last page of that book because I was like, this is just a really beautiful way to wrap up this story. If she never has another adventure along these lines, that's fine. And you know what Carla is doing, it, you know, I honestly haven't looked at it, but I've heard that it's well received, and it seems like it's not connected to the continuity I created at all. Her Betty is not working as a government agent, does not have the same friends, does not have the same social circle. So, it doesn't really impinge on anything that I created.
Now, speaking of IP, what other IP do you want to work on? I mean, even besides Dynamite, like TMNT, is that something you'd one day want to do?
That is, I have a feeling that the only way I'll ever end up writing TMNT is if various corporations decide to make friends with one another and the TMNT meet the Ragdolls at some point.
That'd be pretty cool.
And the lovely Stan Sakai did a variant cover for us of the Ragdolls. So I would also very happily collaborate with Stan on a Ragdolls and Usagi Yojimbo. It's a pretty natural connection. They certainly could meet Godzilla. They're prepared for that. But I'm not, it's the funniest thing, and this is something I've said this at panels, and I'm like, don't tell anyone at Marvel and DC that I said this. But I kind of like writing the off-brand crazy stuff because there's a freedom. There is no massive corporation that has $1 billion invested in Betty Page. When I write the Elvira books, I have direct connection with Cassandra Peterson, who is Elvira, and she reads the scripts, and she is very kind. She only ever usually she suggests a couple of new jokes, and she always says, you don't have to use these, but of course I always use them because they're always great. And that's so much better than a giant board of directors at AT&T or Disney saying, Captain America can't grow a mustache. Are you insane? I have none of that. I have none of the, I mean, I use an intentionally ridiculous example. And also, I don't have to deal with the fact that there's 300,000 issues of backstory that I have to take care not to repeat, but I can repeat it if it's a little different. It's nice having a relatively clean slate. That said, I'd love to write Star Trek. I put a pitch together for Star Trek and sent it to IDW back when it was, I'm trying to remember who the editor was on Star Trek when I sent it over, but they didn't respond to it one way or the other. And my first job was writing, my very first writing job, I wrote 4 Star Wars short stories for a games publication, for the West End Games role-playing game. And the funny thing that happened with that, the assignment was things that happen off screen in Return of the Jedi. And one of the stories I wrote was Boba Fett, from the moment he leaves the platform on Cloud City to delivering the Han Solo coffee table on Tatooine. And he's attacked in orbit by IG-88, and he kills IG-88. I didn't know you weren't supposed to kill named characters, by the way. Don't do that. They don't like it when you do that. But in this case, they loved it, and they made, it was buried in this game publication, Star Wars Galaxy Guide number 5. But someone at Lucasfilm loved that story, and it became an action figure set, Battle of the Empires with IG-88 and Boba Fett. Dark Horse produced a comic book to go with the toys. and they made a pop-up book. I think it's the first Star Wars pop-up book. I'm not sure. Out of my dumb little 2-page story that I was paid $100 for. My name, by the way, is on none of that material because the way the book was credited, it was written by my friend Michael Stern, and I wrote 5 pages of it, so it said additional material by David Avalone, so they have no idea who wrote what. But Michael is an unsung hero. He's a showrunner at Disney now, but he wrote so much stuff for the Star Wars game that a lot of it has ended up, when you need to look something up, what's General Madine from The Empire Strikes Back first name? Mike had to give him a first name. He never had a first name in The Empire Strikes Back. So when you see that stuff in the pop culture, in the modern reboot stuff, I remember after Force Awakens came out, we were walking around a comic book shop talking about having worked on Star Wars in 1989 when there was no other Star Wars stuff really being done. And he mentioned that in Force Awakens, someone refers to the Millennium Falcon as whatever it is, a YT-100 Corellian freighter. And he's like, that's from the game. That's something I came up with in 1989 when I needed a designation for the Millennium Falcon. So it's that feeling of, and this is just a long-winded way of saying, there is something great about contributing to a vast tapestry like Star Wars, like Star Trek, like Superman, like any of that. But my favorite comic book characters tend to be, I would love to do a New Gods thing. Darkseid's probably my favorite comic book character. If you said you can write any Marvel Comics character in the world, I would say Nick Fury in a heartbeat. I don't know that they want anybody over at Marvel who's excited to write a Nick Fury story and who doesn't really care about Spider-Man. I'm not a teenager. I'm not interested in writing Spider-Man. It's okay.
Well, speaking of, you've done so much IP stuff. Now, on the reverse side, do you want to do more stuff that are just yours? I know you obviously did Kickstarter with Kevin Eastman and everything, but...
And Kevin and I are actually cooking up a new thing. That's one of his old ideas he's had for a while and never really launched anywhere. So we're going to start working on that as soon as I wrap up the script for Drawing Blood 8. And I'm very excited. There's a horror anthology that's going to kickstart, I think, in October called Nightmare Theater that a friend of mine named David Schrader invited me to be on. And there's a very personal piece of IP. It's funny to even call it that. So my father was a novelist. He was also a World War II veteran. When I was a little boy, this sounds insane, but this is absolutely true. He told me all of the classic Grimm's fairy tales as World War II stories involving himself.
Oh, wow.
So, he would tell me Little Red Riding Hood, but it takes place in Belgium in 1944 in the winter. And at the end, instead of the hunters showing up and killing the wolf, it's my father's armored reconnaissance unit kicking down the door, and he shoots the wolf with the Thompson submachine gun. And he told me all of the stories from that fairy tale storybook he adapted to, and because he was who he was, this guy who wrote hard-boiled detective novels, I heard the fairy tales in that voice. Sleeping Beauty was like, so we pull into this little town in Western Germany, and there's a chick in a glass box sleeping. Nobody knows what it's about. That's how I heard those stories. So I'm going to do an 8-page story in that anthology that's going to be one of my father's World War II fairy tales. And that's going to be so much fun.
Exciting.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see that.
Locking down an artist for it. I have a couple of people in mind, and I have to get one of them, an artist who I love, who's a very good friend of mine. I'm going to send him a script and see if he has time to do it. And if he doesn't, I have some other candidates for it. But it's a lot of fun. It's something I've wanted to do for a really long time. I intentionally have never read Bill Willingham's Fables because I don't want to ever be accused of lifting anything from it. And I know it's very much in the same, and I literally didn't bother pitching this anywhere while that was still new. I was like, when Bill wraps that up and that's no longer
200 issues later.
yeah, and that's no longer out there, I will do my thing and it will have no relationship to that. And, you know, so, but yeah, that's a piece of IP I'm very, very, very committed to and can't wait to have out. And there's other stuff, and I have some fairly, I have a Godfather pitch that's incredible. I have no idea that anyone will ever make a Godfather comic book, and particularly that they'll ever make the one I want to make, but it's an incredible pitch. But I'm not in any kind of place to be running those down just yet.
Never say never to a Godfather comic.
And I don't know, I think I can talk about it, but Kevin, I actually did some writing on a 10-page Conan piece for Marvel that Kevin is doing. It was his story and obviously his art. It's from some upcoming anthology, and he asked for a little help with the script, so I gave him a little help with the script. But it was fun to work on Conan.
Well, that is exciting as well. Yeah, that's like a whole diverse palette you got going on right there, which is awesome.
And speaking of Conan, and this is kind of so for 30-some years, knocking around Hollywood, not really being able to get arrested as a writer I always worked in the indie film field, never really worked on big studio stuff. And about a year ago, a little more than a year ago now, I got asked, I'm old friends with Joey Soloway, the showrunner of Transparent, and I heard she was looking for comic book people. And I couldn't imagine what that was about. But I said, did you know I'm comic book people now? Bring me in for a meeting. And in the time between the phone call and the meeting, I don't know if I should tell the story. In the time between the phone call and the meeting, I thought, what comic book superhero property would be desperate to have a really famous feminist filmmaker involved with it? So I go in for I figured it out, and I go in for the meeting the next day. And as I'm sitting down, I say, so I guess we're taking this meeting because Bryan Singer doesn't know he's fired yet. And everybody in the room laughed, which was good. I was afraid that I would get a cold, angry silence. And they said, oh, good, yes. And I was like, so this is about Red Sonja? And they were like, yep. So I helped Joey and a development team for a couple of months on the Red Sonja movie. And that's now in the hands of a writer who's doing a draft of it. But that was a lot of fun. But I thought every day that I waved my pass and drove onto the Paramount lot, I just thought, I never accomplished this when I was working on films for 30 years, but I work on comic books for 4 years, and now I get to play with the big toys on the big lot.
That's the magic of comics for sure, especially in these days. You know, it's the big IP that Hollywood's looking for. But as we wind down here, I'm going to ask a kind of bigger question, an overall question about the comic industry. But because we're in kind of a shaky place, where do you specifically want to see the comic industry go in, let's say, the next 5 years?
Oof, that's a hard question. Where do I want to see it go, or where do I think it's gonna go? That's I
would say both, right? Right, you got to answer both on that one.
I think the thing that comics aren't doing that I wish we would do is more outreach to other readers. We're aggressively marketing to a smaller and smaller group of readers with legacy characters that have been written and written and written and written. And I know there's people out there who are still very excited for new stories about Batman. I am not particularly one of those people. If there's a great Batman story and someone passes it into my hands, fantastic. And every once in a while, you know, like one of my favorite comics of all time is New Frontier. That's an incredible reframe of comics history. It's beautiful writing for all of those characters. But that's not necessarily what's, you know, I read the Lois Lane comic this year. I thought that was really well done. So I still read that stuff, but I think ultimately, I want to see more material, more different material. I think it's, I was on Twitter this morning and someone was singing the praises of the old guard. And I said, oh, the comic book's really good too. And they're like, it's a comic book? And I'm always fascinated how many people don't realize how much of what they're consuming is comic books, but because it's not superheroes, they have no idea. They don't know Stumptown is a comic book. They don't, I mean, that's both Greg Rucka. But there's more stuff out there than just superheroes. And we need the people that loved the Old Guard comic, the Old Guard movie, to buy the comic. We need to get them interested in this art form. When I tell people in the film and television industry how small the audience is that reads comic books, it came up in a meeting once for Red Sonja. Someone said, well, the Red Sonja fans. I said, no disrespect to Red Sonja fans, but the book maybe sells 25,000 copies for a number one. And the people in the room were all movie and television people. And they went, no, that can't be. It doesn't sell 1 million copies? It doesn't sell 100,000? I was like, no, it really, really doesn't. It sells 25,000 copies and it's a hit. And it should be selling 100,000 copies. It should be selling 1 million copies. But people are off-put by the culture. They're off-put by the industry. And we need to find a way to welcome people in. I think it's incredibly silly and irresponsible that we've had 22 Marvel movies, and not once have I walked out of a Marvel movie and seen a kiosk in the lobby that said, oh, you enjoyed Infinity War? Here's a pile of Jim Starlin for you to bring home that will give you exactly the same buzz that you just had. You just saw Guardians of the Galaxy? Here's a pile of Bill Mantlo for you to go home and consume and love. You love Doctor Strange? Here's a bunch of Steve Ditko for you to take home and read. The fact that there's no attempt to make people connect the dots and buy the other product. And, when I was a kid, when my dad was a kid in the 30s, he would see a movie like Captain Blood, and he would go to the library and take out Captain Blood, the novel, and he would go home and read it because he wanted more of the experience from the movie. That's not a novel commercial prospect. So I always evangelize for that. I think, we need more readers, and we need to make people feel like they're welcome and show them, here are 1,000 places you can dive in, and you don't have to have read 1,000 things. You're intimidated by there being 20 million Batman comics? Here's Batman Year One. Start there. Don't worry about anything else. Just read that. See if you like it. If you like that, we'll give you something else. So that's my soapbox moment for where the industry, and I want more readers, and I think it's criminal that we aren't trying harder to get more readers.
I agree, 100% agree. And again, I don't even know if it's on the indie level if we can do anything, but definitely on the Marvel or DC level. Hopefully, with everything that's happened, people are learning their lessons, and we're trying to expand. But yes. We are getting to the time to tick down because, David, you have another panel right after this.
That's why I'm drinking my coffee.
You need the coffee.
By the way, I want to plug my friend Glenn Hansen, who does these very nice Elvira mugs. He's an incredible artist, incredible caricaturist, does all of your pop culture faves. But yeah, I write Elvira drinking coffee out of an Elvira mug.
The best experience you can have writing the character. But is there anything else you'd like to plug before we end this?
No, stick around for my panel with Ryland and Erica and David. They're amazingly talented, smart, interesting, funny people, and I'm sure you'll have a good time. And go to my website, look up the stuff on Amazon or Comixology, or even better, go to your local comic book store and say my name. And if they look at you blankly, walk right out angrily. No, don't do that. But ask them to order something, because that would be nice.
Well, thank you guys for coming on and checking out the spotlight, and we hope you enjoyed, and stick around.
Thank you so much, Kat.
Yeah,
no problem.
That was awesome. Before we go, David, I want to thank you very much. I'm going to put you backstage just for a second.
Absolutely.
And then we're going to bring you back on here in just a moment. I did not get a chance for you to share your page, and you do have a YouTube page, and I did want to spotlight that really quick. And this is the address right here. Hayden Claire Heroes. You've got quite a following. I'm your newest subscriber, by the way. Looking
Thank
forward
you.
to the content that you have on here. Can you tell us a little bit about your page?
Of course. So I've been doing comic book reviews for about 10 years now, which is kind of crazy. And every week I do reviews of Marvel, DC, indie comics as well. As you can see, I do like a little topic of what's happening in the week. And then I do the best comics of the week every week. And then, like I said before, I work for Newsarama and DC Universe as well. So you can check out my writing. I'm also an indie creator. So if you want to check out my comics, They Call Her a Dancer and Like Fall Like Daughter, those are there too. At Comic Uno on Twitter is probably the best place you could find me for all that fun jazz.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for hosting this panel. I really do appreciate you. I'm going to pop you in the back end. We're going to bring back David and Mr. Ryland Grant. And I do believe we have something special queued up. Mr. Grant, I do have that website set up. I'm going to pop in the back. Whenever you reference that, I will bring it up if you wanted to mention it or if you wanted me to mention it, either way. But I'll have you and David back on, and I'm going to jump in the back.
Yeah, I'll queue it up. I'll queue it up in a minute here. I'll go ahead and call for it. Yeah, so we are a few minutes early, but I guess we should just get going. How you feeling?
I'm good. My hair looks a little terrible. I just wet it down a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm getting the dry flyaways. It's a little, it's a little nutty. It's a little zany.
Yeah, mine is so long right now that you're gonna see it. It's shaped okay now, but over the course of it's just gonna kind of like fall down. And there's gonna be like an Eddie Vedder thing going on, and then you're gonna see me going like.
I think instead of comics, we should just talk about personal grooming for an hour. I think that would be a good show. Personal hygiene for comic book fans. I think that's a show that needs to exist.
Well, I mean, I think that's a. It is a. Oh wow, Erica's talking smack on the chat already. I have better hair than both of you, I believe. But
so not a controversy. Of who's going to have the best hair of the four of us, I think Erica wins pretty damn easily.
Yeah, it is luxurious and thick and lustrous. Yes. Yeah, another.
Now, David Walker has a fantastic look, but one couldn't particularly call it hair.
Yeah, hair is out of it.
Not the word that you would use to describe it.
Yeah. So banter aside, I guess I will clue the Mainframe audience in. We're not ready for the guests yet, JB. Just a second. I'm taking my time here and setting things up. We started just before the hour,
a couple of minutes early, hence the nonsense.
Yeah, well, just easing into it, I wanted to prepare the Mainframe audience that Avalone and I are actually. This is the first episode of a weekly podcast we're going to be doing, and so what you're going to see here is us reset. And do kind of a more formal start, as formal as he and I get. We don't get terribly formal, not very formal. Yeah. And this is the first. This is our first. This is our first go. So we're gonna trip over each other. We're gonna, we're probably gonna swear a lot. We're gonna. Yeah. So many swears. Yeah, so many swears. Yeah, this is gonna be demonetized very quickly on the Comic Core YouTube channel. But yeah, so shortly after this, we will go weekly, and I think we will premiere first on the Comic Core feed on YouTube, which I'm sure many of you are very familiar with. And then, of course, we'll go out to the normal wherever you get your ear crack, the Apples and the Spotify's and all that stuff. So,
I believe we can monetize this show for as much as 0.000009 cents.
Interesting. You're a wise man.
That is my understanding of the Spotify contract as it exists.
Nice. Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to my 13-cent royalty checks on this thing. So,
totally.
Okay, you ready? Okay. Hello and welcome to the Writer's Block, Episode 1, State of the Union, recorded live at the Mainframe Comic Con, brought to you by Hopscotch, the fine Scottish blend that brings out the kid in you. I am Ryland Grant. I didn't prepare him for that one. He's laughing about it. I am Rylan Grant, screenwriter, Ringo Award-winning creator of comics like Aberrant, Banjax, and The Jump. The man in the box to the right is
David Avalone, screenwriter and comic book writer of things. Betty Page, Elvira, co-creator of Drawing Blood with Kevin Eastman. I've written Doc Savage, The Shadow, a bunch of old-timey stuff, you know.
Love it, dude. So we will get to our very distinguished guests in just a moment, but I think we should first take a moment here to set the table, right? Let them know what our show is all about, since it's the first episode, the first time anybody's listening to it or seeing it.
Yes. So I think for a lot of us comic book creators, the best thing about cons, which we're all missing right now, is hanging out with your peers and telling war stories and kicking around the state of the industry. And what Rylan and I wanted to do is recreate that, but without the thing of shouting over the loud music at a bar.
Yeah, and so what you'll find as the weeks go by is that there isn't going to be a real strict format here. Every week we're going to kind of bring together a small panel of writers, of course, but also artists, colorists, editors, the whole nine yards, and we will talk about anything that's going on in and around comics and sort of whatever else comes to mind. We are free associators here. But before we get started, thank you, Aaron Nabus, for the congratulations on our first episode. Before we get started here, I wanted to kind of take things into a serious lane for just a minute and give a little shout out. Our larger comic family lost a brother yesterday. Many of you know Edwin Ocasio, or knew Edwin Ocasio, I guess, the comic jabroni. He passed away yesterday at too young an age. Tragic. And Edwin was such a great friend to guys like us and gals like us, I guess. Was just such a wildly enthusiastic supporter of independent comics. And he was a guy who kind of woke up every morning hell-bent on making everyone he encountered smile and sort of lifting up those around him. And, there's been an outpouring on, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram. He was just a guy that everybody who met him loved him. And he was this kind of magical guy. I think what I think it is it's, Edwin left behind a wife and a couple of very young kids, very sad to see. And I think that, the comics community, the YouTube community has kind of got together and they put together this GoFundMe page, for him, trying to, give them a little relief in the wake of this. And I thought it was important to mention. And so, I know we're here to support the Hero Initiative and you guys have been uber generous in terms of that. But if you have a couple of extra bucks lying around, please,
I think
hand it up.
Ryland may have. Oh, now it's me.
All right, I think I'm still here. Are you there, Avalone, or Avalone is frozen? Okay, so I think I'm still with you guys. JB, let me know if I'm in the show. And so, like I said, if you have a couple extra bucks to scrape together, please, if you can, hit that GoFundMe page. If you just go to GoFundMe and search the comic jabroni or Edwin Ocasio, you'll find it. So now, why don't we kick the show off? What do you think?
Absolutely. We have some great guests today, friends and Romans and countrymen who are great writers. And fabulous human beings. Can we bring in Erica Schultz and David Walker? Nice. There we are. One big happy family. Live long and prosper, David.
Now, I'm sure you guys. I'm sure you guys heard in the waiting room. It's our first go at this, and so we're still sort of figuring our way around the curves in this. There was a lot of debate on this, but in my panel experience, I love that you can always see sometimes Avalone's wife will just kind of cross in the background.
Do a pass by. I said,
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, it's so amazing. I love this at home stuff. But in my panel experience, I think it's always best to let the guests introduce themselves. You better than we know you. So let us know who you are, what you've done, and how you're feeling today.
I am. Well, I was waiting to see if David was going to go first because he's like the A level here. I'm like the B plus.
God, where does that put me? D.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
go
F.
ahead.
I'm F, but you have the A level hair out of the four of us.
Yes,
so.
I have the Pantene hair. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very luxurious.
So I am Erica Schultz. I am a writer and editor. I've written Daredevil. I've written Revenge. I've written Hawkgirl for DC. My own series, Forgotten Home, is currently on Comixology Originals. It just got collected. I almost said last month, but it technically got collected in June. And I'm an editor at Mad Cave Studios, and I am a writing instructor at the Kubert School.
Awesome. David Walker, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, I needed a writing instructor when I was at the Kubert School. We didn't have that back in those days. Well, my name's David Walker, and I'm a writer. I'm co-writer of Bitter Root over at Image, co-writer of Young Justice and Naomi at DC, but at Marvel I've written Power Man and Iron Fist, Nighthawk, Occupy Avengers, a few other things, and I've got my own little indie comic thing going on. Because working in comics isn't heartbreaking enough. I've got to self-publish too, and so that's what I do. And I teach part-time at Portland State University.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
I got my copy of The Hated a week ago, and it's excellent.
I sent it like a month
and
ago.
I love it. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Donald Trump. But I love it.
This is real time. What's been going on with the post right here?
Yeah, I'm glad we could get a plug for the post office in here. But yeah, great alternate history, Civil War stuff. That's, as you know, right up my alley. And also, I can't launch a podcast without you being the first guest. So there's that too.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad I can be somebody's first something in a positive way, hopefully.
Well, and I think I think David has David Walker. They're always I can't do a podcast without multiple Davids. Seriously, the last time I did something like this, there were there 3 Davids or 4 Davids? I think there were 3 Davids, and we changed someone's name to David, so it was so everybody kind of had nicknames. But as David Walker was alluding to, strange times, right? And that is our topic, our food for thought here. Again, this is going to be unstructured, so hopefully that doesn't frustrate you. Again, this is us sitting around a table, at a bar after a con day and talking about kind of the State of the Union. But the strangest times ever, right? I'm going to go through a list here of all of the kind of kicks to the face and stomach and groin and wherever else the universe has decided to kick us lately.
Well,
I'm going to miss
before you
some.
get started, this is a good time to take that drink if you have one with you.
Or 2 or 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So so we get hit with COVID. Then it's pencils down everywhere, right? Cons start getting canceled. People like me and I'm interested to hear how you guys have been affected here. We're having books shelved or delayed. Comic shops closed. Diamond holding company stocks.
It's called ransom is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, holding the ransom. That's a great thing.
I thought we were being frank, so if we're being frank, it's called
we're being frank.
Ransom
Sure.
is so polite. That's such a polite term for it. But
I'm trying, David. I'm trying to, I said I teach for the school. I'm trying to be, a role model.
Yes. Yeah. No, I get it. There's some words I would use that go beyond ransom, but the gist is there. Somebody owes me fucking money. That's all I know. So
a lot of people owe a lot of people money, and that's what we'll get into. Let me get through the list, and then we will just free associate and all this stuff. Because it goes on. It's that would be enough for any 10 people on a podcast, but it continues with us with Comicsgate, with Dynamite, with sexual harassment stuff, Comic Book Legal Defense Fund, the DC bloodbath, trouble at IDW, trouble everywhere, really. All the trouble that the 4 of us know about, but we can't talk about it on the air or in a convention setting, right? Creators like us moving in droves to Kickstarter is an interesting thing to kind of swerve into, right? And then the USPS trouble that's killing us all right now. I'm about to fulfill a Kickstarter, and I've just seen shipping in some cases double. Shipping delays, books that should have taken a couple of days to get somewhere taking a month or months, and creators getting boned in any and every way possible, be it financially, be it your opportunities disappearing, all of that. And so I have set the table. And so let me know, I mean, we each have our own story. How is this affecting you guys? And more importantly, how are you dealing? Right?
Thank you for this delicious shit dinner. That you
Scoop it up. Here's a spoon.
So tempting. The flies buzzing around.
Oh, I know. And as you alluded, there's all the stuff that we feel kind of okay talking about, and then there's all the stuff we've been told in confidence, and all the stuff that, well, how confident was that confidence? And was that a secret? And holy shit, that can't have been a secret.
And in the back of your mind, like NDA.
Yeah. I have to say, I've signed very few NDAs. Most of it is just, and the thing, there's stuff that has been public knowledge for years that people are pretending wasn't public knowledge. I'm thinking specifically of IDW's publisher for 1 week, who is now gone. Who I knew was an embezzler 10 years ago, or no, 5 years ago. But somehow they didn't. Nobody asked me. They asked.
Before you do anything, you got to ask Avalone.
I think, I do know where some of the bodies are better. But yeah, God, there's so much. I could literally end my career at every single publisher in about 40 seconds of speech right now with everything about every individual. Because, to get to the worst part of this for me right at this exact second, when it was revealed a month ago that Dynamite had been working with Comicsgate, someone reached out to give me that news. I had not seen it yet on Twitter. And I went down every publisher and said, oh, so I should work with the people who did this, or I should work with the people who did that, or I should work with the people who coddled this sexual harasser for 10 years, or I should work with the people who coddled that sexual harasser for 10 years. It's, it's monkeys all the way down. It's bad. It's bad everywhere. And the thing that I always say as a codicil to all of that is, look, I'm sure the president of a cardboard factory in Duluth is also a scumbag. It's not just us. It's not just our industry. It's people who own things and people with money will tend to abuse that privilege. So I don't think, especially Ryland and I did, all of us coming a little bit also from the film industry, not really a shining example of a clean corporate world.
I worked at a New York ad agency for 10 years.
There you go.
All right. Straight out of college, first job out of college, I was an assistant in a creative department at a New York ad agency. All right. So I was, cute 22-year-old, invited to client dinners because they liked to look at me. And that's not like an ego thing. I'm not saying that oh, look, because I made a joke about my hair earlier, but I'm saying that was oh, let's invite Erica to the client dinner because the client thinks she's cute. Not let's invite Erica to the client dinner because she's smart and she's got good ideas. Right. But stupid 21-year-old me was like, oh my God, they really want to listen to my ideas. No, they want to play grab ass. Let's be honest.
So you were
Peggy. Mesmerized.
You were Peggy, essentially.
Mesmerized.
Yeah.
From Mad Men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I honestly, I couldn't watch that show because it was genuinely, it triggered me. I could not watch that show.
Yeah. I can see where that would be the case. Yeah.
It was the hair.
No, in all honesty, I donate my hair every couple of years to a company that makes, there's a company called Locks of Love, and they make wigs for cancer patients. So I grow my hair very long, and then I chop it. And I was about to donate my hair before lockdown, so I haven't had a haircut since January, and my hair is like bamboo. It just grows really, really long, really, really fast. So I'm sorry, David. You can have some of it if you want.
I could use it. I mean, mine does. What's the exact opposite of bamboo? Yeah.
Chaparral. You have
But your mustache is way fuller than mine, so I
it.
can't. I have a very spotty mustache, so.
It's all right. It's okay. Just work
I'm
on it.
glad we're keeping with the grooming. With the grooming part, I shaved my head early in COVID because I knew I couldn't get a haircut, and it's coming back in kind of a Timothy Dalton as Niles Calder thing, and I don't know how I feel about that. It's a little. If I have to be James Bond, I have to be old James Bond, apparently. But
I've had one haircut in 6 months. My wife gave it to me in the backyard. I think she did a pretty good job. Yeah, I think I'm looking pretty slick.
I will not allow my husband to come near me with scissors.
I've
cut his hair 2 or 3 times in this, and he looks great. He's not cutting my hair. Sorry. I'm like Samson. You cut my hair, my power's gone.
Sure. I have to tell a very quick aside about Samson. Do you know that? Have you read that story in the Bible?
1,000,000 years ago.
That is the funniest fucking story in the Bible, because she asks him 3 times, and 3 times in a row, he tells her a lie, and then she does the thing, and then there are Philistine commandos in the room suddenly who attack him. He kills them, and he goes, what a crazy coincidence. And then the 4th time, he says, okay, it's my hair. Are you happy? It's my hair. And she cuts it, and suddenly another team of Philistine commandos are in the room, and he's like, why does this keep happening?
It's a total comic book.
Literally, it's like, oh, if I wear gold-colored sandals, I lose all my powers. And she goes, oh, I have a pair of gold-colored sandals. Oh, hey, look, there's some guys with swords. And like, literally, he is the dumbest man in the Bible. It takes the 4th time, and he still says, okay, it's my hair. Jesus, enough of this shit already. Anyway, sorry. I love that story. It's so ridiculous.
I think Bible Stories with David Avalone is another great
another podcast.
We'll get
spin-off program. Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
How are we surviving?
David, how are you surviving?
Any ideas?
It's been rough. Obviously, I was teach, and I was gonna I took the spring semester off from teaching because the convention season was coming up, and I had several big conventions and some pretty significant speaking engagements lined up. So I had, I figured I had probably 6 or 7 months worth of income coming between the months of late March into, we'll say, early June, and all that went away. And and fortunately, I've been working as a freelancer for 20 something years now, close to 30 years actually. And so I've learned that the science of setting aside emergency money and prepping and knowing that you might hit a dry spell. And so the beginning of the pandemic was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be a dry spell for a little while. I was pretty optimistic in thinking that, like, at the very least, we would have New York Comic-Con in October, which is always a good moneymaker for me. But as soon as it became clear, and I knew that New York was going to be canceled, like back in May, that's when I started realizing, okay, wait a sec, all these speaking engagements are canceled, all these conventions are canceled, the comic industry is spiraling, it's spinning in the toilet, and what am I going to do? And then it was like, well, you're going to survive. You're going to figure it out. And, I am in a fortunate position in the comic industry in that, I still get work and I can get people on the phone and pitch stuff. But at the same time, I was looking, and I am looking to do more independent creator-owned stuff, publish it, some of it myself. And I was really gearing up to slow down on a number of conventions I did anyway. So in a lot of ways, COVID sort of sped up a lot of the plans that I had, things that I was thinking, well, not thinking, but I was planning on doing, like tail end of 2021, moving into 2022. Like, I just essentially overnight had to start doing it. And now it's like, my agent and I were negotiating a book deal with the publisher that I've worked with, and my philosophy is, it's an okay deal. It's not the greatest deal in the world, but it's a publisher I like working for, and it's a book that I really want to write, and there's a deal on the table. And so I'm not going to be greedy and go, hey, let's see if we can, squeeze an extra, 15K out of them. Let's take what we got and roll with it. And so there's a lot of sort of pragmatic thinking and a lot of just exploring the self-publishing options, because honestly, I'd love to see retailers bounce back. I have a lot of friends who are retailers and I'm rooting for them, but I also know that, they're limited in the stuff that they buy. Their customers are limited in sometimes their scope of interest. And it's asking a lot for certain retailers to invest in your independent creator-owned stuff. So it's up to me to hustle it. And that's where something like Kickstarter comes in handy, because I can move more units of a self-published thing through a Kickstarter campaign and then through my website than certain publishers are moving of books that I've written for them. So a lot of it's just about being practical and not having, if my whole dream in life was to write The Punisher at Marvel, then I wouldn't be where I am today, for one thing. But I'd also be like not just shooting myself in the foot. I would have chopped off both my feet and, above the knee, and I'd be screwed. So, I think that a lot of it's just about knowing how to recognize and how to survive in this larger freelance world. And that's brutal no matter what. But I came out of newspapers. I worked in the newspaper industry. I was there when it died its death. So this ain't my first rodeo.
Well, I totally see what you're saying. And I've noticed that a lot of times people don't really realize that freelancers have to sort of average things out. You've got fat years, you have lean years. My husband and I are both freelancers. I've only been freelance for about 5 years. I've been writing comics for over 10, but I've only been really full-time freelance for about 5, whereas he's been freelance for about 15. So, all of the, I guess, coping mechanisms, be it financially or otherwise, sort of we've really worked through them, and we're both very, very lucky that we've had. It's weird to say that you're lucky to have really bad years, but it sort of preps you for something like this. And we both, had, work kind of get shelved. He is in film and television editing. So if they're not shooting anything, then there's nothing for him to edit. So, we've both sort of had to deal with that. Same thing with me doing editing. There are some people who I was supposed to edit their indie work, but they don't have the money to finance it right now because, they were furloughed or something. So therefore, I can't edit the book because they're not writing it because they can't pay to get it drawn. So, it's a tough, line to walk just in general. And I try to tell people, if you want to go freelance, it's not like everybody thinks, oh, I get to work in my pajamas and, my commute's, 5 steps to my office and everything. There's a lot more to it than people realize. And even just on the technical side of it, I was trying to explain to somebody the idea that when it comes to paying taxes, if you have your full-time job, your taxes are being taken out and you don't have to worry about that. But when you're a freelancer, that is something that you automatically have to take into account. So when April comes, whatever country you're in, but if you're in the US, when April comes, you realize, oh, I'm going to get a tax bill for however much it's going to be. If you haven't been sort of putting money aside month by month throughout the year, then that might be a huge hit that comes to you. So COVID, even in the best of times, even in the best of circumstances, being a freelancer is really difficult, and it's a balancing act. And now things are, a little more precarious, because even if you have a cushion, even if you, like David said, he's been a freelancer almost 30 years. Even if you have that knowledge and you've been through like fat and lean times and you know how to navigate it, this doesn't really have an end date to it. And the other thing, if I could just piggyback on what David had said about using Kickstarter and doing crowdfunding. crowdfunding is great. And I love the idea. And I love the fact that you're connecting directly to your audience, directly to your fans. And this might sound cynical, and I apologize if it does, but I thought we were supposed to be honest, so I'm going to be. People have in this economy, in this current economy, they have a very limited amount of funds. Most people, I mean, obviously there are people who are fine, but most people have a very limited amount of funds. So starting a Kickstarter during this economy is going to be tough, because it's like, all right, well, I have this great book that I've put my time and effort, blood, sweat, and tears into, and I really want people to fund it. But even in the best intentions, people might not have the money to do that. And you can't like begrudge people for that. And I know nobody is, but I'm just saying, like, so even trying to do a Kickstarter is tough, because the pool of people that you would be sort of counting on for the funding are also hurting like everyone else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do have some good news about that, though.
Okay.
Because I've done a couple of big Kickstarters the last couple of years, and I know a lot of people who are doing them. And comic Kickstarters are still doing very well, unaccountably. I think it's because, people have limited funds, absolutely, but they're not going out to dinner. They're not going to the movies.
True.
A comic Kickstarter where you drop $25, that's one night at the movies for one person. So a lot of Kickstarters are pretty cheap compared to other. So, because I think that's your point is absolutely well taken. But what I've found in practice, and what I was hearing from people inside Kickstarter, was start a comic Kickstarter now, because people actually are kind of hungry for it, because they can't. I mean, and remember, 3 months ago, you couldn't even pick up your comics from your local comic book store.
That is very true.
So
that is
it
very
gave
true.
them a feeling of connection to the comic world that they were already missing, and a feeling of that community that they were missing. That's just
well,
an
yeah,
aside.
and I ran my Kickstarter last month, and it was the same thing. And the reason I had these same concerns that you're talking about, Erica, and I was I had about 5 people come to me and say, no, you have to do it now. And in the end, it was the head of the Kickstarter comic outreach division, whatever that division is called, who sort of emailed me, then got on the phone with me and said, it's the best time ever. Basically, they had at that point, they had about half as many projects as they usually have, and the backer counts were not. There were still people. The backer counts were not ticking down at all, and so. So I launched my Kickstarter, and I set a pretty high goal. I funded in 40 hours or something like that, and then I ended up doing about twice as much as my ask. So if you're thinking about doing one, and particularly if you go on there with a name and a body of work, it really packs a punch. As we of course have seen with Avalone and Walker, of course. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting time for Kickstarter.
And it's also, I mean, I spend an inordinate amount of time on Kickstarter. I'm not backing as many projects as I used to, just because I've got too much stuff. But I'm trying to pay attention to, what's happening in that realm. And I think that, again, 6 months from now, maybe even less, 3-4 months from now, once the holidays roll around, it might be a slightly different thing. But, again, not being able to go to conventions, not only does it impact us as creators, it's also impacting the fans. And there's people who set aside a certain amount of money to go to whatever show and spend a certain amount of money to buy their indie books or their prints or whatever. And I think that the crucial thing to keep in mind with Kickstarter, there's quite a few things. One is, I would never do a project myself personally if we weren't like at the coloring lettering phase. The book has to be completely drawn before I would even consider launching a campaign. And 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 the other thing I think that a lot of people don't think about going into it is that there is a community mindset to it, to a lot of the backers. And my campaign, my most recent campaign ended, I'm going to say like 2 or 3 weeks after the primary shutdown here in the U.S. It was in March, and it was time to end right after Emerald City Comic-Con. And I was kind of panicking because I thought people they're gonna cancel their pledges, and we're gonna lose the money, and very few people canceled their pledges. But one of the things that I made a decision to do was to try to do more updates than I had done with my last campaign, be more transparent about stuff. And there's now that stuff is I'd say like 99% of the rewards have shipped, but we've been dealing with all these shipping problems with the United States Post Office, and not just the U.S. I mean, there's some countries that don't even have mail delivery service right now.
Yeah.
And so I've had to refund some money on those fronts, but I've been really open and honest with everybody, and a lot of people are reaching out to me privately and oh, hey, thanks for sharing, and there's just been people like, it's okay if you're running late, because at the end of the day, I promised the estimated ship date was June, and by June 31st, it was clear the earliest I was going to get stuff in the mail was like July 7th or so, and I'm freaking out, and everybody was like, yeah, don't worry about it, it's as long as you deliver. But there's actually people that were like, hey, stay healthy, don't go to the post office if you can help it, because it's probably a disease vector. So it's really, I've just, one of the things that I miss about conventions, the thing I miss the most is the community spirit that happens there, and the socializing, and Kickstarter just has its own unique vibe of that anyway. And it's always interesting because I will get, once in a while, I'll get a message from somebody that's really like the sort of thing you just would roll your eyes about, and then you click on their profile and they've backed 2 projects, and it's like, oh yeah, they don't understand this world here. And then the more supportive people, you click on their profile, and it's like they've backed 75 projects. They understand how it works. And so
absolutely,
I'm definitely going to do more. I'm actually trying to, I've got an idea for but I can't figure out how to make it work. I want to give away a comic book for free. I want to figure out the cost of producing it, the cost of everything, shipping. How much do I need to raise in order to, give away 1,000 free comics?
I did that.
Did you?
Absolutely. Yep. We set a stretch goal.
Okay.
I mean, when I did the first thing with Kevin Eastman.
Yeah.
Drawing Blood is this midlife crisis, all that jazz comic. And his fan base likes the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
So saying you like the Ninja Turtles, here's Fellini's 8.5. You're going to dig this, is not the smartest sales strategy.
Yeah.
Because it's autobiographical, we needed to create our in-universe version of the Ninja Turtles. And it occurred to me early on that if we made that the stretch goal,
yeah,
they'd want that really badly. Like Kevin Eastman writing the thing and me writing the thing about midlife crisis, whatever. But if you give us $100,000, you get for free a 32-page mutant cats fighting crime in New York City comic.
Yeah.
So they made damn sure they got that comic, and they did it by ordering an extra poster. But yeah, our original ask was, we had budgeted out that the 4 issues of Drawing Blood, paying everyone very well, with a huge amount of fudge for shipping and paying people to stuff envelopes. I think our budget was like maybe $85,000 for 4 22-page comic books, and all of the ancillary stuff. And we figured for $100,000 we could do the Ragdolls comic. So we got to 100, and they got the Ragdolls comic for free.
Just so you know, I love stuffing envelopes, so I am more than happy. I will stuff envelopes for your Kickstarter.
I know. I grew up. My mother was an activist when I was a kid, so I literally grew up.
I know, because we worked on AS4 together.
Don't joke, because I have about 200 packages that need to go out in a couple of weeks. So I'll just ship it all to you, Erica. So
I'm not kidding. There's something for me. There's something cathartic about going.
Oh, it's very zen.
It is.
There's something so cathartic about it.
Yeah.
I have with my because I've only done 2 Kickstarters at this point. My first Kickstarter, I had a crew of friends, and I said, lunch is on me. We'll get together. We'll create this assembly line.
It's like moving in college, pizza and beer.
Yeah.
And we got the entire. I'd say we got about 80% of the rewards packaged in about 4 or 5 hours. But this time it was clear. I can't get the guys together. I can't get the crew together. It's going to be me.
Yeah.
And it took damn near a month to get all of them, every single reward put together. And it was boring and it was frustrating, but it was also like, since the pandemic, it's the first thing that I've worked on that I've done that there was a very tangible, like, oh, I've got a big thing of books I'm taking to the post office. I felt accomplished, and I don't ever want to do it again. I feel like 200 maybe is about my limit, and then I've lost my mind. But there was, by the time we got to the foreign orders, because I did those last, it was I passed like 800 packages stuffed, and it was like too much.
But you said something really, really important just then. You said it was a concrete, tangible thing. And I think that's one of the things that's kind of like freaking people out on a lot, is this, we're sort of like in this weird, like kind of nebulous kind of, moment. And doing something like stuffing envelopes or something like that, like you said, you can see your progress.
Yeah.
Like you can see it. And even something as simple as that, like giving you that sense of accomplishment for the day or for the week or whatever, that's like a boost that we all, it sounds so simple, but it really, it's genuine.
Absolutely.
My husband has given me a stack of books because I want to start doing screenwriting. So I got Final Draft. I've been, doing this, doing that. And my husband gave me a stack of books from when he was in film school. And I'm like, oh God. But I finished one and it's like, yes! And it's the stupidest thing to be like, yes, you finished a book, but it's like, it's like you said, it's a tangible thing. It's something, it's an accomplishable goal right now. And right now, when nothing is clear cut, being able to say, yes, it's going back on the shelf because I read it. It's like some weird thing, but it feels good, right?
What was the book?
Did he give you Adventures in the Screen Trade?
No, but it is on my pile. The book is Understanding Movies, Louis Giannetti.
I have that book.
You totally froze, so I didn't hear it. This is like
Understanding Movies, Louis Giannetti.
Okay.
Yeah,
I haven't check it out.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I also have Shot by Shot, and I have screenwriting by Sid What's His Face.
Field.
Thank you.
Yeah. I love how the three of us all said Field in unison.
Yeah.
Well, because I started my writing career. I was a published poet for many years under another name, and then I started my writing career in comics. I didn't do the screenwriting then comics like some people. So now I'm like, okay, well, I've got all this IP. Maybe I can start writing pilots for things, and trying to be, pivot, try and do new things.
The best thing about screenwriting is you don't have to write the sound effects. That's my favorite thing about screenwriting. And I had an actual screenwriting job the last month, and I was like writing a scene where someone broke a window, and I literally wrote SFX crash and went, oh, right. No, don't do that. That's totally unnecessary now.
Yeah, but as somebody who's been a letterer, I love the sound effects. Like that's my fun.
You can still write in the sound effects. You just do it a different way. I
struggle with sound effects more than anything in writing comic books. I feel like an idiot when I write, the shadow picks up the Tommy gun, SFX, I'm like, what am I, 5? Writing
how many people will send me scripts as a letterer, and let's just say, and literally it'll say SFX, Erica, fill it in.
Yeah. It's the best practice. If you have a great letterer, you have to hand it off, because what I found is, like, I'm not bad at it, but what I found is that no matter what, every time my letterer is going to do something better. And so we just have this deal now. It's just like, I mean, I may try to write something in, but I'll just say, like, look, you're gonna nail this, so just nail it. And so he'll come back and he just surprises me with stuff. I mean, it's just
Taylor Esposito tends to take my C's out and swap them for K's.
yeah. That seems to be a
If I
common
like
practice.
bracca with a CK, he's like, no, just the K. Don't need the C. So this is some very inside baseball stuff, kids at home.
It's so funny because I hate writing special effects.
Me too, man.
And the only thing I hate more than writing them is lettering them, because I've done my own lettering, and it's like, honestly, it's a whole other level of lettering. That it's like, I learned how to letter in about 3 hours, and it was completely out of necessity. It was a project years ago. We had no money to hire a letterer. It was a smaller publisher. They weren't going to give us any money, and it was like, oh crap. So I went on YouTube, watched some videos. I had that publication that Starkings had put out, went through that and got it down. I'm good, I'm proficient, but man, special or sound effects, like as a rule, I try to never put them in the script, because in my mind it's like, oh yeah, whoever's lettering this is gonna, like, they're like me. They can't figure out how do you outline the and make a burst, and yeah.
I taught lettering for 2 years, so
Oh,
wow. It's something that I enjoy, and basically when I would teach it, I would tell people, look, I'm going to teach you how to be proficient. I'm going to teach you how to be professional, and then you have to sort of find your own style. Like, and there are certain places that have like a house style. Like, let's be honest, like there are certain publishers that have, like basically they have their house fonts and they have their house style and they want things to be a certain way and this, that, and the next thing. And that's fine. But if you're doing your own work, allow yourself the opportunity to sort of branch out. Allow yourself the opportunity to find your own style, to find your own, whether you're going to do your burst a certain way, or, like David was saying. But if you've got to learn how to do it quick and dirty on the fly, YouTube and Starking's book. Also, who else? Todd Klein has a lettering book too, which is good if you wanted to look that up too.
It's I discovered, because I mean, when I was in school,
I was going to say, did you have Hi Eisman as your lettering?
Yes, I had Hi Eisman. He was one of the best instructors there, but this was all hand lettering back in the day, and I had like this chicken scratch going into the class. Now my handwriting's a little bit better, but what's interesting to me is, like, there's certain things that it's like, no, you can't do this, and like, I'm very the period is or the dot at the end of the exclamation point and the dot at the end of a question mark, it has to look a certain way. And there's like 3 or 4 key letters, and if they don't look right, you have never seen a writer go more ballistic, and it's the most bizarre thing. And I just worked with a letterer recently on the Kickstarter project, and I emailed her and I said, look, I'm just going to warn you beforehand, these are my weird quirks. And I typed out all the letters and I typed out all the symbols, and I said, if they're like whatever font you're thinking about using, if it doesn't do this, we're done, and fortunately she wrote back and she had the same quirks that I did. So it was like, but yeah, it's interesting the things you discover about yourself, especially when you have to really study it. And as a writer, I think every comic book writer should letter at least one project that they've written.
100% agreed.
And I think, and even more important, and every penciler should letter at least one script that they haven't written, but that they've drawn. Because I see too many artists who just don't leave room for the text. They don't pay attention to it. And I will put in a script, sometimes at the top of a page, I'll be like, okay, just so you know, this page, ton of text, make sure you leave enough space for it. Because I remember talking to Tom Orzechowski about this once. As I was teaching,
pronouncing that right off the bat, by the way. I have seen that name written in comic books for 40 years and been completely incapable of saying it out loud. So say it one more time.
It's Tom Orzechowski.
There we go.
Impressive.
And I saw him at a convention, and this was right as I was teaching myself how to letter. So this was maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And I just said, I said, hey, you know, I'm teaching myself how to letters. What advice could you give me? And he said, you know, everything on the page is important. Everything in the panel is important. And it's up to you to determine what important thing is okay to cover. And I really thought about that. And so now when I work with an artist, there's sometimes I'm super easygoing for the most part up to a point, but I will say, I tell them all the time, I will not hesitate to let your work be covered if you don't, if you're not paying attention to what needs to be on the page. And part of that came from, I wasn't that hardcore until very recently, because I'm working for book publishers now, and comic book publishers don't work in word counts, but like, you do a graphic novel for Scholastic or First Seconds, most of them are going to have a predetermined word count, and they're not going to let you cut text. They will just tell you, cover the art. And I did a project a couple of years ago where the artist just clearly wasn't paying attention, and I was just like, I told the letter, cover it. I said, as long as you're not covering a face, we're fine. And so, but this is a business, and there's a craft to it. You know, we could call it an art, and I do believe comics are an art form, and I think lettering's an art form. But the moment you bring money into the mix, once you bring it into a place where you are making income off of it, art then starts to become more of a craft. And I know some people, you know, it's like when I was in college, you know, and I wanted to study, at the time they called it commercial art. That was the closest thing you had to like a comic studies program. And there are people who cringed at commercial art. And I was like, well, I want to make a living doing this, you know? So I get I'm a little mercenary sometimes in my thought process.
But it's funny that you say that, because one of the things that I hammered home, last year was the first year that I actually taught at the Kubert School. So now that this second year is coming up in a couple of weeks, I feel way more comfortable, because, you know, that first year you're sort of like feeling everything out. Mm-hmm. But one of the number one things that I said to pretty much every student I had, and I was teaching second and third year students, and I'll be teaching second and third year again this year, is, look, if you graduate on Friday and you're not drawing Spider-Man by Monday, you're not a failure. Like, there are multiple places to be a commercial artist and make a living. Like, one of the first, you know, I do freelance for a girlfriend of mine from college worked at an accounting firm, and I do freelance work for them where every time they do trade shows, I do all the signage, I do all the brochures, I do, you know, all that stuff. Is it sexy work? No. Does it help me pay my mortgage? Absolutely. You know, so I'm still a working artist.
Yeah.
I'm just not drawing Spider-Man or drawing Batman. And I think there's this sort of like mindset that if you're not drawing some like major character, then, you know, you failed or you're not a real artist. And I think, you know, okay, you said we could curse. I think that's bullshit.
Yeah.
And I would rather be an artist that's paying my bills and doing, you know, working at an accounting firm than not paying my bills and having, you know, a fabulous Tumblr full of, fan art.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
So my dad wrote 200 published novels. You can imagine that not all of them are The Great Gatsby. And
law of averages.
He used to say, out of every three words, 2 to put food on the table and 1 for beauty and truth. And he has a famous quote attributed to him, which is, a writer should be able to write anything from the Garden Seed catalog to the Holy Bible. To return to the Bible one more time. And
you love that Bible, Avalone.
And he wrote the private eye books are, I think, were his passion and were the thing that he wanted to write and were the thing where he found the most self-expression, ironically enough. But the thing that made us rich in the early 70s is he wrote a bunch of Partridge Family tie-in novels for the TV show.
Those books are great, by the way. Don't ever not.
See, David has read them and I haven't, which is the funny part.
You're getting disowned right now.
Yeah. But you know, he taught me, this is one of my favorite stories about him, and I'll try to make it as brief as possible. During some lean years, he got a job writing a novelization of Friday the 13th Part 3 3D. I always tell people, yes, he wrote it in 3D. And when the script arrived in the mail, I remember we were not, it was not a happy day. He said, "You look at it. I'm too disgusted to even look at this thing." I read it. It was terrible. I handed it to him. I said, "Well, this is terrible." And he said, "Okay." And he took it down into his study. And there was about a half hour of silence. And then I heard the typewriter. And then about a half hour later, he came up with pages in his hand. And he was like, "I want you to see, I'm doing something really great with Jason here." And I just looked at him like, you already love it. It's garbage. It's garbage and it's stupid, but you have already found something in it. And no, I'm doing something here with Jason on page 5. It's really good. It's really fun. And to me, that was the best lesson he ever taught me. Yeah. Is when someone hands you the dumbest thing in the world, whatever it might be, you just go, where's the joy? What can I do with this that makes me happy about it?
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about that, I mean, I came up during the Sundance movement, right? Pulp Fiction made me want to, write movies, and I sort of came out to LA to, make my sex lives and videotape or whatever, and it was made worse. I studied directing at the American Film Institute Conservatory, and some of you know that, some of you don't. Where David Lynch went, and Darren Aronofsky and Terrence Malick, and so a lot of snooty artistic assholes, and so I already had kind of the snooty artistic asshole bug, and so they just kind of like watered those seeds and cultivated it, and so I had my nose turned up for a really long time, right? And the problem is I get spit out of AFI and start working, and Hollywood kind of stopped making those movies. The whole independent film movement kind of moved on to television. I'd like to say that Pulp Fiction today would be a 10-episode, series on Netflix, very obviously. Breaking Bad, in the 90s would have been a Sundance indie or something like that. But so Hollywood stops making those movies, and all that's left are kind of the Hollywood movies. And a lot of it ends up being a lot of tripe, right? And so, I've written professionally in Hollywood for 15 years. I've never had to do anything, and I don't have my name on a whole lot of shit. And so I have stayed alive and made my living and kept my family in house, home, and insurance by polishing a lot of turds. Right? I've made some pretty good movies a little bit better. I've made a lot of shitty movies like slightly more tolerable. I don't. My rule is I don't talk about it specifically unless my name's on it. If it has somebody else's name on it, it's kind of the samurai code here that you're not like, oh, you should have seen that piece of garbage before I got a hold of it, right? And it was hard for me, and I was the tortured artist for a good couple of years, and I don't remember who said it, but it was a friend who kind of checked me, and it's like, look, dude, you get paid to fucking write movies, or you get paid to write books, or you get paid to write comic books, or whatever, and that's what I have to remind myself from time to time. I'll get down on myself, and of course, I mean, we're in we're again, strangest times ever, right? And I'm lucky in that I was commenced on two film writing gigs before, the sky started falling, so I have stayed employed through this whole thing. The comics business is a little bit different story because I basically had. I'm still young in the comics game. I mean, I did my smaller books and they were well received, and I won my Ringo. And so then opportunity came knocking. I had 2 books ready to go with larger publishers, and then the shit hit the fan. And so they were, those titles were furloughed. I don't know if they're ever going to get hired back. Everything is in flux now, and that's why I went to Kickstarter. But you can get down on it. You can have this kind of woe is me attitude, and you can, but I got to remind myself from time to time. It's like, man, you get paid to like make up stories, and very few of us can say that. And I mean, I think it's such a gift and such an honor. And I have to, I like write it on a piece of paper and tape it to my mirror. I have to, wake up every morning feeling like shit. And I got to look at that and remind myself of that. And sometimes I got to remind myself of that 3, 4, 5, 10 times a day, depending on how shitty it gets, because it's gotten pretty shitty recently.
We do kind of live a charmed life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a white card. Well, it's yellow now. That was over my father's desk, and it's his handwriting, and I keep it over my desk, and it's the greatest motivational / anti-motivational thing ever. It's nobody asked you to be a writer.
Can you take a photo and send that to me?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I love it so much because he was a very optimistic, positive guy, but he wanted in moments of frustration to be reminded, hey, buddy, man, this was actually your dream. And this is how the dream plays out. And there's no being a writer without having whatever shitty moment made you look over here at this card.
It's funny that you say that. My best friend is not in writing. She's not, I mean, my best friend of 30 years, she's not part of the comics. You know, the only comics she's ever read are the ones that I've written and given to her.
Right.
And I was texting her this giant diatribe about, you know, this garbage and that garbage. And I can't believe this person did this and blah, 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 and this publisher and blah, blah, blah. And she stops me and she's like, Erica, I have to ask you a question. If it sucks that much, why are you doing it? And I'm like, because there's nothing else in the world I want to do. She's like, but it makes you miserable. I'm like, yes, but it also brings me the most incredible amounts of joy. You know, I mean, it's how you can love something and hate something so intensely is just insane. It is an abusive boyfriend. It's an abusive relationship. But it's
more like my abusive girlfriend. But yeah, I get it. Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, I can't do, but somebody from completely different, you know, perspective coming and being like, then what the hell are you doing? Because, you know, kind of thing. And that's why, I mean, whenever I tell people, I was teaching online classes for writing at the Kubert School over the summer. And I was telling people, I was saying, look, if you want to quit your good day job and become a freelance writer, that's fine. But I just want to tell you one thing. If there is anything else in this world that you can do, do that thing. Because the only reason why people write comics is because there is nothing else in the world that they can do.
There we go.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Nobody asked you to be a writer.
And the first time I posted that, I said, try to ignore the coffee stains. And a friend of mine very wisely said, no, man, the coffee stains are the whole fucking point. And I went, no, that's a very astute observation about that. The coffee stains are a big part of the job. But yeah, that's something my dad wrote. I'd say it's about 3 by 5.
That's awesome.
No, I live by that philosophy, even on the worst of times. And I've literally had the variation of this speech, of this saying, this card, 3 times this week with other people. And I just said, you know, look, no one's forcing you to do this. No one's, and I've learned my lessons. Some of them I've learned the hard way. It's you know, I really like the medium of comics. I'm not a big fan of the industry. I've always been vocal about that. When the time comes for me to leave this industry, I'll be able to leave it.
You'll be shot off in a rocket.
Yeah, but I can always come back to it too if I want. There's nothing. The threshold of entry is actually pretty low, and it doesn't seem as low when you're first starting out and you're struggling. And I understand that we're talking about being in a fortunate place. I know that I can reach out to a lot of different artists and go, hey, do you want to work on something, and not have to say to them, I don't have any money to pay you. I do have to say I don't have your full page rate, but you know, let's make this work. And you know, and I'm realistically, I'm looking at other industries and where am I going to go? But it's just like, yeah, I had a life before comics. I had a career before comics, and I'll have a life if I decide to leave. And that's not to say that I'm going to leave 100%. Main reason I started my own little publishing imprint was so that I could always work in comics by my own rules. And that feels I'm sorry. I mean, I've written some great stuff for Marvel and DC and other publishers. Nothing feels better to me than the stuff that I
100%.
created and own, and nobody said to me, "Oh, Captain America would never say that." And, well, who's saying Captain America would never say that? Because if he was real, we could call him right now. But he's make believe.
Steve on the phone.
Here's a metaphor I have been using for years, and I think you're going to like it. People always have, you meet someone new and they say, "Are you in the film industry?" This is what I always answered.
Well, that's because you live in LA.
Yeah, but even so, this is what I've always answered. Say there's a guy. Say he lives in Detroit. Say he's making concept cars in his backyard and selling them to maybe 30 people. Is that person in the automobile industry, or is that person someone who is an eccentric who makes cars who lives in Detroit? That is your choice. Do you want to be in the I don't work for GM. On Red Sonja last year, I briefly worked for GM for a couple of months as a subcontractor. But I've never worked for GM. I have always been a guy in my backyard. Hey, this thing has wheels and an engine. You like it? I made it. Isn't it great? And then 5 people buy it, and that's the industry, it comes, it goes, it is what it is. You work with the people that you want to work with, like the lovely people on this chat. You don't work with the people that offend your sense of morality. Again, as I have personally experienced recently. So that's all there is to it. And as we've all said, you wake up in the morning, you get to do the thing that you wanted to do your whole life. And that is the only thing that matters. And if you go look at my IMDb page, I always say it's the sign of a disordered mind. A psychiatrist would look at my IMDb page and say, what is wrong with, can this person not focus on a thing and do that one thing? But it's because, when I first moved to LA, I put the word freelance on my card, and I've kind of lived by that. And literally people would say, well, freelance what? And I'd say, what do you need done? What do you got?
Well, you're a Jersey boy.
You got a body you need to bury out in the desert? I got a car in a shelter, man.
You're a Jersey boy, so you got moxie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the film business, I've worked for Ford, I've worked for GM, I've worked for Chrysler, I've worked for them all, and I've never been more happy than I have been kind of tinkering in my backyard. It's if I could, I don't know, if I could tinker in my backyard for the rest of my life, I think I would.
Yep. Finding that balance. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
First, I got to make my backyard. Then I'm going to tinker in it.
So when is the next issue of The Hated? What can I do to make that happen?
I have no idea. I got to get cracking. I'm hoping that we can do the campaign before the year is up. But I'm saying that with August being half over, and
time is like a concept that doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly. But it's going to be. It needs to be fairly soon, and I've already, I've got a whole bunch of it mapped out, and my artist is working on some stuff, but it's the response has been so positive that I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's gonna happen. But part of the reason I opted to do it this way was because I wanted to work with this particular artist who maintains a certain schedule and takes a certain amount of time, and I wasn't going to work with anyone else on it. So it'll be done. It'll be done when it's done. How's that?
Yep. Well, I just wanted to let you know there's something, very excited to see it.
Yes,
Really
I am excited for because it's like a lot of spaghetti westerns in that in the second half is when it kicks in. It's like the violence and it's going to be good.
Great.
So why don't we go ahead and wrap things up? It seems like things are kind of winding down anyway. End of the con. These Mainframe Comic Con directors have been working night and day, and they're probably on their last legs.
Yes,
on their last.
For letting us use the hall.
Thank you so much. And yeah, let me just say that. I mean, these guys. I have been lucky enough to kind of be working behind the scenes, not nearly as hard as these other guys and gals, but I've helped where I could, and I have been witness to just some of the hardest working men and women in comics, in journalism. It has been awe-inspiring to see you guys put this together. everybody on this feed, I mean, you guys probably tuned into the first Mainframe, and it was big, and it was bad, and it was awesome. This Mainframe was 4 times the size of the first one. They were not running 1 con channel; they were running 4 con channels at all times.
32 hours. 32 hours final, something like that.
Well, something like that. It might even been more because they had a preview night that was
Oh, right.
incredible, and just hats off to you guys.
Okay.
Ryland froze.
Froze. Yeah.
Oh no, that means it's up to me. We should probably wrap things up. Erica, tell us what you got going on next.
Next, I have Forgotten Home on Comixology Originals in October. The reboot of Mandrake the Magician, Legacy of Mandrake, will be coming out from Red 5 and Stobot Comics. And I have a new series that I'm editing for Mad Cave Studios that hopefully we'll be able to announce the team and the story in the fall. But please, please, please donate to the Hero Initiative if you can,
Yes.
because that's what we're doing all of this for.
Yes, absolutely. And I just want to add, Comixology Originals, are you having a good time over there? Is that working for you?
I am. One of the things that I said on the last panel was that this series is an 8-issue series, and a lot of the publishers that had greenlit it, they were doing so on the chance that we would cut it down to a 5-issue series. So Comixology really let us tell the story that we wanted to tell with 8 full issues, and that was
Great.
really great.
That's great. And David, what are you up to next?
Well, let's see. Bitter Root issue number 10 comes out, and that wraps up our second arc, and we've already started on the third, which will come out early next year. I've got a nonfiction graphic novel from 10 Speed Press coming out in January on the history of the Black Panther Party, and just wrapped Young Justice that Bendis and I are doing together, and then everything else is that stuff that falls under an NDA. And my own stuff too, working on the second issue of The Hated, and actually have maybe 3 projects that I want to do through my own imprint at this point. It's
Great.
Why bother letting anyone else have the fun?
Right, exactly.
And I am Ryland Grant. You can find me at Ryland Grant on all social media platforms, RYLENDGRANT. I am spelling it because a lot of you guys are going to be listening to this on iTunes or Spotify, and I have a weird motherfucking name. So Banjax and Aberrants, the Ringo Award-winning Aberrant, are available at fine comic shops everywhere, on Amazon, on Comixology, the whole 9 yards. You can get the Jump via my backer kit shop. We just wrapped up the first Kickstarter on that, so it is the Jump, one word, .backerkit.com. You can still grab that. What do you have to say as we leave here, Avalone?
DavidAvaloniFreelance.com is the website. I do stick with that branding, man. I haven't abandoned it since 1987. And all of the links to everything can be found there. And thank you for joining us for our first episode. I'm so happy.
Thank you for having us.
Erica with us. I was so looking forward to talking to you guys together, and it was lived up to my wildest dreams. So thank you so much.
Really set the bar high, guys. Thank you so much. Remember to smash that like button if you're watching us on a video platform. Subscribe on iTunes, subscribe on Spotify, and we will see you very soon with episode 2.
Be safe, everybody.
Thanks.
Live long and prosper.
Absolutely.
You guys are off the air. You're off the air. Thank you very much.
Yay,
We are the end of the broadcast.